evening. It is Friday, May the 20th, 2022. We're about 2 weeks away from the Expo.
Woohoo!
Indeed. We got Brad back in the building here. Good evening, Brad.
Good evening, folks.
So it'll be a good contrast. We had the SGC bulk submitter last week, and then and now we've got the PSA bulk submitter. So we'll have our contrast, a little bit more standard fare. We had a little bit of fun. And thank you again to Jay who popped in last week. I did pull that clip of him dropping that knowledge on star cards, so it was actually really good.
Yeah.
It worked out very nicely. I think I grabbed the Marks cards thing as well, the update. I'll see if I can put that on the channel sometime. Maybe I'll throw it on Sunday, just as a little extra, little clip it. But we'll see what we can do with that. So 1 second here. Mr. Yannick, how's it going?
Hey guys, good you.
So Yannick is between semesters now. Apparently he's finished the first semester and he's about to start the second semester next week.
Nice.
I'm off for 4 days.
There you
A
go.
long weekend.
Party.
Nicely done. Nicely
Yeah.
done.
Party
I like
hard, man. At 42, party hard.
Party hard. Look at you. Jeff, good evening. Name, Eric's favorite. Baz, good evening. Absolutely. Eric, what do you have to say for yourself? Another person eluded you. They didn't even use a restraining order. What do you have to say for yourself?
My opinion is that, as we say around here, Brad's a wicked loser. And,
He kicked in the accent. I like that.
yeah.
Uh-huh.
Wicked on top of that.
Brad is a wicked loser, and I got no use for him. He's garbage.
Nice, nice.
I'm coming back soon.
That's the WL, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah,
And I have a friend texting me back right now.
yeah. So Brad, I know originally you were gonna we were chatting and you were gonna go to the Probstein thing, and then you ended up at the Fenway show. So obviously that happened. I like very much. I appreciate the change in venue, and I doubly appreciate that being in the Boston area meant that you could evade Eric. So I doubly appreciate that. I assume that was part of your plan and strategy from the beginning.
Absolutely, 100%.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you were literally 10 minutes away from my house. You suck. Whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Go pound sand.
There you go. How's the week been, Bobby?
Very good.
Yep.
Busy week. Lots done. Lots of good, exciting things happening, and looking forward to the summer show and getting a nice suntan that weekend. And anyways,
Yep. I was going to ask actually. So I was kind of put the question out to yourself as well as Brad. Obviously, the three of us are going to be at the expo, but Brad's got his version of what he needs to work on. But are you going to do any? Are you going to do any prep of any kind? You planning on bringing anything over? Anything like that?
yeah, I will be carrying around a nice big bag full of goodies to trade or
Sure.
sell or whatever, and just hang out at different booths. I'll be bugging Brad a little bit across from, I think probably Bill's going to have a little space left over there for me, so maybe I'll jump in. We'll see.
That sounds good. Brad, similar setup to last time? Similar type of area, or what's the deal?
Well, no, I wasn't even set up. Bill Forget.
No, I was saying for Brad for PSA Canada. I was just saying I was curious if their setup was going to be similar to last time around, a little bit different.
Yeah, no, completely different for us.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So now, so we have our big AMG booth, which will be the full end cap, and then
Gotcha.
Bill's across from us, and then our PSA Canada booth we have. It's over to the right side, and we've got 30 feet in front with high top tables and our computers set up.
Yep.
And then we've got a back room with the big safe, and we're fully prepared, and we've got extra staff, so we should be able to make this go smooth as possible.
So they
Hit us.
Nobody cares, Brad. Shut up.
Brad did. So they posted the floor plan.
Yes.
Okay. Hey, maybe you want to bring it up?
Yeah, I'll pull it up here in 2 seconds. Let me read a comment or two, and then I'll see if I can grab it. I appreciated this comment because of the little slight. We may discuss it in a bit, but we'll get to it in a minute. So Maximus Pumpernickel, appreciate the name. I'd like to make a donation to Church of the Hobby Gods. Always praise the Hobby Gods. Unfortunately, I have platinum bars, which I can break in smaller pieces. Do Hobby Gods accept platinum breaks? Ooh. See, I appreciated how you got there. I did appreciate how you got there. We may touch on that in a bit if people would like to. Global Sports Card Investor, good day. Absolutely. From Australia, the Aussies, thank you.
They're non-cashable.
There you go. Exactly.
Oh, I love that. Dang, it worked out.
Yep. Okay, so I'm gonna see if I can grab. If they did do the floor map, I will do that. So that's fine. I'll grab it. It'll probably take me a minute to find it.
Yeah, I meant to look at it, but I know they just posted it. What must have been recently, right?
Yeah, they did update the site, which is good. I did take care of my arrangements already. I think I mentioned that last week, so we're good there. Here we go. A few map.
You're done.
Yeah, so I'm in good shape there.
Everyone
Okay,
is
here we go.
crashing Carlos's hotel.
Yeah, well, so actually that was funny. Yannick and I were talking about it, and Yannick was saying, "Oh, I'm gonna for the next one when I get over, I'm gonna use the same hotel you recommended because he was across from me. My hotel, it's very comfortable. It's not the craziest thing in the world, but it's a good hotel for that purpose. Apparently now it's one of the official ones of the expo. I'm like, you son of a bitch. It's like I don't need these commoners here taking up space. Now I have to book it earlier. Come on, man, brutal.
Well, you get a discount though.
Yeah, well, I think mine worked out. I got it through Expedia, and it basically worked out the same.
Oh,
So,
okay.
or maybe like a couple of dollars more, but not like crazy more. So I don't think it was much of a difference. At least not what I saw.
Are you willing to disclose the?
Well, for me, it was like I think 166 is the expo rate, and I could have gotten it through Expedia for 166. So I don't know what the discount was supposed to be.
No, I meant the hotel itself.
Oh yeah.
The
It's
location.
one of the ones. I'll include it in there. It's one of the ones they now recommend. So here's the expo one, the Expo Center. I always forget the name, so that's why I have to go double check it. I just book it and then I don't think about it until I go there. So yeah, this so we've got the halls and we're going to be in hall 2. So you can see configuration wise, it's a little bit closer to a rectangle kind of shape.
Well,
little bit more conventional.
let everybody know where the other expo was.
Yeah.
To
So
the
the other one was I don't remember what the hall number.
The
Was.
hangar is right there on the right hand side.
Yeah. So I think this one here.
Yeah, that's the
5?
whole. Yeah, we come in through the front part there, and the back part is where we load. So yeah, so it's right opposite of that.
Yeah.
That big hall 2.
Yeah.
I think it says that. I'm just.
Yeah,
oh my
they put
goodness.
the arrow in it, so we've got it on this side. But either way, configure it shape-wise, it's going to be simpler. It is going to be a lot more straightforward for folks, I can imagine, just to set up because you're not going to have the same blind spot. You're not going to have to do that weird hook that then leaves some people isolated. So I think it's going to be better for a lot of folks to be able to go up and down the aisles. It'd also be better for like shooting, for like vlog and stuff. It'll be easier to walk either up and down the aisles or to get the view to the end. You won't have to do that weird hook thing. So that's good.
My understanding is it's square, and I think that other part is. I don't know about the other part over there.
You probably have some stuff in the back. You got to have room in there for that food court area and some stuff. So probably it's going to be curtained off to keep it in a standard shape,
We'll
but
see.
having a little bit more space. So we'll have to see how they configure it.
I won't be there, but I hope they do their food courts better than last time. So I hope it's better for you guys.
Well,
Who gets a hot dog?
It said Nathan's. I thought it was going to be good.
Why does Nathan? Nathan, what's he?
Do you like know
KSA.
Nathan the hot dog guy? Like,
No,
what's that
it's a brand name. It isn't like they just.
KSA is Nathan. He runs it. So if you, anyways, enough said.
Yeah, well, you should have explained it to me in that terms before. I wouldn't
You
have
needed
thought
everything explained to in multiple terms. Every single thing.
Pizza was good. It was just expensive. That's all.
Yeah, everything's expensive. Honestly, we're close enough. You can go outside and just go to one of the eating establishments outside. You're almost always better off if it's about eating food.
Go to
hot
Timmy's next door.
dogs and sausages. I've got that.
Yeah, they got the hot dog guy and the thing. You can go there, or you can go to a couple of little restaurants just nearby. It's not a bad deal. Took half a day to put the joke together. Hey, I appreciate the effort. Okay, so course real question here. So how do you like to see worldwide economy issues affecting our amazing hobby?
Eric.
Yeah, so we did. So here's the thing: we did touch on this a little bit. Eric, you can start with the July 1st, prognostication. We can start with that, and then we can let everybody else take a stab at it. So go ahead.
Population, maybe.
When I talked about this in January, when we first started discussing it, obviously I had no idea there was going to be, a major depression in the economy across the world.
Oh dear God, that is not.
And
there is a definition to a depression.
oh yeah, no, we're in apocalyptic monetary depression.
All right, let me know when the Dust Bowl kicks in there.
Yeah. So no, but seriously, when I brought this up in January, I meant it. I wasn't joking, but I couldn't tell that the inflation would go like this, and the gas prices would be determining everything, and I just don't see how in the world Joe Average like myself can maintain putting money into a hobby when you need to put it into your gas tank and your groceries and your electric. And, my electric bill's about to go up because we got to put the air conditioners in. I can't be buying,
Live like Carlos.
Ignore the air conditioner. Air conditioners for peasants.
So I definitely
fan.
think, I think July 1st is no longer a premonition. I think it's an absolute fact. There's just no way Joe Average can maintain blowing money on a hobby for fun. I think people aren't going to be able to go on those vacations that they were hoping to. And I can't come to Toronto, obviously, because, I just had my hip done, but.
And the restraining order, the nationwide restraining order.
Well, there's that.
Yeah.
And that, my picture, every border guard has my picture.
Yeah. You're basically, what you're trying to tell us is that you weren't able to get the disguise in time.
That is correct, because everything is slowed down and I couldn't get the disguise, but, for a 10-hour drive, how much is that going to cost me? Twice as much as it did in November.
Yeah. Well, so what I was going to touch on actually is that I do think something that is going to be interesting that does play into this as well, because of course, greater cost of living, all that. I talked about it last week or the week before, where I said, being in the banking industry for as long as I've been, one of the things that's never happened before is a mid-year salary adjustment. 2 of the major banks announced that they were doing an adjustment. And I don't know if a third one announced it, but I hear rumors there's a third one that has also done the same. Just saying. Which is unusual. That is unusual for them. They have never done that before. And in those cases, as far as I'm aware, they're keeping the year-end adjustment as well. So there's a possibility that for some folks, they will get 2 adjustments in 1 year. Now, these are small amounts relative to because they're usually pretty stingy with those. That's just the nature of the business. But the fact that they even conceded to do that and then felt pressure from their peers to do a similar thing to stay competitive is indicative that they understand that the cost of living has gone up and they had to do something to make a statement. And that is a statement. Even if it's a little bit, for most rank and file folks, it's not a big deal. It's not going to change life, but it's something. Maybe it pays one extra bill, whatever the case may be. So the fact they made that adjustment is notable. I do think for shows and stuff, travel expenses, like yes, gasoline, of course, but also airplanes. If it costs more for the airplanes to get off the ground, then the flights are going to cost more. So destination shows may take a hit because even if somebody's willing to deal with the rest of it, okay, well, how much is the ticket? $1,000? Well, that was like a $200 ticket, last year. It's like, well, $1,000 now.
The interesting part is I'm renting a car because I usually rent it for the 5 days, but I'm not renting it for the 5 days because the price doubled. Now, I don't know why the price doubled. Like, it's just the car, and it was only 6 months ago.
Well, that was always the joke I made about the gasoline prices.
Well, you pay your own gas.
No, I understand. But what I'm trying to say is that was always the joke I made about gasoline prices. Because for years, a lot of folks are like, oh, it's the taxes that are making gasoline. No, it's that they want to make it like that. The tax is a good excuse, but if I removed all the taxes on it, it would still, they wouldn't reduce the price for you. It would actually cost the same. It's like, oh, you increased our profit margins. Thank you. That's it. That's the only thing that would happen. It's a good excuse, though. It's a great excuse. It's like, well, it's more expensive now, so I got to raise it. But it went up for the equivalent of 5 cents a gallon, and you increased it $1 a gallon. Well, got to round up. You know how it is.
And today the gas prices went down 10 cents.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like it is relevant, but it's not as directly it's not a direct one-to-one like change in terms of where that price is. A lot of times the gas companies and gas stations, they're going to charge more or less what they want to, but if you give them an excuse, it's better. Then they can blame it on, oh yeah, it's the taxes. That's why. Sure it is.
But the car rentals were over 100 and something a day, and I just went, I'm not spending $600 on 5 days for just going to the show.
Yep.
So we juggled around. I'll get it for a couple days, and then my wife and I'll just switch out.
Yeah. I will say for the expo, the hotels, like I said, the hotel prices weren't crazy different. The one that they've got 2. They've got the Crown Plaza Toronto Hotel, and they've got the DoubleTree by Hilton. That's the one that I usually go to. The price was $177. Yeah, $177 a night with breakfast and $162 a night without. And then the price on Expedia was effectively the same. I think the difference was a couple of dollars. Like it wasn't this crazy discount. And that's actually, I was able to find the receipt for last show. That's pretty close to the same amount that I paid last time. So like it's almost the same.
Is that a continental breakfast?
I guess so. I didn't get the one with breakfast. I went without. I go get my own breakfast.
Continental size.
Yeah. So it's like I'm not going to pay extra for the privilege of, and I'm also not getting up in the morning. So it's done by the time I get there.
Mini croissants and cream cheese. Thank you.
Dare I live the dream.
Just on a quick side note, gentlemen, and hate to keep the joke in house and not so that people don't know what we're talking about, but I've just been told, yeah, we did talk. He's a great guy. Well, now I think you're both idiots.
Yep.
There
So
you go.
that's the person that runs the card shop that Eric frequents at, who also understands why people would want a restraining order at distance, and he specifically made sure that Eric wasn't around so that Brad could be unmolested and undisturbed.
Yes.
They used the Marcel Dion protocol. They said, "Oh, the Marcel Dion protocol. Hold on, we got it. Don't worry about it. We'll keep
And
them
Written
away."
law now.
Well,
I'll keep you updated on whether or not I will be hanging out with him or not.
there you go. So
When's your movie coming out, Eric?
My movie.
Yeah, Premonition with Eric Nicolas Cage.
well, I honestly thought it was going to be the story of how he came up with Poopy Pony. It's an inspirational tale.
Yeah,
Well, a tale. Yeah.
Yeah, it's an inspirational tale. Yeah,
it's an
Is there a
inspirational
tail?
there might be on Pony. I would assume there's a tail.
Of course, there's a tail. Don't be ridiculous.
There you go. What the heck? What the heck, Bobby? You denied that he had a tail. Come on.
He keeps moving the tail out of the way. It's like
All right.
It's over
you're
there.
good now.
So let me pose the question, and there's
I thought
kind
it
of
was the other way.
two separate pieces to it. So I want to kind of get a few thoughts from others, and also about the pre-pandemic prices. So we'll touch on that in a second. So I would say this. As far as this one is concerned, Brad, obviously we're going to the show. What do you think we're going to see? So this is a small sample of what the grader is going to be. We can talk about how many people are in the door. That's one thing. But the truth is, the question is, does money flow freely? What are we expecting? What are we thinking?
I personally think it will be the busiest show in Toronto that they ever had.
Okay. You don't think the travel expenses and these other things are going to play into it at all?
No, there's too many guys out there. There's too many guys that are looking to buy that are going to spend money. Do I think it's going to affect the hobby over the next year to 2 years? Absolutely. 100%. You'd be naive or stupid not to think so. But for this show here, there's such a dealer-based, there's so many buyers that are coming from the US. There's so many buyers that, that make their livelihood now, that are selling online on eBay, Facebook. These guys are coming with cash to spend to buy product. And I think it's going to be, if you're priced accordingly, you'll sell everything you want to sell.
But you just touched on something very critically important. So let me pose the question with the scenario you just presented, because it's a good kind of follow-up to exactly what you just said. Yes, we're going to have some US dealers. Their cost of expense of traveling with their stuff just went up. Yep. So are they going to be willing to adjust their prices or to deal, or are they going to be a little firmer on prices, understanding that they have a heightened expense just coming over?
So I changed that though. I mean the US buyers. Like sure. I can tell you there's 20 or 30 guys that I know, personal friends that are coming from the US that are going to be dropping six figures plus, and they can't wait to do it. I know one company is going to spend $500,000 to $1 million. When you start injecting that into the room and you've got these guys, that's it. And then you got your lifelong collectors, the people that we've been seeing there for 30 years, they're not going to mix it. And maybe they're going to spend 800 instead of 1,000, whatever it's going to be. But I think it's going to be an absolutely incredible show.
So what you're saying is the big whales are going to bring liquidity. They're going to throw cash in to basically, and then it can circulate the room effectively is kind of what you're throwing out there.
Yeah. And I love the autograph gifts. I think Jagger is going to bring a lot of people that I know. There's 3 people I know just from Halifax that are going for the first time to the show because Jagger's going to be there. There's a lot of.
So can I just pause on that for a second?
Go ahead.
Because I think you're right, because he's a tough autograph. He doesn't do a lot of these, right? He's been playing over in Czechoslovakia for the last 2 years. Or whatever.
Yeah, for his team. Yep.
Right. So now that he's come back across the big pond, yeah, I think people do want to get things signed. He is not cheap.
Yep.
People are going to be paying a lot of money to get him to sign things. that money no longer can go to the guys outside with the cards and the memorabilia because they're giving it to Yager. So I think people's funds are going to be limited. And when you have an opportunity like Yager, you're going to spend it there and not at the table outside. So,
I agree. That's a good point, Eric. I think if you wanted to say the general consumer traffic and spending may not be where it was in the past for sure, but the majority of deals in the 30 odd years that I've been setting up at that show, I do 95% of my business. I've always with other dealers or other buyers that are in the business, and that's not going to be affected. The general spend could be down per person, but these guys are ready. Like they're just dying to spend money, and the dollar now is up to $1.35. I think. Like if you wanted to go, I bought American money to pay PSA last week, and it cost me almost $1.35. I think it was $1.34.3. Mm-hmm. So like that's a big factor. So all of a sudden, when they were coming up last show, it was $1.25. So there's another 10% right there. So
that's true. The US dollar will spend a little bit better, which could offset some of the pricing concern, which is what I was kind of alluding to that. So I was kind of curious but I think though what Brad's going with basically is that there's going to be certain folks that I think are going to carry the load, but the rank and file individual may be curtailed because of costs and other factors that are going to play into it. The show may, kind of to Bobby's point from earlier, because Bobby theorizes, and reasonably so, because traditionally the spring one is less attended. But in this case, if the whales are willing to carry enough money and circulate it in the room, then for a lot of the dealers, they'll basically report a good show. That's what's going to happen with those dealers. They'll be like, well, I made a lot of money because I made a bunch of big sales.
Yeah. I don't doubt that money will be made there, Brad. Yeah. I doubt that the attendance will beat last one. I really don't think it'll
was your prediction based on predominantly dollars, I assume?
My prediction?
No, Brad. Brad was saying like one of the most. Yeah. So do you think butts in the building, or do you think dollars predominantly?
I think both. I think both. I do. Okay. I think there'll be more people than the last show, and I think there'll be more dollars spent. And the other reason too, I guess you can look at it from this way, is there's a lot of guys that are setting up at this show going, we're coming into the fall. Do I want to hold on to my 5 PSA 10 Austin Matthews right now? Or do I want to move some of them? I'm into them for $500 each. They went up to $3,500. Now they're back down to $2,500. Do I want to sit on these until the next show, or do I want to sit on these? I'm a little worried about what's happening in the world. You know what? I'm going to cash out on these. There's going to be more sales created from guys that want to get cash back for a lot of their products. So I think that's another move.
I see that with the U.S., especially with the new tax form with every sale on eBay. This way they avoid it. I think shows will be busier that way because the cash being traded is, just a much easier transaction for everybody. So I do see attendance going up at shows. However, I don't see the attendance going up on this show. Maybe the next show, but I don't see record attendance. For the 40 people you said, I got 40 people that said no, they're not coming. And we had 3 major shows in where was it? Quebec. We had the Western show. We had the other show. There's a lot of guys who aren't coming from there because they've already sold most of their stuff, and it's not really worth their $3,000 to $4,000 travel to come here now because they made their money at those other shows. So
I think we can have a friendly wager.
We can. We can.
Now remember, if it involves beer, remember to specify Expo beers versus because we have an exchange rate on those two, and the exchange rate is much worse than the Canadian American dollar.
Yeah. Oh, that was pretty bad last
time. That one is multiples. That one is multiples. So real quick, just kind of playing off that question. So do you think that we'll stay above pre-pandemic price? Now the thing is that's really broad. I do think some items
track that.
You can track it to a certain degree. I think the problem
card ladder.
You could. I think one of the problems you run into is that a lot of folks forget how much stuff went up. So something could be down 90% and still be above pre-pandemic prices in some instances because it went up by so much. So will it be up by nearly as much? No. And the thing is, it could still have room from here to go further down and still be above pre-pandemic prices.
I don't think it'll ever reach pandemic prices.
It'd be really tough.
Prices.
It'd be really tough on certain items for
a
sure.
few things, yeah.
Yeah.
For the most part, no.
So that's kind of why I appreciate the question, but it's a tricky one because I think people forget just how hot certain things got there for a moment there and how crazy it went. It went up by so much that it's difficult to come all the way back down because some people will not sell at that pre-pandemic price now.
When I came up with my whole philosophy back in January, I had said that it would not go down to pre-pandemic prices, that it would stay just above, so you'd still end up ahead. But now with everything that's going on with the economy, I honestly don't know. I think you're right that it's too volatile to tell right now. I hope so. I hope my prediction remains the same and that it stays above, just above pre-pandemic, so people don't lose everything. Mm-hmm. But now
hope and prediction doesn't really kind of.
Yeah, here's the thing though. I don't like I said, unless somebody has to sell, they may look at it and go like, my floor is here. Unless I absolutely have to, if the house is being foreclosed on, then so be it. But shy of that, it's like, no, I'll just store it in the back and it's not going anywhere until everything until we get an opportunity to recover. That's why I say for some folks, they're like, yeah, I don't care. It's like, oh, but I have cash for this. It's like, nope, not selling it at that price. Don't need to. And if you don't need to, then it's like, so what will happen is the sales volume will drop because they just won't sell it. And the price will just kind of stall at a certain spot and just stick there. Not because it wouldn't go for lower if it was in the open market, but because those people will not put it in the open market. They'll just flatly refuse. Really common stuff, though, it'll trade, and it can certainly drop below that threshold. But super common stuff. But rare stuff that somebody can hang on to, they may choose to do that. So this one's just for you, Brad. Any kind of general themes of stuff that you think they might be looking for?
Yeah, well, yeah, definitely. I know Tyler will be there with his team from Hit Parade, which is Dave and Adams, and he's looking for graded young guns, autos from all four sports, especially. I mean, they're going big on hockey. He'll be looking for all that stuff, and that's usually from cards that are $100 to 500, 100 to 1,000 in that range. That's the type of stuff that he's looking to keep building for the Hit Parade product that they sell. So I think it'll be all over the map. But yeah, I think cards from in that range from $100 to $1,000, them guys would buy as much in the room as they possibly can. So,
all right, I think it's fair.
Yeah. And I just want to say too, the rate. So I seen him post that rate. I just checked again. That is if you want to sell.
Yeah.
When I want to buy right now, I just went on. It's still 1.331. I just went in to buy. So.
Yeah, we've always got a spread on that. I think, and thank you for the question, Robert. I think a lot of times people will look at the standard rate. It's like, no, the bank will charge you extra. they take a spread.
Points or 3.5, 4 points most time.
Yeah, it'll depend on which one it is, and it also depends on how much you buy. Sometimes you can get a cut on that spread if you buy a ton of US dollars, but you almost never get the real rate that is the market rate at that moment. So, Paul, good evening. Never a bad thing to have autograph guests. Worst case scenario, you're down $0. Best you have people who won't show up and then do spend money. Yep, I agree with you, Paul.
I used to think that autograph used to take money out of the show, but it really doesn't for the most part. Yeah, there was people there specifically for that, and I don't think $100 makes any difference to most people at the show.
Yep.
For an autograph.
Word is in Dallas this week, half the vendors are priced high due to embedded stuck costs on original purchases and not wanting to realize those losses due to declining prices. That's why I'm kind of keeping an eye. I'm waiting for some of the vlogs, and I think you're going to see kind of what I was mentioning earlier. I think certain dealers who have in at a reasonable cost basis initially, they're going to be able to wheel and deal a little bit more and have very little trouble moving certain things. Some of the dealers that paid really high are kind of stuck. Do they take a bath? Do they bleed a little bit just to move stuff and recover cash? Because here's the thing. The advantageous position right now is the person who has cash. The person who has cash now gets to play the field. You get to look at whatever you think makes the most sense, and you get to walk over and be like, hey, here you go. Cash. You want some cash? And it's like, because liquidity right now is king. If you're in a position where you can be liquid and be like, actually, I have cash. If you want to cut a deal that makes sense for me, I'll buy a bunch of that stuff off the table.
Yep. Yeah. And make sure, and seriously, if I was going to Toronto, I would make sure that I literally had it in my hand so the dealer could see it and salivate and then make offers to buy things.
You're buying Boston Bruins cards. If you have $1, they'll salivate. We'll give you the whole table. You can have it all. It's like this negotiation is not working out the way I thought it would. Could you at least pretend that I'm working you down? Pretend I'm beating you down on this.
Or worse yet, they'll give me the cards and then pay me.
Yeah, that's what I say. Like it's pity at that point. It's like you need this more than we do. You're the guy that they broke into the house, they looked around, and they left money because out of pity. Yeah, might only need a card step stool right now. Probably, yeah. That's fair. Inglorious P, good evening. Thanks for popping in. I would like to see pre-pandemic prices compared to low now and stuff. No, that's fair. I'm with you. I get it. So we'll hear stock market parlance for Carlos is having plenty of dry powder on hand. That is correct. But that's the thing. When prices go down, the last time it was a really good opportunity for people to make money, if they were in a position to do so, was 2008, 2009. Yeah. A lot of stuff was available at bargain basement rates.
Who knew, right?
Yeah, but the irony is that the best time is when most people are freaked out. That is almost the exact perfect, but it's so difficult to be like exact. In 2008-9, some of those banks got bailed out. Some of them needed it more. Some of them needed it less. But they all got dragged down at that point. If you were buying into the ones that didn't need it, they were just doing it to keep up appearances. They're like, no, you all got to take it so nobody knows exactly which one of you is really in trouble. Then you're basically putting money into a bank that was solid either way, and they got an influx of cash. So when they have this gigantic recovery, if you go back and look at the stock prices, I think Bank of America was like a big one. It was down to like very, very low, and it recovered like 40 or 50x. So you could have made 40 or 50 times your money if you had been willing, and you could have bought it for bargain basement prices. That's how you build wealth. That's how you build generational wealth, if you were in that position to take that risk at that moment. But a lot of people stayed away, and that's why they didn't get a chance at that one.
Yeah.
Recession's turn market to buyer's market versus seller's market. Yep, 100%. What if my stack is bigger than your stack?
So is it a buyer's market, Brad, or a seller's market?
Which one are you thinking right now?
It's a buyer's market.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Show up, make sure they see the cash in your hand, and make an offer that you're comfortable with, and they'll take it because they need to make their money back.
Yeah. Well, but you know what the other thing is too? If you look at any of the major dealers, anyone that's in this hobby that is considered a above average dealer that actually does this for a living, if they're not liquid today, they shouldn't be in the business.
Yeah, it would be really bad. It's a really bad time not to have cash right now, especially when you had this time. If you were in the business at least 2 years, you had so much time to make money, hand over fist, that if you fail to do so, you actually don't know how to run a business. Correct. You should have put some money aside to be prepared because it was going to turn eventually. How dramatically or whatever, we can't predict that. But there should have been a stash of cash somewhere in the case, because at that moment, then all of a sudden, it's like suddenly we get a half off sale. It's like, oh man, hold on. I would have been willing to pay, double that before, but you're giving it to me for half off? Fantastic. Sounds great. I'll take everything you got. Mm-hmm. And those are the ones laughing afterwards. So yes, you got a dollars cost average. Agreed, 100%. And Baz is saying Bank of America stock was below $5. That's right. Like, imagine under $5. Like, it's not like you needed a ton of money to buy some stock. You would $1,000. You buy 200 shares, and then it recovered very nicely. And all of a sudden, it's like your $1,000 becomes $30,000, $40,000, $50,000.
Nice.
That's pretty good. That's not bad.
Yeah.
But you had to be willing to take the risk. Some people were clutching that $1,000 like it was their entire life, and it's like, no, that wasn't your entire life, and you just
they didn't know though.
You missed a wonderful opportunity.
They didn't know.
Yep, and that's usually what happens. AIG was the big whale that needed to be saved. Yes, that's exactly right. Yep. So Joe S., good evening. So would love to hear each person's on the panel's response. This is a good one. I actually like this question. So assuming the card market drops another 50%, so we're getting our 50% off sale. What's the first card, or Bobby for you, item? So let's say something is available and suddenly we're getting a 50% drop on what would be a current rate right now. What would you go right away and snap by if the opportunity presented itself?
Well, there's so many rarities in the hobby at my end of things. I would probably jump into a few different things. Mm-hmm. I can't really explain them. I don't think you guys would understand most of the things that I do buy. If I showed you, but I would buy certainly some pretty rare stuff.
Are there any categories that you think would be really compelling at
Merchandise.
50% off?
Merchandise. Yeah, that stuff.
Sure.
You know, the stuff you get in a souvenir booth and what have you. That stuff is the really tough stuff from the 60s and 70s. Very hard to find.
Okay, sounds
So
good.
that's what I would buy.
Eric, other than Boston Bruins, and Bobby Orr, or is it Boston Bruins, and Bobby Orr?
No, actually, if the right situation comes up, I'd go with Gretzky autos.
That's not bad. That's pretty
I'd
solid.
go-
Like a
I-
50% discount on it's pretty sweet.
Yeah, I'd go after him like crazy if I could.
But the market doesn't drop evenly for everything. So that's
No, for
Right,
sure.
no.
But in this scenario, we're just giving
Yeah,
it for simplicity.
right.
We're giving a
because it's
substantial
Gretzky
discount.
autos, Gretzky rookies. It doesn't stop with Gretzky.
Yeah, whatever you think,
Bobby Orr.
whatever you think will rebound right back to its
Well,
previous
yeah,
price.
I mean, I think Gretzky rookies are going to come down because some of the prices were ridiculous, especially for some of the shitty conditions that some of those cards were in that went for millions of dollars.
True. That's
I
true.
mean, stupid.
Well,
But I'll still not be able to afford them, even if they do come down.
Listen, if you drop the market 50% across the board, I don't care. And you'll like this one, Brad. Look, if it's just about making money and you're dropping it 50% across the board, I will buy fucking Tom Brady. Okay? I will go out and say, Brad, we're going shopping for Tom Brady. It's like, he still sucks. I actually want 60% off, but he sucks. It's like, here's some money. Go away.
50's not enough, right?
At that point, but at that point, yes. At that point, like a lot of other things, if it's just about making money, I'm taking it from mostly a collector's perspective. That's the angle I'm taking on this. So let's focus on that piece. So Brad, what is your 50% off coupon item? What do you want?
Any key rookie from any of the four major sports, 1972 and back.
Does that include stuff you already have though? Or are you thinking, because I'm thinking from a collecting standpoint, not just from an ROI standpoint.
Oh, okay. With the first card. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, this is what you would like. What would you like for your collection? Because otherwise we can pick, there's certain easy ones. What would you like for your collection? I gave you a 50% off coupon, man, compared to current rates. What do you like?
I know what he's going to say.
51 Bowman Willie Mays.
Nice. That's a good one. I'm actually going to stay pretty close to that. Right now, if you offer me a 50% off coupon, I'm going to grab the 53 Topps Willie Mays because I want to have that in my back pocket for when I work on that set. Would love to get it at a 50% discount compared to current rates. That would be lovely because that would be one of the key cards that I still need in that set down the road. So I would want to have it. And I could probably really cherry pick a nice copy, especially if I'm getting a 50% discount. I could be a little bit pickier and get a nice one.
I think some wax and wax boxes would be added to my list.
That'd be good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are some good ones.
Oh, speaking of that, did you see okay, this is not another shameless plug for Dave.
Before you do that, because I love shameless plugs, thank you for the
we
question, Joe. That was a really good question. Thank you for that one.
Yes, go ahead.
So if you check it out, the link on with Dave and Adams, they're doing, it's called, oh boy, I should remember this. Anyways, what they're doing is they're wrapping every box as they get direct from the manufacturer. You can wrap the individual box. It comes in a plastic container and it's sealed with Dave and Adams seal on it, or they're factory wrapping all the cases. So if you want to buy a case of Upper Deck hockey, it's called Fresh Wrap.
So
Right.
they're squeezing into the heart. The heart's down.
They are. So when you think about it, so it's guaranteed forever, and it's coming right from the manufacturer to them.
Mhm.
And then if they open the box and they actually video them open the case, and then you watch the box. It's all on video.
So you get to watch them open the case,
Yes.
and then they go in and they open
Yes.
the pack, and then all of a sudden you hear G.I. Joe, G.I. Joe. It could have been anything else. Damn you, Steve Hart. Damn you.
I think I already saw this video, Brad.
It's like, I know. I feel like I saw this already.
Isn't it just Adam there now? Is Dave not in? I think he bought him out. Did he?
Yeah, Dave's gone. Yeah, Factory Fresh, it's called.
Oh, okay, gotcha. All right, let me read a couple of these, but that's a good call out. I appreciate that, Brad. Auction House Distribution Bricks. The face of the PWCC main auction that he's on last night on YouTube was upside down. There you go. Oh, is that right?
Based on the.
Okay, I think he's talking about Jeremy did his little PWCC dealy.
Yeah.
The crowd goes mild. It was very exciting. So let's go here. Now, Bob here. What about Fishboy? Settle down, Bob. He said 50%, not 99%. He said 50%. We got to find our price point, our value.
What about Soya Boy?
Soy boy, you never know. That could be exciting. I see a lot of baseball collectors posing more and more hockey lately. Kind of feel like American-born hockey players are still underrated. I've been collecting one of those. I like to keep it underrated. I'm good with that. Leave it be.
It's the run for the cup too now. So
It is true. It is true. Thank you, Joe. 50% off. 1915 Cracker Jack Walter Johnson. Strong choice. Strong choice. Keep picking stuff for the PC. Maybe add a few new projects. Yeah, I think that would be good. I spent 50% off coupon on Tony Hawk autos. Nice. I like that. It's kind of whatever you like. Like if the opportunity presents itself and you're into it, sounds great.
he's still alive. Like
But
why? I don't know. I'm just gonna tell everybody, they're alive. They're gonna sign forever. Matt Marner, all of these guys they're living, and they're gonna sign another 100 million autographs. Whatever. Get the dead ones.
Get the dead ones. The case that must have cardboard lines. Exciting. News. David Adams is opening a store in the Netherlands. I thought I heard about that. Something like that.
Yeah?
Yeah. It was kind of because they're getting into some weird stuff. Like, look, hey, good on you. Have fun. You're gonna own that market. I don't know how big that market is, but you're gonna own it.
Yeah.
It's gonna be you.
It's gonna be so close to Ukraine.
Maybe they want to buy cards too. We're shipping some stuff the other day. Made sure to press the labels enough to have cardboard lines so they know it's authentic. Yes. Beautiful. Love it. Steve Hart approved. He is relatively easy to get an auto if you run into him. He's a super nice guy. Neighbor from when I was a kid and skater that knew him. Yep. Tony Hawk. Dave Archer. Good evening. One particular card of an American-born hockey player that keeps going up and up. Yeah. So actually, I'll quickly give the story because it was an auction. I was trying to make a bid on it. So months ago, I tried to win. It was the country of origin. It was one of the early 2000s Be a Player patch series that they came out with. The Medano's in the set. Occasionally, somebody will break a set and put it up on eBay. Last time around, I was the underbidder on one, and it went for $400 US. For whatever reason, people seem really intent on bidding the hell out of that card because there were other ones from the same set. The Lemieux went for a quarter of that price. The Brodeur went for a third of that price. The Medano was above and beyond all. It went for over $400.
Chill.
Yeah, whatever it was, $400. 2 different copies were available, and I was second best on both. And I'm sitting there like, why? I don't understand. One came up last week on eBay. Last week. Okay. So I go in, all right, you idiots. I want this stupid thing. I put in a bid of $525. I bid 25% higher than the last one. I still lost. I'm like, I give up. I'm not going higher than that. That's already stupid. I already would be annoyed at winning. And I'm like, and I couldn't win. I bid 25% higher than last time.
Do you need that 50% discount coupon?
I need the 50% discount, no doubt. But I'm sitting there like, what? But it was the same situation because somebody was breaking a set and they had let's put it this way. I could have bought Lemieux, Brodeur, and like 2 or 3 other guys that are like Hall of Fame or borderline Hall of Fame guys that were in that set. All of them. I could have bought 4 or 5 of them for the price of the Medano. And I go, maybe I should have bought the other 5 and offered to trade it for the Medano. Like, Jesus. Unbelievable.
Things are weird.
Yeah, but I have to assume there's some set collectors out there that for whatever reason were looking for that one because I think the print run was 12. So they're not easy to come by, but it's one of those things like, man, I can't go higher than that. That like I gave it my strongest. That was my strongest offer. I can't do better than that. And I'm not going to try harder than that. So it's like, I give up, you win.
So a friend on Facebook sends me a message tied in, linked in with everybody else. He says, hey, you got to pick up this book. And I go, yeah, I got the book. He goes, oh, I read it. And it says, it's really amazing. I said, yeah, and mine's signed by Harper too.
There you go.
So, and he goes, I said, come on.
That's it. That's his hockey book, right?
Yeah, it's his hockey book.
Yeah, I think I've got the paperback version. I just haven't gotten around to reading it.
It's a
Pokemon.
very difficult read because it's all teams and players you've never heard of. So it's very complicated.
Oh, okay.
And hard to follow.
Pokemon. Magic and Soccer big in Europe. Yeah.
Bobby, wasn't that the book that was owned by Bobby Bond last November?
No, this wouldn't be. No, this is Stephen Harper. He was the previous prime minister, and
Okay.
he got his people to help write this. I'm sure he didn't do most of the work himself, but
Give him no credit, man.
All right, there
hey,
was
come on.
I'm sure he wrote a couple of sentences or something. Come on.
I'm sure he did. But if you look at the details on this, it's far beyond any of my details that I would go, because it just goes into the realm of you could write anything and nobody would contest it at all.
Right.
How could you?
Right. So collectors aren't affected by recessions. Collecting within your scale and scope, plugging along. Young guys who have been through it will learn the ways. Yeah, I agree with that. There is the hardcore collecting element. What's funny is it's the collecting version of dollar cost averaging. We'll just adjust. If the market goes crazy or whatever, well then fine. We'll buy less. Maybe we'll adjust our budget a little bit, but for the most part, we'll just keep plugging away. But we won't suddenly like triple our budget just to accommodate. Like, no, we're not going to adjust like that to you necessarily. There's no reason for us to do that, but we can keep plugging away. Like I said, for this one, that card has now reached a level of inflation, whatever you want to call it. That's why I made the joke to the guys when that final price came in. I go, well, I don't know what y'all are doing. The Medano, patch market from early 2000 be a player is up like 15,000%. The damn thing is way higher. It's like he's more than Lemieux. He's more than Martin Brodeur. Forget it. All the rest of y'all are peasants.
All that for bat.
It happens, man. It happens. So what about Ted Williams auto? He said it's still frozen. I don't think the head can sign. Alas.
I'll tell you this, Ted Williams, honestly, I don't know who has signed more. That guy signed everything. Him and Mickey Mantle, they just spent their
most of Mickey Mantle's were fake. In fairness, most of Mantle's autographs are fake. He did sign a fair bit before he died, but to be fair, like probably 80% of the stuff out there is fake. Tons.
I have a great Mickey Mantle autograph story at the end of his life if we ever had time or an interest. But
sure.
Ted Williams, I can't walk 5 feet at the shop without seeing a Ted Williams autograph on something.
That's true, but you are in Massachusetts.
Yeah,
it is available. Like, we're not going to pretend it's not available.
Oh,
but I would put like a Bob Feller. A Bob Feller would be a guy who signed a ton in general. He is basically like the baseball equivalent to Johnny Bauer here. Johnny Bauer, if you look under your chair, there's a Johnny Bauer autograph.
It's right.
Every dealer has a Johnny Bauer signed something at their table.
Exactly.
How many you got, Brad, in your shop?
Yep.
I have a couple hundred.
Yeah, exactly. So let me quickly touch on this one. So Bob was asking about the patch. So I'll quickly just show it, just because I did keep the auction for now. But I was like, I can't believe these guys.
5.25 though. Wow.
It was nuts. Yeah, so it's a good patch. It's a good patch from the because these are all from the Olympics jerseys, I think. So international, it is international. It's a nice one. Like you got the flag patch nicely put on there. It's a good one. There's no doubt. And a nice patch will get a premium, but I don't ever remember them being anywhere close to that price ever. In the last 3 or 4 of them, like I was underbidder on all of them, and I bid aggressively. And the other Medano collectors that I know actually got their copy. So I flat out asked him, I go, did you bid on this? And one of the ones that I know throws money at it. And I go, did you bid on this? He goes, yes, but not nearly at the final amount. So then I go, oh, so it wasn't you that dragged it all the way into the deep, deep water. I was like, who the hell bid this much for it?
I don't know.
Mike Madonna.
I guess so. So the final total was $536.76 US. Tack on 35%. And I was the underbidder at $526.76.
Wow.
That's a lot of money.
I bid as aggressively as I could. Like, I was like, I'm not going deeper than this. Like, that's already enough.
It's the Flogo man.
I guess so, yeah. Yeah, Kimi Räikkönen said he signed his last auto while he's living. There you go. All right, opposite spin. Tell us about a card that you bought at or near its peak and it's already 50% off. I don't keep track of the prices on them. I do like the question, though. I think it's a good question. Yeah, so hopefully you got that.
I got a good one for that one.
Yep. Yeah, they are very tough. I agree with that. It wasn't the winner from Palessa wasn't the winner from the last 2 copies. Yeah, the part I couldn't figure out is I reached out to a bunch of Medano collectors that I know will throw money at this, and I just flat out, because they have no reason to lie about it. They don't care. They're like, yeah, sure. Well, they'll share information. But I was like, did you bid on this? And they're like, and one of them was like, no, and the other one was like, well, yeah, but like early when it was cheaper. And I was like, so then who the hell are you guys that are bidding it up here at the like?
You know who it is.
Exactly, probably the big Medano collector out there. Yeah, yeah, nail it. When are we going to talk about platinum? We'll get to it in a minute. We'll get to it in a minute. So Bobby Doer signed the most. We'll second Bob Feller. There you go. Just checking old Beckett cards 1 to 40 out of 12. Yeah, Medano's 12. Yep. Yeah.
Even I have a Bob Feller. Jeez.
Exactly.
I do not.
Ted's son took over management was signing
I don't have one.
and flooded the market. Yep. Good evening, Korean cardboard. Absolutely. Yeah. So Wes has got the same idea. I wouldn't shock me. He is, the most passionate Medano collector I know.
So it seems.
Maybe a set collector wants the best patch. Usually it's set collectors that I blame for that because there were people that were going after that set for years, and they are aggressive. They are aggressive when they're down to the last couple. But like I said, when Lemieux and Brodeur were both selling at the same time and they went for a fraction. Okay. That's a tough one, man. Yeah, so Precards, yep, exactly. Okay. So we'll get to was there something that you said you wanted to quickly touch on, Brad?
No, I just saying bad investment card. I forget what the question was.
Yeah, it was basically one that has basically gone down substantially in contrast to the other question.
Yep.
Your Reds out of 5? Not yet. Those are...
You wait and see. I got big plans.
Okay. Hey, I already told you got to bring at least one. I got to see this.
They are in a safe, secure place right now.
Okay.
They have been shipped off.
Gotcha.
But in March of 2021, I wanted to complete my Raptors edition, and I was still mad at Kawhi Leonard up until that point for leaving. And I bought his PSA 10 Prism rookie for $3,050 US. I have that card still. It's worth it's selling right now $500 to $600 Canadian.
Oh, no.
So I bought a BGS 9.5 for $300 from a guy. Mm-hmm. I cracked it open, sent it to PSA, came back at PSA 10. So I'm just going to keep dollar cost averaging until I can get that sucker down to where I need.
So the important takeaway here, Eric, is that Brad has already experienced your zombie apocalypse on a specific card, and he's like Carlos Sr. back in the day when he saw The Exorcist. He said he saw The Exorcist and now nothing scares him. Brad says, I saw this Kawhi Leonard card. I do not fear your zombie apocalypse.
Yeah. So 4,000 down to 600. There's an official loss.
That's a big one, yeah.
That's a bad loss.
But it's
Before
actually
8 o'clock tonight, I would have felt really bad for Brad, but now I'm like, good. I hope it hurts.
Nice,
Son of a bitch.
Yeah, that's fair. Here we go.
That's a good thing, Brad. It is an average cost down, which is a very smart way of doing things. And it doesn't have to be the same card. It can be something similar as well, too. Yeah. And you bought a group lot of things, and it's good to sometimes buy more into it until it's all gone. Or
that's a different story. Yeah, if you get rid of the supply, that is a strategy. You can definitely try to clean up that.
There's only so many 10s or whatever.
Exactly, it doesn't hurt. That's right. Here we go. Let me just see here. Scrolling through. Yeah, I'm shocked that his head hasn't detached from his body yet. Allegedly. We know who you're talking about. I feel your pain. Carlos been losing lots of Zach Martinox for ridiculous money. Yeah, sometimes you run into those weird runs. And the thing is, it's just that card. There's other stuff I have no problem buying, like good stuff, but I have no issue. It's this one stupid card that has just caused me problems. I've tried 3 or 4 straight times to buy the damn thing, and they refuse to take my money because someone is like, I'll pay double. Why?
So from the American team you're saying?
Yeah, that's from one of the Team USA uniforms. Yeah.
See, that's probably why. There's a lot of
for sure
specific collectors for that, so they're not even Medano collectors.
There are multiple. There's a Venn diagram of multiple folks that are
going to get all the full set of those. I guess they probably could have set up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's what it is. You're chasing those guys. All the other Medano guys are going down.
It's just been particularly unfortunate because if they're doing the set for whatever reason, they haven't been nearly as aggressive with the Brodeurs, with the Lemieux, who are in that set for their respective countries as well. Just for whatever reason, I've been on the wrong end of those exchanges lately. So, and that's an open auction. That's not like a dealer who has it. So it's like, and I went through the email chain on that. All the bidders are like 1,000 feedback, 1,200 feedback, and I'm like, those are probably fine. You're just offering a lot of money, but those bids are probably legit. They're fine.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's like, okay, whatever the case is. So now you all know the Mike Medano market on that one specific card on fire. Fire. I wonder how many snuck out an ITG, sold their back stock. Yeah. Mine has gone down. Most is an 88 Fleer Pippen BGS, down 35% from where you bought it. Yeah, a lot of those late 80s ones. Yeah.
Scotty's.
Yep.
I think some of his, I don't know if anyone's been following him at all, but Scotty's kind of gone off the deep end a little over the last couple of years.
He might have decided to go Carlos trolling on Jordan.
And,
he's like, Ugh.
So I think a lot of people have a bad taste in their mouth about him now, and I don't know if that's damaged his hobby worth. But it isn't just that he trolls on Jordan, but he just sounds like maybe he got hit in the head too many times or something. I'm not sure what to say, but he just sounds like a crazy person when he talks.
He's too tall to get hit in the head too many times. Come on.
Like he could jump. He could jump and hit the backboard or something.
Yeah, I mean, it's like he's just not right. I don't know what the problem is, but if you heard any interviews with him, it's just something isn't right.
Well, in fairness, in The Last Dance, Jordan kind of killed him, because you got to remember, The Last Dance, Jordan, executive producer. Right. So when they basically went into Scottie Pippen's slander, he's sitting there watching, and he's like, "I'll remember that. Okay, oh, yeah. We'll talk about that later." I don't know who Jake Sanford is.
So I'm not going to get into this one, okay. But I will say this, that Jake Sanford is a kid from Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, signed with the Yankees for $1 million.
Oh, okay.
Was going to make the team. He recently came out. He's been called out. I helped him out over the past, me and a lot of my close friends. A little bit naive into the situation, but he's coming out with a statement this week. At the end of the day, he is an addicted gambler.
Oh, okay.
It's a sad story. He was a good kid. You know, he didn't have money growing up, and all of a sudden he signed with the New York Yankees, got $1 million, went to Florida, and this gambling addiction took over his life. And he borrowed money from friends and family. And he, from what I understand, like the rumors that he stole merchandise from the Yankees cut him loose.
Oh, so that's who it was. I remember seeing something about a Yankee guy. I remember something. I didn't know the name.
Yeah.
So, but I'd seen something about that.
Yeah, I know him personally, and I know a lot of guys that know him personally, and we talked about it today. We had a group call, actually 4 or 5 of us, and this kid's 24 years old. The world came crashing down on him. He has an addiction. Eric, I mean, I know you deal with this. I'm not turning my back on him. I believe him when he said he did not steal anything. He took pictures of certain equipment and he razzed it, and then he never shipped items. There's no one out there that I know of that, and we've dug into this, that actually received any of these items. Anyways, he's openly admitted it. He's come clean on everything, and he needs help. So me and a few other guys said, you know what, I'm going to be there to help the guy. Awesome. Everyone needs somebody, so we're going to stick up for him, and we're just not going to. Again, when you go social media, the power of social media out there is so big, and it's just everyone wants just to throw this kid under the bus, but we're not going to let it happen. Again, he aired out everything. I mean, he put it. And people say, how do you spend $1 million? How do you blow $1 million? He actually has a spreadsheet.
Buy a Trump card.
Yeah, but it's a spreadsheet from his like how it all happened, and it all makes perfect sense. Casinos. Gambling, bought a car, helped out his parents, helped out his friends, cell phone bills, you're playing in the minors, you got no more money coming in after you get your signing bonus, bad guidance, a couple of little bad small investments, like it's just a shitty situation. Anyways, I just say he did some bad things. I helped him out financially, and I don't care if I ever get $1 back as long as he gets the help he needs, and he's going to do that. So anyways, not to get too bit on it, but
no, for sure.
That's what I'm at.
I'm shockingly surprised. Good on you for it, but it's shocking to me how interesting a segue this creates into one of the things that I said I was going to get to. I'll get to it in a second, but kudos to you. I know Brad's very much a give people an opportunity kind of guy, so it is well within his character. I'll quickly read Hockey's thing here. So he's basically saying, he basically says be careful with it, but that's fair enough. I'll touch on that in a minute, but thank you for explaining that, Brad. I didn't have the background or context, so thank you for adding that piece of information. I'll read a couple of these comments, and then I'll explain why this is a bit of an interesting segue. You'll kind of get the idea, but did you want to say something, Eric? Go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to say I think it's very commendable that you want to continue to support him. He needs this now more than ever. He'll find out who his real friends are when it all hits the fan like this. And it's not an easy fix. It's a long road when you have any type of addiction. And all I can tell you, other than I commend you greatly, And I say this as a professional, not as a sarcastic, son of a bitch. There's a saying that is very truthful, and that's, how do you know when an addict is lying? And the answer is their lips are moving. So if you're going to help somebody with an addiction, always be cautious. When you say, I believe him, don't. Everything has to be proven. He tells you something, you want proof. Yep. Do not take an addict's word. It is worthless. And, after a year of recovery, he can start earning that back. Absolutely. But you never believe a word that comes out of an addict's mouth.
Yeah.
Anything they tell you, you say, okay, that's great. Show me. And that's how they earn the trust back. Because if they're telling the truth, they'll be like, oh, yeah, here you go. Yeah. If they hesitate at all, they're thinking about a lie.
Yeah.
So that's my support for you.
Yeah.
Please help this kid. He needs it. He's young. He has his whole life ahead of him. He needs help. But he's a con artist. Every addict is. And if you go into it with this, I just want to help and be open-hearted and loving and caring, and I'm going to believe him and support him, he'll screw you next.
Yeah. No, 100%. And you see, we'll not talk about it on the show tonight. Someday we'll have a good conversation about it. But it's kind of that whole thing. And you've seen, not being naive, seeing how the whole circle has come. And you can make that decision. It's easy to say, hey, yeah, this guy took me for, a large sum of money, and he took 300 people for large sums of money. You can just say, I'm done, which a lot of guys I know have said, you know what? Nah, he got me. I'm out. I'm done.
And that's fair. And I don't blame those people either.
Here do I. I don't blame them all. You can make that decision if you want. But the group of guys that I talked to today, I said, hey, you know what? I'm giving him a chance. We know what he is. Anything that comes out of his mouth, like you said, we know. It's not going to be the truth. He's going to get the help that he needs, and he's going to move forward, hopefully. And if he doesn't on this time, then, hey, then you wipe your hands and you say, I did my best. We're done. So.
Well, if in the future, offline, you want to talk about anything, you let me know.
Yeah, I'd love to. Honestly, Eric, I would absolutely love to, because we got to figure all this out. So we'll see.
I'm gonna give it a pregnant pause. Because once again, we actually had an actionable piece of actual useful thing. I hope all y'all took notes, because it happened on this day at this time.
Doesn't surprise anybody more than me.
Exactly. That's why I said I wanted to give it a pregnant pause. I wanted us to appreciate the moment. Now, as a professional asshole, I'm going to continue from here.
Go.
Because this is what I do. Okay, so I'll read a couple of these comments, and then we'll get into the platinum breaks thing for a moment. Yeah, no worries. So my Midyear went for 9. So this is regarding the shoot, I already forgot the name of the name insert. Country of origin. In regards to the country of origin patches. Midyear went for like $94. The most recent for $81. No reason for it to be a quarter of the price. I wish it was a quarter of the price. If it had been for a quarter of the price, I would have won. but I get your point, Dave. Thank you. Yep, Pippen is sour. Agreed. Pippen went off on Phil Jackson saying Kukoc was a racist move. Yeah. He went off. He lost his mind quite a bit. Pippen is better because he wasn't the biggest star as Jordan. Yep. So I'll skip a couple of these. I know you guys mentioned a little bit about the Sanford thing. Like I said, I had no background in the Sanford thing. But thank you guys for filling in the blanks. I appreciate that. I'll move on here a little bit. I want to ask Brad if he's seen coming the most for PSA grading since they started $50 flipping PC. Just real quick, high level. Do you have one there for you?
Kirill Kaprizov.
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. I could see that. That makes sense. Yeah. Yep, agree, Eric. We're working drug and alcohol recovery. It's a tough road. Person has to hit rock bottom, unfortunately. Thank you, Michael Ham. He's playing on Ottawa now. Probably not ready to recover yet. We'll see. We'll take a time. A pregnant pause doesn't have to be that long, Will. There's no definition. Settle down, sir. Settle down. Okay. Let's talk about the platinum breaks thing. The reason why I said it was it was a surprisingly good segue is we're talking about. So I want to make this into a broader discussion. I want to open it up a little more. The specifics of it, I'll be honest, I didn't make a video on it because I don't care that much. I just don't. However, I do think there is a good illustrative thing here. This is where I feel the value is. We can take the example and still get an illustrative discussion out of it. I still think there's value here. So long story short, there was a video breakdown, and I don't know how many of you saw it. There were 2 parts to it, where somebody took video from a break that Platinum Breaks was doing, and they had the One Breaker G. who was basically being a spaz, and he was doing a National Treasures. And they have the little boxes, and in it, he kind of quickly flashed that there was a redemption card still inside of a box, and it looked like he had thrown it in the garbage. And then basically they went through, and people said, "Hey, no, there's a redemption card. There's a redemption card." He hadn't pulled out all the cards. And he basically went in and leaned towards. Basically, they brought out the garbage bag to presumably go check for it because he had thrown the thing in there presumably. But what happened is he did the one thing that you shouldn't do as a breaker, and this is the general statement first. As a breaker, you're only as good as your ability to be transparent. For me, in my opinion, my takeaway is that any breaker worth their salt, from the time the product enters sealed into the shot until the time it gets opened, until the time every last card is taken out, we should be able to see everything you're doing. You should be like a card dealer in Vegas. We need to be able to see your hands. We need to be able to see what's in the hands. Your hands should be empty or whatever, and there should be no questions. I'm going to give you a quick analogy from my past life because I worked a bunch of jobs back in the day. My first job out of university, first one, I worked in corporate deposits at one of the banks. It was an underground section that you had to go down in a special elevator to go in with double-sided steel doors. We dealt predominantly in cash. Not a lot of people can. I can say I've held over $1 million in cash in my hands multiple times over the course of the period that I worked there.
Brad has that now.
Yeah, well, he does that. He does that at home. That's different. It's when he's stuffing, his mattresses. That's different. It's not the same. Yeah. So what happened is the job, though, is cash. You're grabbing these envelopes and these gigantic envelopes because this is from corporate deposits. And one of the things at the time that I was working there is the C&E was doing its casino. And his casino takes in cash hand over fist, tons of it, in big envelopes. You'd rip open the envelopes and you'd take the money out. You've got counting machines and everything. You're counting everything, and then you're inputting it into the system because this is corporate deposits. So think about if you go to the teller, it's the same idea, but this is for businesses. So it's large sums of cash. Millions and millions of dollars are moving up and down the aisleways of that the whole day, all day long that the day is going. We had like thousands of cameras about us, thousands, capturing everything. This is how seriously they take it, in addition to thousands of cameras. So what happens is, when you go in and you start taking money out of it, let's say you drop a quarter. You try to pull out some change and you drop a quarter under the desk. You have to have a person sitting to the left of you. You have the person sitting to the right of you. And then the second that happens, you're going to go get the quarter, right? No. First, you got to be like, hey, drop the quarter. They have to back out of their chairs, back away from their own desks, and watch you go get the quarter. Put it back on top of the desk, because there's always got to be accountability. Multiple people have to watch you to make sure. That's literally what they have to do. They have to stop what they're doing, back up, watch you take it, put it back on top of the desk, and that's with all the cameras going.
The things I wouldn't do for 2 bits.
Yeah. But that was basically what happened. Because like I said, we're here. Maximus Bumper saying $1 million, surprisingly smaller than you think. For a lot of people, yes. But what happens is there's $1 million on my desk, $1 million on their desk, and $1 million on their desk, and $1 million on their desk. And we're all within 10 feet of each other. So, and that's one set of deposits. We're doing that the whole day. So millions go through just one aisle. So basically what happened was you had all these extra things. A group breaker, you don't need to be that dramatic. It doesn't have to be like that. But you should have a camera that's either overhead or facing sideways so I can see you. I should be able to see what you're doing. When the product is open, we've seen all the cards in it. You're good to put it in a box and then you're going to stow it away and ship it off or do whatever you're going to do. Because we've already seen every card that was supposed to be pulled. Yeah, we're good to go. Now, if you turn your back to me, the garbage bag is here, and you completely turn your back to me so your body is obscuring everything that's happening, you should understand that people will be suspicious. And that's what you got in the breakdown of the footage. You had a blind spot where he reached out for a box, and you had a blind spot where he was shielding the thing with his body. And then, in response, they came up with a response video. Now, here's a piece of advice. For G of Platinum Breaks. Here's a piece of advice. Free advice.
If you're going to lie properly, yes.
No, here's the thing. I'm not even going there. My advice is if you're ever in court for anything, I don't care if it's for a parking ticket, do not testify on your own behalf. Because if I'm a good litigator, I could get you prosecuted for a murder that happened 5 years before you were born. That's how you sound. I can get you prosecuted for it. Even if it's not physically possible that you were there, I'm sure I can get the jury to believe you're guilty. Because that's what you sound like. I'm not going to make the video, I will say, is compelling. It's extremely compelling. like I'd be 99% comfortable being like, I'm pretty sure you did it. But here's the thing. I'm not 100% because I can't see the item. And it's obscured by the person's body. So I'm 99% sure.
So in a court of law, it would be innocent.
Yeah, that's the thing. But the bottom line is your response to it did not help. You actually sound worse with your explanation. That did not assist. And this is where it kind of plays into this other piece. Bring it back to the discussion we just had. The problem is, if you then go to the wall to defend these individuals, you might believe with every fiber of your being they're innocent in this case. The problem is now every transgression you have ever had in your life will now be brought up and used against you. So I can take it a step beyond the specific thing. Now you have people coming out of the woodwork. Well, what about the time you did this? What about the time you did that? Oh, we got video of this. We got video of that. We got an audio recording of this. You can go check out Sports Card Radio. Has a couple of things on it recently this week. And I'll give you a different one. This is one that I'll share with you guys that is separate from a Sports Card Radio. And it's just for your reference. And I'll include a link to this one in the description in case you're curious as background. So you can take it or leave it as you will. But I'll share it with you guys.
Was it true that they were deleting some videos?
I have no idea. That is the rumor going out there. But again, I'm treating it as a rumor. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I was.
I don't know. Yeah, I genuinely don't know.
I would never go without.
Yeah.
Knowing.
Without verifying it myself, I'm saying this is what I've heard, but I don't know the answer to that question. So this is from Mojobreak Sports Card Radio Show. They're a group breaker as well in the space. So again, take it with a grain of salt. Just understand that this is a competitor in the space. So
I
just
just
take
want
that.
to say that. Yeah, I just.
That's what I said. Take it with a grain of salt.
Yep.
However, their history has been they don't call out other group breakers. Even if they're kind of concerned with something, they kind of like, okay, well, that's unfortunate, but they kind of stay clear of it.
Not even half shirt group breakers.
They didn't like them, but they said like, look, not our cup of tea. They basically stayed as light as they could. They said, not our cup of tea, but you guys got to figure out and to make your own decision. They basically try to stay out of it as much as possible.
They stay neutral like Carlos does on everything.
Without question. But I think they do a little better job at it than I do. It's staying neutral. But to put it into perspective, on this episode, they dedicated a whole segment in covering a bunch of Platinum Breaks transgressions over years. A bunch of different stuff that they witnessed. They witnessed or were present to. So I leave it to you. Go watch and listen to it yourself. You can choose how credible or uncredible it is. That's fine. Use it as background. The bottom line is I don't know if he did it in this instance. The video, like I said, is extremely compelling. The breakdown, I think, was perfectly fair, given what you can see in that video.
Sure.
We go back in history. The more things you do, the less the benefit of the doubt I can give you. So when I add it up in totality, there's enough circumstantial stuff that starts stacking up. And then kind of to Maximus's point here, first time he's heard Mojobreak talk like that. Yes, they're in the business. They don't want to trash other group breakers because it actually hurts them indirectly. Troop breakers being untrustworthy is bad. It's not a good thing for their business model. So they try to be on friendly terms with as many as is humanly possible. They dedicated a segment to trashing them because they were so fed up with those guys over years. So Platinum Breaks has not made friends. And now all of a sudden their friends are like, well, it turns out you got a lot of skeletons in your closet, my man. And you know what? We got receipts, we got dates, times, and places. Even beyond the specific example right now. So when the other ones start going like, okay, how about we start talking about all our incidents we had with you? Interesting.
There's a lot of things said behind closed doors about dealers, companies, whatever, and it kind of stays there.
Yeah.
This one coming out is very interesting.
That's why I say,
You
like,
never want to go out there. It's a tough world to live in if everybody's complaining about everybody else. But behind the closed doors, it's perfectly fine.
But publicly, Mojobreak has generally been pretty good about staying in good terms with most other group breakers. They're usually fairly cooperative with a lot of them.
Sure.
So it's good business for them to stay on at least respectable terms. The fact that they chose to go in on Platinum tells that Platinum does not have a good reputation with some of their fellow breakers. And they were willing to be like, all right, throw them under the commuter train. Have at it.
But wasn't there something in regards to that? Why he did that, Mojo?
Oh, there was a series of incidents that they ran into specifically with them that soured them on dealing with them. Soured them. Yeah.
So this was the final straw, I guess.
Yeah, this was basically the one that put the straw that broke the camel's back. I said, you know what? Forget it. I'm just going to say the stuff that I've been wanting to say for years. And this was the one that put it over the top. So I got a couple of comments here, and I want to read them. So does anyone want to chime in on any of that? I tried to give a synopsis. I gave some background. I gave my own experiences in a similar type of field. So hopefully it gives a little background. Any thoughts on any aspect of it?
My only thoughts is I'm getting sick and tired of having the same discussion every week. That there's just another episode of
Eric,
blatant
they've
thievery.
always been out there, and
I know it's just
we're bringing it to
sad.
light.
It sucks. Well, where there's money, there's going to be greed, and there's going to be criminality, and it's just a shame
Profit,
because
happiness, and
a
lot of other good things go with money too. Right?
yeah, but a hobby's supposed to be fun, but there's so much money involved in it that people are gonna do what they and we keep seeing it every single week that there's another story of someone trying to screw the hobby over, and it's just it's too bad.
Yeah, I think it's fair.
Good content.
Yeah. Any thoughts, Brad?
Yeah,
good, bad, or indifferent? Any thoughts in general?
No, it doesn't affect me. It's kind of back to what we said before. You know what? Don't buy into people. I guess no. My easiest thing. Let me change that again. I just got tongue tied there. It doesn't affect me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not into it. You should know who you do business with. Try to do the best you can and move on. I'm indifferent. I guess I don't. Yeah. I just don't pay attention to it.
Yeah. And like I said, I go back to my advice initially at the beginning. I would say if you're going to deal with a group breaker, because they have their place in the hobby, there is a purpose to them. I would say be very careful, do your due diligence, and I really would recommend to any and all group breakers, have a camera angle that leaves no blind spots. I would always be in maximum comfort. I need to be able to see what you're doing. Again, use that analogy I used earlier. Again, I gave you the ultimate extreme. I went to the end of extreme to tell you what. The only reason they did that is not because they want to stop other people from working. They want accountability. They want to make sure that, look, if something's going to happen, then a bunch of you have to be in on it. Then we got a bigger problem, obviously. But otherwise, their job is just to watch you do it. Yep, they did it. Great. Everybody sits back and gets back in position. Again, that's the extreme. In this example, though, use the dealer rules from a casino. We can see your hands. You can't mess around with extra decks of cards. There can't be other stuff going on. I need to be able to see everything you're doing.
I think the one thing they were lacking was the above camera. I think most places, even at the expo, if you've seen that the break they had there last time, man, their cameras above, side, behind. It was just like everywhere. You couldn't do anything. Yeah. Now your above camera will cover all of that. It would catch that box. It would catch everything that went on there. So
you can
why
also
do they not have one?
Exactly.
Question.
You can also do a side camera with a wide angle. Because I was watching actually a breaker last night while I was killing some time. Buck City breaks. They're very small, relatively speaking, but they have two cameras. One is looking at the product. One is a wide angle side camera that you can see the guy. You can see the whole table all the way through to the end. You can see into the back behind him. You can see his chair. You can see basically the floor. So it's wide enough that you can see, like, look, you want to do something, you're going to have to really be fancy because I can physically see your entire body in this shot.
Yeah.
I can see where your hands are. I can see where your arms are. And they've got only a 2-camera setup.
And there's the best advice you could get going forward. If you're ever in doubt and you want to be a breaker, get a top camera, cover every angle. You'll never have this ever happen.
There will be less questions.
A whisper. Yeah, exactly.
Yep. There will be less questions. Okay, so this one here, I'll touch on this one quickly. I don't think PSA lowered their fees. PSA made $50 open. That was the most recent. I don't think anything else has, there's been nothing else since then, right?
Nothing else.
Yeah, right now it's the $50 one, but it is now open to Collectors Club members without caps, is basically the current update.
Yep, that's it. And then they'll see what the market dictates, and then their next decision will be based upon how many cards they receive at the $50 level. So
yeah, that's fair. I just wanted to confirm with you that there wasn't anything I wasn't unaware of. Oh, this one's a good one. I like this one. Don't answer this one. This one's for Eric. Big news today that Beckett opened up economy level $35 with subgrades. They came out swinging versus PSA. Lots of people took note. Eric, tell us about your love for Beckett. Thank you. Moving on. Was an armored truck driver? Corporate deposits, but close enough. Yeah, Big Buddy was obscuring what's happening. Yeah, here's the thing. By the way, again, if I want to pretend that that Buddy from Platinum Breaks was not doing anything shady, turning as quickly as is humanly possible to obstruct the view of the camera is not the way to convince me you're not doing anything shifty.
I've never seen a big guy move so fast.
I was like, he moved real fast. He was moving pretty quick there. But anyway.
Big guy, little jacket.
And again, to be clear, I'm not accusing the man of a damn thing. I'm saying the video was compelling. I'm saying check it out for yourself, judge for yourself. And I'm saying that the follow-up video did you no favors in terms of increasing credibility. The other stuff that's coming out, I'm not shocked. I'm not surprised. I don't care. I don't do business with them one way or the other. And I'm not going to encourage or discourage anybody. You, do your due diligence. That's all I can say for you.
It's kind of like that movie, The Bronx Tale. He was explaining. It was funny.
Yep.
Okay, here we go.
Yep. Will knows. Good evening, Paul. Yep. Mojo had their own business affected by platinum behavior, so they spilled the tea. Yeah, and I think that was a big part of it, because at that point, the more people question your genre of business, it's bad for business. So even the suspicion is still a problem. It's one of those things like, do better. And they're like, and if you have a history of them causing problems and doing kinds of things, and that's what you end up talking about, it's like, well, then you've got a track record. We can establish that you've got a long track record of causing problems and creating waves where you shouldn't be doing that, and it's hurting other breakers. So it's like, yeah, they're not going to be your friends at that point.
Yeah, they got also removed from one of the events, and a few other things on there. Attitudes, everything. You kind of goes to their heads, I guess, when you get a little bit popular. Breaking.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate, Carlos, you're 100% correct that in that genre of business, if you keep hearing these stories about breakers, screwing over the clientele, it affects the entire genre of business.
Yes.
And every other honest breaker should be doing everything they can to get the bad ones out of the business.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I think that at that point, it is a combination of self-interest, and also there is some animosity, because if you listen to the segment, like there's some residual anger over time and they kept their lips shut for a long time. And then it's like, all right, you know what? Forget it. Now I'm bringing all the receipts. Here's places, times. Here's what we saw. Here's what we were present for. Like, I'm not shocked that it came to that, but it's like, no, I'm staying out of it. Y'all do you. That's why I didn't make a video on it. I said, no, you do you. Y'all figure yourselves out. I can't help you.
It happens in a lot of facets of life where, one guy spoils it for a lot of the other people. Now we have to go this far. Now I have to go through all of this just to get past that initial bar that these guys kind of ruined for us. So it's just a push for everybody to try to do more for their business, and it's harder to get through the doors. Different events, now it's restricted, so I feel sorry for the other guys, and I think that's what probably pushed them over the edge. It's like, now I got to jump through hoops to do things where it was kind of, we had a little bit more flow. So,
yep. So Bob, this one is referring to platinum breaks. The one you're talking about there with the mark cards, that's the backyard breakers. Everybody's favorite. Endorsed by Josh Lure.
Exactly.
Allegedly. We still love you, Josh, as long as you cut the check. If you cut the check, we love you.
That's right.
Look, put me in touch with the Raleigh Fingers guy. We'll talk.
Yeah.
Anyway, moving in. But with your dollars, yes, agreed. Breakers are legal drug dealers. It's not a bad analogy. I'm with you. I get it. Are we talking about breaking or running an OnlyFans business? Paul says, why not both? Correct answer, Paul. The answer is always yes in that situation. Good evening, Tom. Absolutely. Yep, I think Carlos should start his own breaker channel. Not worth the pain in the ass. That is a pain. A pain in the ass. It's one of those things. I would love to participate in the hobby to a certain degree. I always joke about the Fanatics thing. Although at this point, getting Josh Luber's endorsement apparently isn't a high bar. I don't know. But look, I'll take the cash. I don't care. I'll sell out. We already covered this. I'll sell out. Yeah. If the check's big enough, we'll make it happen. But yeah, man, that's a tough way to make a living. You got to get allocation. You got to get product like that. And by the way, the backyard breakers thing with the whole mark cards thing, it's stupid because almost every reasonable breaker uses a random number generator. You got teams or something, just randomize it.
Yeah.
Random.org, it's free. Just use it. Idiots. It's not that complicated.
Well, Carlos, you just summed it up.
Yeah, they're idiots, I know.
You just summed the whole situation up.
With the lack of vehicles out there, you have a lot of used car dealers who are not employed. So, that's it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. Yeah, they did their research about them. So hold on, I'm trying to see which one we're looking at.
Is that going to be in the link, the Mojo?
Sorry, what are you? Oh yeah, the Mojobreak one. Yes. I'll put that one in. I've got that one for that specific podcast. I will give the link to that one. Yep, absolutely. Yep. I'm not sure what this one we're referring to, Bob. I know there's a couple of things there closely tied, so just let me know which one that was. I'm not sure. The Mojobreaks guy actually have firsthand experience with platinum. So if that's the one you're referring to, they've actually dealt with platinum before and had some incidents with them, and that's what they recount in their podcast. But that's why I said I gave the caveat early. They are a competitor in the space. Take it with a grain of salt, but they do have a lot of specific times and places, some of which could be corroborated with other individuals who were there. So there is the ability, if someone cares that much, they can look into it and confirm. It's not too big a deal. Any thoughts on Prism basketball lasting for a little bit on the shelves these days? Well, given the general cool down, it makes sense. It really does. Because it was going so hot so long. Now, also kind of playing into what you asked about a little earlier is if cheaper grading is available, then some of that stuff becomes a little bit more compelling because people like sending those Prism basketball rookies. They like sending the base cards and trying to get that quick flip. At $50, it's really not worth it to take the flyer. At $20 ish, it might be worth again to take the flyer. Or at the old bulk rates, it would be worth to take the flyer, but not at $50. Does that make sense? Yep. So this one here. Do you want to add anything to that one, Brad? Hockey loves you, you know.
That's because hockey doesn't know him.
Oh, you're muted, Brad.
Good. I don't want to hear him anyway.
Yeah, you muted yourself, Brad. I can't hear you.
Good.
I was eating crackers.
It's all good. It's all good. It's all good.
We wouldn't kick you out of the show for eating crackers there.
Yeah, it's all good. So Prism basketball. Aside from the price point of the grading, do you think anything about the Prism basketball? Anything?
No, not really. It's just the price point. If the price drops down, it's going to fly off the shelves. But.
Is the current Prism basketball? I don't follow basketball, admittedly. Hands up on that. Is the current Prism basketball have any particularly compelling rookies in it?
No, but it's not the Prism hasn't come out yet. It's the draft that came. It's the Prism.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Anybody good in it? I have no idea.
I don't think in our little allocation that we had with that, I think both boxes are still sitting on the. I think we got 2 of each different boxes, and they're still on the shelf. So.
Gotcha. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. Well, hobby drama's hobby drama, man. Got no control over that. I want to see Josh Luber and Daphne in a video there with their hats backwards.
And doing each other's nails.
Hashtag content gods. Put it out in the universe. You never know. Bob here. Josh replied to a DM of somebody about the backyard breakers. They did the research. Oh, okay. Now I get what you're saying. Yeah. They were just guys hustling, working very hard. Yeah. Josh doesn't know what the hustlers. Yes. He also said when he got on the live stream that they were the first ones that had asked him. So that's why he went. A lot of deep research. Deep research, man. Listen, Josh Luber, as a bonus, if you send the big check so that I can sell out to Fanatics, I will be your head of Google research. As in, I will look up the Google. I will go to the Google machine, and I will tell you that these guys are tools. I'll provide references. I got you, man. I got you.
I was a private investigator for a year. I'll do the background check. Yeah,
exactly. Like we can handle this deep, thorough background check. It's like, oh, how did you come back with it so fast? Here's a picture of the half-shirted dorks doing shit.
Yeah. Do
you really want to be associated with these guys? Good point. Good day.
Here's a weird question, Eric. So if you were a private investigator for a year,
yeah,
why only a year? Obviously, you weren't that good. It's like I was a doctor for a year, but.
No, I was good at it. The problem was
the restraining orders piled up.
No, because under the license you're working with the state police, so you can't. I can do whatever I want. No, real quick.
So wait. So don't bury the lead. So you're going to be a private investigator again, so you can investigate Marcel Dion. Is what you're trying to say?
Well, I don't do it anymore, but yes, I'm going to.
I want to be clear. I figured that's where we were going with this.
I really hope something works out where he and I can hang out, and I'm going to take so many freaking pictures and send them to you guys.
And all the pictures are going to include him pointing to a sign that says "Help me."
It's too bad you missed the monthly. We used to go to Niagara Falls, and he'd have beside his restaurant there. We just sit down and shoot the shit for an hour, 2 hours.
He's such a nice guy. I really hope that something worked out
but they closed that down, so it doesn't happen anymore. Yeah. And COVID screwed a lot of that stuff up anyways.
Yep.
So when it comes to being a private investigator, okay, I did workman's comp fraud. First of all, I wasn't chasing divorcees. We had the biggest construction project in world history in Boston called the Big Dig. And there was a lot of workman's comp fraud around it. And
I actually visited a couple of times while the Big Dig was still well in effect.
Yeah, it's a nightmare. So
Yeah,
and
that
of
lasted
course-
forever.
and of course, since then, tiles have fallen down and killed people driving through. The tunnel leaks. I mean, there's all sorts of issues. The thing is a tragedy waiting to happen. But that's a side note. So, as a private investigator, people want to know what it's like. I tell them this. I said, "All right, go out and sit in your car in front of your house for 8 hours and wait for you to come out."
Yeah.
That's how exciting it is. That's what it's like. I would get up at 4:00 in the morning, drive all over Massachusetts and New Hampshire, get to someone's house by 5, 6 a.m., and I would sit there all day waiting for them to do something. And 9 times out of 10, they didn't come out of their house because they were actually hurt. But every
So
once in
you're
a
telling
while-
me that you're uniquely qualified to become the new inspector of Beckett Grading Quality Assurance. You will literally sit there for hours waiting for something to happen.
things would happen every 5 seconds. I'd be so busy, I wouldn't know what to do with myself.
Are you
Place
sure
is
things
shit.
happen every 5 seconds?
It's a complete shit show. Oh, this one's upside down
The
again.
meme says the stick guy is poking the stick saying, come on, do something. Are you sure something happens?
Oh, it's not, that place is an absolute shit show. I'd be like a fireman putting out fires all day long.
Yeah, so you're Daniel. Good evening. Planet is so big. I don't know why they do that. I actually sent an article to somebody that was talking about this. It's like sometimes rich people shoplift. Why? Not because they need it.
Excitement.
They just want. I guess they want to feel alive.
Thrill,
Yeah, I guess so.
winning.
Yeah, it could be a variety of different things. Like I said, my bottom line. I have my personal opinion. I've tried to keep my personal opinion out of this discussion. All I said was the video is compelling. I want you, if you want to watch it, if you care.
Your smirk said it all, though.
But my smirk is not admissible in anywhere.
Uh,
Sorry.
that's
Not
a
to
nervous
us.
tick. That's a nervous tick. He can't help
Oh,
that.
it wasn't nervous. It wasn't nervous. It was quite joyful.
We have a doctor's note.
Mhm.
Yeah. All right. So, Bobby, one word answer only.
Uh-oh.
We need new books on hockey cards. Only way to do that is to move past 1990. One word answer.
One word?
Yeah, one word answer. Oh my God, that was a setup for no. You could have just gone with
Yeah,
no.
no.
Like, that was really easy.
Well,
Or
it's
nope.
actually-
Nope would have been acceptable too. 9?
There's
Yeah.
something in the plans. I was kind of taken
Post
by it
1990?
because I've been talking. Yes,
Okay. Go on.
but there has to be a cutoff point, and I will never go past 1995. Let's just say, but that doesn't
Okay.
tell you how far I am going.
Okay. Fair
And
enough.
I've been talking with somebody about that. So
Well, there you go. Well, hockey indirectly got a little more information than we had before. So there you go. Enjoy.
well, it's like he knew something. I went, how did he know I was talking about that? He didn't.
Yeah,
So-
I would say no, Bobby. I think that's great, and I'd be obviously very interested to hear more about that on the QT. But I would go up. If it was me, I would say I wouldn't go past 2000 because I think the 90s do still have some of the fun left in it.
So you want to spend
But-
5 years of your life going
No,
from
I- no,
95
I-
to 2000
No, what I'm saying is once 2000
without
hit,
getting paid, working 10 hours a day, saving
Oh,
pictures,
God,
cropping pictures.
listen, I'm getting tired of being
Going to
called the
95 is like a dream.
I am tired of being called the curmudgeon of the group. This guy is as sour as can be.
Wow. Shots fired.
But
you know,
do
there's
such
only
an
so
ex-
much time
you
in
do
your
such
life
an
you
ex-
have left.
Yeah, but you do such an excellent job. And
Hold on. Look, you two guys, like, I can't have it like this. All right, you face each other. You face each other. I say, you deal with yourselves down there. Brad and I are men of peace. We're hanging out up here. Y'all do your thing down there. Yeah. All right,
What-
Paul here. I know an ex-bank robber did 25 years of the advent of security cameras. I believe it. Yeah, I think that's fair.
What happened to Yannick?
Yannick
he lost
had internet connection problems. Yeah, he pinged me. He pinged me right after. He might still be watching right now, but he was having an internet connection problem.
What makes you think I won't cut you?
See, like I said, leave it. Thunderdome, y'all. We'll make it happen.
That was Saturday Night Live. Remember? No.
I watched Saturday Night Live the last time was like in the 90s.
Brad would remember. And
Yeah, it hasn't been good in a long time.
I've been watching Saturday Night Live since the 80s. Yeah.
Do you watch the recent ones? It's not great.
No, it's
No,
pretty
they're
bad.
not good.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not
Yeah,
good.
the other night I was watching. I DVR him and watch him whenever, and my wife and I looked at each other at one point and went, "We've been watching this for an hour. Have we laughed yet?" And the answer
It's like I
was
said,
no.
it's not very good at this stage.
No.
Yeah, he still likes to shoplift canned oysters. Gives him a thrill he hasn't felt in 40 years. There you go. Thank you, Paul. Paul's always good for the anecdotes, so thank you, Paul. I think we've answered this question. Just a different context, but similar question. Try to sell your collections of stuff that maybe you aren't too interested in. I think we talked about this, though. Correct me if I'm wrong, and add to it if you want to. I think you do take certain stuff under certain circumstances because there's some guys that do like it in the store. Do you want to elaborate on that?
Yeah, no, we kind of really do take anything, and we give a lot away. We're going to have we have a big blowout show at the end of the year, Halifax Forum, and this year it's going to be as pay as you go. I have, I think, 4 or 5 storage units full right now, and some stuff like I bet I have 10 million cards or 20 million cards. I don't even know. We're going to put it all at the forum, and it's going to be pay what you think on day 1, and then day 3 will be free. Just come in and take whatever's left out. So yeah, so we take it. But it's funny how you say about Chris. We have different personalities, I guess you could say, but he reminds me so much of myself. He started at the super young age, and he buys collections, and that's what I've done since I was a kid. So
I have one thing about Chris that he says he's a collector first, and I don't think he is.
Well, I think in the last conversation,
I think
he said that.
at heart.
I think he said that. I believe in the most recent conversation, because I know Dakota did an interview with him recently, and I believe in his most recent one, he said that has been de-emphasized lately, because he said that for him, it always was collector first, but the amount of stuff he's interested in, like he's more specific. He will still get stuff for his personal collection, but now a lot more stuff falls into the other categories for him. So I believe he addressed something along that line. I might be misremembering, but I think he mentioned something about that specific thing.
Yeah. Okay. I just was thinking that. So.
Yeah, no worries. Junk Wax Sarah hockey book. Well, as soon as he gets Eric to work for free, the unpaid intern has to do his thing.
You know, there's no money. There's no money in making books or websites. Like,
not at this point.
Profit wise, there's nothing. It's like penny an hour.
Yep.
So like I said, you know, I'm 57. I don't know how many more years I got left to do this hobby, but I will never get to that point.
There you go.
Even if I live to 95.
Fair enough.
But then it's all over July 1st anyway. So
yeah, I was gonna say, like, you can write. You know, in 1989, after the Berlin Wall fell, there was an author. The name escapes me, but it was an author who basically wrote the thesis that was the end of history. Bobby. At July the 2nd, you can begin penning the book, The End of the Hobby. Mm-hmm. July 1st, 2022 is the end of the hobby. And we can talk about the post-hobby era.
That's correct.
How it was fun when it was, yeah.
Do y'all remember that? Remember Platinum Breaks? Good times.
Yep.
I'll write the forward for
it's like the Backyard Breakers. Oh, man, those crazy scamps. That was 6 months ago. Oh, those scamps.
What I would like to really see in the hobby is I'd like to see other people pick up group source, baseball, basketball. Someone do basketball. It's so easy to do basketball. Like the stuff.
Robert's got it. That is the correct one. That was the name I was looking for. Thank you, Robert. That's exactly. Yeah. It was basically the end of history. It was like a thesis he had. But it was funny. I was just thinking about that when the July 1st thing came up. It's like, yeah, that's the end of it. That's it. We're done. It didn't quite work out that way. Not exactly the way he thought through it. Let me go here. Let's see.
I like to see that done in other sports. I think the door's open for basketball, and I think there's group sourcing for someone compiling the information for football and baseball. At least compartmentalized in certain areas, you know?
Yeah, I think now...
Much better than just a Beckett book that kind of generically goes through stuff. You know, you want to get into a little bit more other stuff.
I think now, if somebody was going to do that... if somebody was going to do that now, I think it would be, I think basically what would happen is you'd do something like Baseball Cardpedia, because that's like a group sourced site, but they've compiled a lot of information on different sets, the pack odds, the box odds, various things, little write-ups and blurbs, and they do like a Wikipedia thing. And it's generally pretty good. You can look up and see odds, so inserts if you can't find the box or whatever, and they'll take little images and throw some stuff on there. But it's group sourced. But it gives you a lot of information, especially a lot of 90s and 80s baseball. But that means somebody had to build the site, create it, host it, and do the whole thing, and then people would add more information to it.
The only way that would work if the U.S. did a government grant or Canada did a government grant for something like that.
Yep.
I was going to look into that because there is something out there, but I didn't have the time to. And what are you going to get paid? No.
Oh, there's almost no money in it. You have to they put little ads. It's a free site. Anybody can use it, but it's the little ads. I think that pay something, but it's not a lot. You're not.
No, the government grants pay you.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So,
Gotcha.
I'd be interested in seeing, for just an example, baseball. I mean, it's been around for so long. There's so many things. I mean, someone like Bobby, I don't think could do baseball. It's just so much that I think
I could do Canadian baseball.
Okay,
very easily, and I've done most of it anyway. So
that's the two sets of O-Pee-Chee cards that they had. All right, done. All right, so
whoa, singer.
so
and we have Andy who did the CFL from 18 to 19
right
to current time. So we have that covered in our area. Why is it only Canadians? Are we the only nice guys out there? Come on.
Well, that's true.
Well, that's even only alleged. I push back against that.
So I just wanted
nice guys. We pretty much have Brad. That's about it.
Yeah.
Brad, keep doing you, Brad. You're doing great.
No, Brad sucks.
Despite the curmudgeonly Massachusetts guys' objections, we appreciate you, Brad.
Brad sucks.
We appreciate
I don't appreciate him at all. Brad's dead to me. Anyway, I just want to finish this thought. I think something like the Baseball Hall of Fame
would
be really good at being able to do what Bobby does to cover the baseball, but plus even a bigger scale. They have the money, they have the resources, they have all these connections. They could get a team going. To do
a lot of retired people want something to do. It'd be great.
So so something like the Baseball Hall of Fame could do what Bobby has done for hockey for baseball, and it would need that kind of finance and factory to do it because there's so much.
I agree with that, but I will say from the baseball side of it, the one advantage they've had is that there have been different folks who have actually been able to, for certain categories, put together some scholarship. I will say, by comparison, baseball has more scholarship than the other categories because more. Because the pre-war guys on Net 54, some of them have put together ebooks and things that actually encompassed a lot of information. They did surveys with big collectors and got a lot of info. I've actually saved a little story pertaining to vintage baseball, which I'll grab in a couple of minutes. But people have been doing this research for some time. And of course it's not complete and there's still always opportunities for more, but they've at least done the research. Like the T206 is actually a pretty well-researched product considering the era and the age, and they've gotten a lot of information, but they had to work at it. And it took years and iterations of people doing it.
Yeah, but it's all over the place, unfortunately.
It's
not grouped together in one thing.
I agree.
And I think going forward, if you look in every era, there's somebody collecting this, and they're experts at that, or experts at Tony Esposito, or expert at certain things. If you can get those guys, culminate them together, and just kind of go forward and have a site that you can just drop pictures and do stuff. They did that on, I think there's the non-sports have done it. You had Chris's book, the Non-Sports Bible. And then you have the Net 54 non-sports collectors group. And they've been documenting, Don Colangelo, I think his name is, he does it all. He's been doing it for years, for 15 years now. I've donated all the Canadian stuff that I could, and it's still running, and it's great. So the non-sports is kind of done, which is so huge. It's not done because it'll never be done, but I mean, baseball is easier than non-sports.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that's fair. Let me take a look here.
Convince someone to sacrifice your life to do it, right?
Oh, well, that's the thing. It's a pretty thankless job, and you'd better want to do it. I think Chris and Carlos could be also talking about old baseball. I do enjoy my old baseball. Like I said, I don't get a chance to do it. I want to roll with what folks want to talk about. Y'all want to talk about these different things? Like, I'm here for it. So when I get my opportunities, I'll take them, but they're few and far between usually.
There's no money, but there's GOAT status.
What was that?
Who won the 57 World Series?
Dodgers.
Yeah, Milwaukee Braves.
Yeah.
I used to
Dodgers or Yankees. So.
I used to. That question came up in Neo's thing because they were asking if Hank Aaron had won a World Series. I go, yeah, Milwaukee Braves 57. Now here's the thing: there was a time period where I was able to quickly reel off all the World Series champions going back to the 20s. The Yankees made that difficult because they did win most of the time, but not every year. There would be these random one-offs. And the 30s and 40s were weird because of the World Wars. You got a lot of these different champions that didn't really repeat. They just had their moment. So
that was my favorite moment of the podcast.
Yeah.
When you were on point with that one.
Because the Aaron also has a card in 58 that commemorates it specifically as well. Like I said, I visually remember a lot of these things because I went through a lot of those old cards back in the day. That's it. Old baseball, I used to be pretty good at it. I'm worse now because I'm rusty. I don't get to. It's like any skill. If you don't use it, you lose it a little bit. But I do remember some stuff.
Here's the question: who won the first NHL Stanley Cup?
Eric, pretend it's Boston.
No, it's not Boston. It's I'm gonna go with the Maroons.
Good guess. Wrong.
I don't even know what year the first Stanley Cup, because they had the Challenge Cup era and a bunch of different
1917.
stuff.
17.
Yeah. Okay. Was it the Ottawa? I said
Silver... NHL Stanley Cup, so yeah.
Oh, okay. Was it the Ottawa Silver Sevens or? I know
Yeah,
they did. I know they had like some early cups. I just don't remember if it was that.
Yeah, Toronto Blue Shirts.
The blue shirts. Nice. Okay, so let me grab a couple of
The
these here.
Leafs, really.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. When the wall came down, the internet went up, and society has unraveled ever since. But that's how you're watching this. So take the good with the bad. Take the good with the bad. Now, it's an hour and 45 minutes in. I don't do it very much, but I know there's a couple of you watching. If you could hit the like button, it's always appreciated. It is free. It does help promote the video. Just saying, if you're kind of sitting back listening, you can hit the button. If you could do that, we'd appreciate it.
And there's a subscribe button too.
That is true. If you're not already subscribed, that is always appreciated as well. Baseball card history super complex. Saber has a baseball card section and a lot of good stuff. Yeah, Saber does a lot of really good research. That's a fact. So Rock Latex is the 53 Mantle is a 1.5. So I did include it on my my Instagram. So there you go. It's actually a decent copy.
That's a great eye appeal.
Yeah, that's basically what I was shooting for with this one. And the back is clean. So that replaced my old one that unfortunately got lost in transit. I mentioned that story back in the podcast some time ago. But now this one is here to work on the set I'm working on. So once I've got some stuff that's coming in, I'll have about 10% of the set probably in a week or two with the other ones come in. So we're making progress, working on it. But I really have decided to really focus. I had some cards sitting in my box from before. But right now, all my new additions, I'm really working specifically on Hall of Famers. So I've got the Mantle in hand right here. I've got Warren Spahn coming in, Stan Musial coming in. I won a Whitey Ford last night, so I'm picking up the Hall of Famers. I'm grabbing some of these specific ones. Pee Wee Reese will probably be one that I'll grab sooner or later, but right now I'm chilling for a bit. This one is not inexpensive. These things are actually still pretty pricey, is even like in a 1.5. But like I said, decent eye appeal copy. I was very happy with it. I had to go and get that yesterday at the post office, and I had to pay almost $200 worth of duty.
Oh,
Canadian duty for the win. Anyway.
Where did it come from?
It came from the States. I think North Carolina.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
No, so like,
And I paid good money for it, by the way. That $200 is after I had already paid for it.
right.
send
So
it to Eric.
if
Exactly.
they put, with the paperwork, if they put gift instead of merchandise, and
You're
put
only allowed $60
you-
gift.
Yeah, you're also incurring. Here's the problem. And you can find, if you do one of these searches on completed auction, I paid just shy of $1,100 for that. US. Add 30, 35%, whatever that is. I paid good money. And then $200 in customs on top of that. So I paid good money for it. But I love the card. And this one is the PC card. It's staying in the collection. I'm fine with it, whatever. But it's a good chunk of money to put into one card. So that one, this one took care of some of the show money that I was going to do. So I'm going to chill on it. But it's a nice card, and you know what? I'm very happy with it. It's going in the set. So that is going to be part of a nice little set that I'm working on. So you know what? No complaints from me. Most of my enjoyment is going to be hanging out and chilling anyway at the show. So we're going to have some fun. We're going to have some dinner, some drinks. I may not be buying too many cards. I may chill a little on that a little bit.
See, you're disappointing Brad because he's anticipating.
Well, the big money wasn't coming from me. I already spent my money.
What are we doing on the Friday night of the show?
You're doing nothing. You're staying at home, brother.
I don't have a choice.
Yeah.
You
Well,
have
so
choices.
so
Everybody
so
has choices.
so long story short, I'll actually reach out to you, Eric. We'll talk. I would love to do a live stream on the Friday, but I got to figure out timing. Timing is everything because obviously we'll have there'll be some some drinks. I don't want to replicate what I did last show, even though it worked. We were able to do it. Because I did a live stream after midnight with Vinny because he was game and he was willing to do it. And actually, some people tuned in and hung out for a bit, and it was good. Whatever it is, it's going to be shorter than normal, so that's for sure. I expect it'll probably be a later start than normal, but I also intend it to be shorter than normal. I don't want to drag it out well into the wee hours. So I'm thinking maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours. I really would like to do a hard cap on it and keep it at that. But I'd still love to do something from the show and talk about kind of the vibe at the show. And
yeah, that's what I wanted to hear about.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm 100% on board with that. I just got to figure it out. I don't want to commit to anything yet, but let me figure it out. We'll chat and I'll figure out, because if I can get the guys to pop in for a cameo or something from their rooms or whatever, we can figure it out. We'll work something out.
Awesome.
So we'll definitely talk about it.
Maybe you can do a live one from the show from Brad's table.
If I do that, it'll be on Instagram because I can do that from my phone. I can do an Instagram live. Yeah. I can that would be something, Brad. We can talk about it. I would love to come by and maybe we can do a quick thing for a little bit.
Yeah.
I think that'd be fun.
Nice back area this year too for the PSA.
Oh, good. Nice.
We've got a separate area with some chairs in behind the curtains. So.
Oh, beautiful.
Oh,
nice.
really?
That's really good. No, that's really good. Then we definitely have to talk because I think that'd be really good. Because it wouldn't have to be long. We could just sit and chat for a little bit live from the thing. So if you don't follow my Instagram, this one's right here. It may be worthwhile doing that. I may pop on a couple of times live through the show and do that. That might be kind of fun.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah. So that'll be an option for sure. Let me read a couple of these here.
Is Yannick going?
No, not this time around.
I didn't think so, but
I think you guys will be back for the fall one. So it'll be a couple of us. We'll hold it down. But like I said,
people, Brad, it's going down, brother.
There you go.
Better think about what you want to bet.
I'm in.
Yep.
Tim's going to be coming up there, so you can find Tim.
Oh yeah. We'll see his hat from space. We'll see his hat fly in.
Brad, did you see him at Fenway walking around?
I did. Yeah.
Did you talk to him at all?
No, we went over and we chatted. I ordered 500 slab strongs from him last year.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
6 months ago for the store. I wanted to support the guy, and
sure.
so we brought them in.
How you been doing with those? Good.
Yeah, I sold like 30, maybe 20 or 30 now. Like it's hard. Like again, they're a little expensive.
Right.
Not knocking it, but that's what a lot of people are. So now
it's not for every card in your collection. So
I'm going to give most of them away and try to get him some business by passing them out to people and saying, here, I added some into some of the PSA orders going out. So
I think that might be the play. That would make a lot of sense. That would be decent.
Hopefully they'll just go and buy them.
Okay. I like that.
Yeah.
So this one, CC, we touched on this one briefly, but yes, Brad will definitely be. PSA Canada will be representing, but AMG was the one that I didn't know. You also mentioned AMG is going to have a table, so that's kind of interesting.
Yeah, so we always have, we set up and buy. We have our big buying banners, and we've always used that show to, in the past, we used to use it to liquidate our wax that we wouldn't sell in the stores. Because, it's hard to believe that in today's environment, but you go back 6-7 years ago, you'd have your cash flow tied up in wax boxes and you'd have to buy everything. And one product would sell and 7 wouldn't sell. So I'd always take it to Toronto, and if I could get as close to breaking even on it as I possibly could, and we dump it. So for this show, we have 2 of our employees that work at AMG will be there with looking to buy as much stuff as he possibly can buy.
Nice.
More money coming into the room.
Are you driving
There you go.
or are you flying?
So we have a guy, 2 guys drive up every year we send up a cube van. So we take a lot of the local guys' stuff. We let them fire it in the back, and then I fill it, and the boys drive her back. I drove once in the cube van up, and then I flew back, and I paid a guy to drive back. 24 hours in that cube van. It's not.
No, I was going to ask you, how long does it take to get from Nova Scotia to Toronto?
Yeah, it's like 24.
Wow.
Yeah,
It's
20.
only 10.
You can do it in
It's
20.
only 10 from Boston.
It's exactly from Boston to my doorstep is 10 hours and 5 minutes from Fenway.
Yeah, and you would know that because you would just here.
Absolutely. And I drove.
And he would have saved half an hour if he hadn't specifically avoided your neighborhood and taken like a really wide berth.
I know.
Like the widest berth he can.
And I stayed
He
at
went
the
down to the
coolest
Cape,
hotel.
turned around.
Yeah, probably one of the best hotels we've stayed at in a long time. It's called the Verb, and it's right, like it's almost connected to Fenway. It's like, I forget the name of the street, but it's a new hotel. They did it's like retro rock and roll. It's
Really? Okay.
Oh, it was awesome. Like
Can I ask a question? How many times did you get how many times were you on the turnpike?
on the
Yeah, over in Mass. How many times were you on the turnpike?
a lot. I don't
No,
know.
but that was the joke when with my family we went down to Boston years and years and years ago, a couple of different times.
Yeah.
And one of these, I think I've shown the card before, but I'll see if I can find it later on. I think I'll grab it in the box tonight. A buddy of mine used to live over there in Mass, and he was a big vintage collector. He built almost complete Topps and Bowman run, and he had a closet full of all these cards. And I went in and visited and checked out a lot of the binders and a lot of complete 52 Topps set, all the stuff. He had the mantle, but he bought it in the 90s and the late 80s, so years and years and years, a lot cheaper back then. So you couldn't put together that collection at the time because he basically worked. He had worked at a supermarket from the time he was a kid. And he just stayed there and eventually became manager of like the department and then did a couple of, but as a guy working at a supermarket, he built a complete Topps and Bowman run when it was still humanly possible to do so. Today, you simply can't afford it. You just can't. To the point that when he did the 56 top set, he did both the white and the dark borders. Backs. Yeah, he did both. So he has two 56 Topps mantles for each one. So he would do all the variations and stuff. So he basically would build master sets, a bunch of the stuff because, well, once he had built it, he goes, okay, now I'll do the same for football. Okay, now I'll do variations. And they started doing a T205 set.
The good old days when you could do that, eh?
When you could do that. But it meant that he had a lot of great stuff. Like you went in there and he had tons and stacks of it. Well, he actually sold me my first Mickey Mantle card, which is a 54 Bowman Mickey Mantle, which is utterly mangled that I don't think any third-party grader would take. But I've still got it. I bought a better version of it later that I have in PSA. That's part of my set. But I have the old beat up one. I paid the whopping sum of $35 US. Big money. Let me tell you, big money. So I've kept it. So I've always kept it. That one was the first one I kept it for sentimental. But the damn thing is beat to shreds. I'll show you guys. It's a fun card. So we've answered that one. How's the Sasha Banks card market after Monday Night Raw? It's a fun question. So what happened is this wrestler and one other one actually walked out on the show. They decided they didn't like the creative that was being done and they left. So right now their status is in the air. So at the moment nothing, but it is kind of an interesting developing story. It is a developing story as we speak.
The last card, maybe.
Vince McMahon, as well as a fan can know Vince McMahon, he doesn't seem like the kind of guy that wants to be upstaged by his talent. And I don't see how they're ever going to wrestle for him again, but who knows?
Well, here's the funny thing. You could have said the same thing about the Ultimate Warrior, and he came back twice. The Ultimate Warrior literally held him up for money, made him pay him money to appear at a specific show. He goes, I'm not going out there. He was in the main event or one of the big premier spots. He goes, I'm not going out there unless you give me more money. I don't know how much you want. It was a couple of $100,000 or something. He held him up for a couple $100,000. And then he goes, when he comes back, he goes, you're fired. And then like 6 months or a year later, he brought it back. And then he brought it back again. And then at that point, he literally made a DVD trashing this guy, calling him the most overrated, worst. Like it was a complete trash job. And then a couple of years ago, they inducted him into the WWE Hall of Fame. This is Vince McMahon. If there's money to be made, he will forgive any transgression and give you a parade.
I guess if I think you're right. And I think if Vince somehow can spin these guys walking out the door on him to make money, he'll do it. But
so the terminology for that is creating a work out of a shoot. So initially something happened, there was a disagreement, they left. But if they're able to figure something out down the road, offer more money or whatever the case is, then you reel it into the storyline. Now it's part of the show. Well, it wasn't, but now you can say, okay, now it is. Sure. Just play into it. Going to open up a pop-up shop of DT Halifax in the World Junior.
Negative.
Yeah. It's oddly specific, but fair enough. Let's see. Jason Dominguez example. Billy Bean said they're not selling jeans. They want hitters. Dominguez. Yeah, well, Dominguez was the draft in athleticism. Any prospect is always risky. All prospects are risky. And the amount of money people are paying for Dominguez is ridiculous. Thank you, Paul. Appreciate that. Dallas Mavericks, I assume. Yeah, there you go. Up by 19. That's pretty good. To date, I still believe the 53 Bowman color is the best set ever made. But the color photos, I love them. Funny the photos only taken 2 stages. That's true. Yeah, they basically took most of the shots in 1 of 2 spots. Still need the Ford and Pesky to complete the 53 Bowman color. The Pesky, really interesting. Interesting. Yeah, the Ford's a good one though. When I get it, I'll take a picture of it. It's not as nicely centered, but it's a good clean photo. Again, you want the photo to be clean as much as possible. That's what makes these ones look nice. But I like the Ford. I always thought was interesting because the way they took that was more of an artistic shot. It's Whitey Ford staring at a baseball with great fascination and intently looking at it. It's like, are you having a philosophical moment, Whitey Ford? Just staring at that baseball, going like, "Huh, those stitches are really like that, huh?" You always wonder, like, what are you thinking when you're looking at it like that? It's a posed shot, but it
It's like
makes
the
it.
Atlas.
Yeah, it basically that's his version of it. That's why I say I like some of the pictures they took a little bit interesting.
Johnny Pesky lived like the next town over in his, the later part of his life, and his favorite place to go and hang out and eat with his family was a pizzeria Uno. I don't know if
Really?
you guys have those up north or not. I have no idea, but
Pizza One.
no, pizza you have. I don't know if pizzeria Unos are in Canada. I have no idea.
Well,
Not
isn't
to my
Uno
knowledge.
one in Italian, right? Uno,
Yeah.
Pizza One.
Right. So it's a pizza chain. It's a restaurant, family restaurant chain. So
I
anyway,
get it.
he
Next.
was there multiple times a week with his family. It was his favorite place to go, and he had his own booth with his picture over it. And it was so common that he was there. Nobody would bother him when he walked in, and he's, he may not be huge in baseball lore throughout the league and, Canada and all that.
Okay.
But in Boston, I mean, we have Pesky Pole out there, and for the foul pole, he was hitting fungos right up into his 80s for pregame. The players loved him. Fans absolutely love this guy, and he loved the fans. But he would come into the restaurant, and nobody would bother him because they respected him so much. People go, "Oh, look, this Johnny Pesky" and stuff, but he'd come in with his family. He'd go sit down. They walk. He had a walker towards the end, and he was very fragile. But he'd go over, and he was there a couple of times a week at this pizzeria, and it was always cool to see him come in. He'd wear his red, kind of shiny Red Sox jacket. It isn't like he was trying to hide anything.
No, you may as well look. If you're getting that kind of respect, milk it for all it's worth.
And nobody bothered him. No one was like pitches or autographs. People just left him alone.
Right.
And he was there with his kid, his adult kids and his grandchildren and stuff like that. It was always nice to see him.
Yep. So how's the card debt? Good evening. Well, for you it wouldn't be evening, but either way. We have our national elections. Just got back from voting this morning. It actually made me laugh because I kept forgetting about it. I got the little flyers and stuff. We got the provincial election coming up. So we've got that. The week of the Expo is the provincial election. And I'm like, another election I don't care about. But you know what my favorite thing is? I love getting the little flyers. And I love when you can tell they just keep the flyer generic. They don't actually bother to adjust anything on it. Because I got the one for the Progressive Conservative here. Like I said, I don't really care. The fun thing about the provincial is like, I don't know who any of these people are. Like, I couldn't pick them out of a lineup. I don't know who the hell you are. It's like, vote for me. Vote for me, whatever. People are just voting colors at this point. Like, it's whatever the one they like. But in it, they give you all the generic stuff. It's like, we'll do this, we'll do this, we'll do this. All the same stuff everybody else says. It's the exact same things. But to try to make it specific, the problem is, I live in the suburbs in the city. I live in an urban center. One of the bullet points is, we will get the Ring of Fire, which is like a spot for like minerals and mining of this, that, and the other thing. It's like, I don't give a crap about mining, dude. I don't care. Why would you include this in a flyer for me? Oh, man, my mining job is going to be secure now. It's like, I don't mine anything, but cool, good to know. It's like, you do realize the urban center has more voters, right? You can give the miner guy a one small slip of paper to say, yeah, we'll take care of your mining thing. No one here cares. Just saying. But hey, look, whatever appeals to you, I guess. Whatever works. You're going to pick the color anyway, so have fun.
Okay.
Yeah. I always used to have fun picking whatever the most random third tier party was, because we've got the main ones. But I enjoyed, and maybe you'll appreciate this, Eric. You'll get a kick out of this, because the threshold of putting a party is actually not that crazy. You can get some signatures, and it's a nominal dollar amount. You can start your own party, whatever. But you had a bunch of weird random parties that would have people in more than a couple of places. One year, though, absolutely 1 year, we had both the Communist Party of Canada
Oh, wonderful.
and the Marxist-Leninist Party of Canada. And I'm like, you're splitting the vote, bros. You're splitting the vote. And I'm like, Marxist-Leninist or communist? What am I feeling today?
They're both really the same.
Yeah,
That's the point. Is that you're splitting the 2 votes you're going to get, and you're splitting.
Just through the name.
This is just confusing. This is confusing now. This
So
is
which
too
one?
confusing.
Which one does Trudeau belong to?
The other red one. We have a red party. We have a red party already, and they actually get votes. But the thing is, I can't vote for Trudeau anyway, so it doesn't matter to me. I just think it's great. But whatever works, man. And also for the mayoral race 1 year, we had a communist candidate, and I was like, what the hell, communists, have fun.
It's like still get 5. Or
It's like
six
you
votes.
get 5 votes this year instead of 4. Yeah. And by the way, I was torn between the Marxist-Leninists and the communists that year for the provincial. It was really difficult. Like I'm like, but you're kind of the same. So now I'm confused. What am I supposed to do with this?
Yeah, one guy looks like Lenin. He's got the big.
Exactly. They have a couple big shows down under in the next couple of months. My brother and I will be setting up a cells for the first time. Well, have fun. Hope you guys have a good time.
Cool.
Nice.
Yeah, good for them walking out. WWE Creative is a dumpster fire. Agreed, 100%. So this was for Eric. Any thoughts on the rumors of Bergeron retiring? Yeah, I think you mentioned that earlier. I don't think you do too much with the newer guys. Do you have any Bergeron? Is that a thing for you?
I own nothing. I don't even have one card of his, but I have a ton of respect for him. He's been on the team since he was 18 years old.
Right.
As a rookie. His number's going to get retired without a doubt. He's going to go into the Hall of Fame without a doubt. The only thing I've heard so far is that he has said the rumors of him going to play in Montreal to end his career are false. He would never do that. It's the Bruins or nothing. And he is taking time with his family to see if he wants to return for another season.
There you go. Sounds good.
You don't have a Bergeron card, Eric?
I do not own one.
So, like,
He
when do
talked
you
them
stop
up pretty
the club?
good, right?
Yeah, but when did you? When do you go to with your Bruins? What year?
I pretty much don't go past.
Bergeron's rookie.
I mostly don't go past 90, but I make some exceptions up until 2000, and then nothing after 2000. I don't own it. I don't own anything.
That's why you want me to do 2000. I get it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean,
we're nothing if not setting up for a specific agendas.
I mean,
like that's what this is all about.
I mean, here's a Ray Book card from like 97, I think.
That's 98, 99.
Yeah, all right, there you go. So there's a Ray Book card sitting here, but next to it is a
March Munch.
Yeah,
Okay.
I got a 66, Bobby Hull autograph. So
Is that real cereal?
Yeah, I had to do that, Eric. Just I had to go to
There you
Boston
go.
to get some cereal of my buddy.
Wow. There you
and
go.
I don't own anything of him either, and he's fantastic. But I only have so much money to go around, and I decided a long time ago to put a cap on the years. It's like I can't collect from the beginning of time until today.
No, that's exactly right. For a team
I
collector,
can't do
I would
it.
recommend, if your team's been around a long time, I would recommend putting some kind of a limitation because there's too much product. There was too much product.
1924 until 2022. I can't afford that. So it's really 1924 up to 1990, and then I'll grab a few players here and there after 1990. Bork, Neely, Oates, a couple of here and there, but.
You have to have
any-
feathers.
Do you have any Peter Puck?
I don't have any Peter Puck. I got some feathers, so Feather could sign them. Listen, I think he's great, and we have a great relationship. But so I kind of got a bunch just to bust his balls. But that was a whole nother story.
Nice.
Here's the funny thing here's this Peter Puck. Which is worth more?
Oh, the one that's sealed is obviously.
Surprisingly, yeah, it is.
Yep. Let me read a couple of these here. So good evening,
Plastic
DR.
Puck.
Yeah, well, it is what it is. Look, you like the packaging, so it is.
No,
it is
everybody likes the packaging.
Yeah.
It actually puts a 5-time multiplier on most things because that puck is worth $10.
Mhm.
Otherwise, it's $150 for that.
Right.
Fact. That puck is actually solid at $1.25, but just can't surpass it.
Yep. So
Sorry,
you have a good evening, DR. Yep. 90 Bruins. Yep. So, okay, that's you guys chatting with each other, no problem. Okay, so I got one more comment here, so we're almost caught up. So thank you everybody for the comments. Appreciate it as always. This one is just baiting. I'm gonna avoid the bait. I want somebody to say something nicer than I will. I'll read the question, but I want somebody to say something nicer than I will. I will abstain. I will abstain.
coming?
I will abstain.
Uh-huh.
What do you think of people giving out comments to kids at Halloween? That's what Jay Lee does. Sounds like he's offloading junk because he doesn't have the heart to recycle the paper. Someone who's not me answer. I'm gonna look it down at my phone.
Nope, sorry. I actually find that to be kind of cool, and I think it's great that he does that. I think that's a great idea, and it gets kids.
At least put a candy in there.
No, he does both. He does both, but he gives out hockey cards to kids, and it gets. Hopefully, it'll get him into the hobby. You know, he's not just unloading his junk. He's not giving them the best stuff that he has either, but he's just handing them.
Is he giving them some 90s Jordans?
I don't know. Probably not.
I think you should give him some 90s Jordans because he doesn't have price tags on them. They're basically free.
You said you weren't going to
I'm posing a question. That's a question. That's neutral, sir. That was a question.
Anyways, I think it's kind of cool that he does that and introduces kids to hockey cards. If someone didn't hand me a Pat Verbeek rookie card in 1988 randomly, I never even knew hockey cards existed. And I still have that card sitting over here to my left right now. So I think it's good. Yep. And I think that's really cool that he does that. So, and I think anyone who would do that it's kind of neat. So it's not just him or anybody who does something like that and tries to introduce our hobby to young kids.
I understand.
All right, Eric, you've reached the time limit of your defense.
I just think
does anyone else want to give an opinion that isn't me?
I just think it's cool.
I hear those kids are after they get the packs or in the Halloween, they go do a group break and then they try to see who gets the most valuable card.
Yeah, okay. Right. Sounds good. All right.
Yep.
It's like, Brad, you can abstain if you wish. I have chosen to abstain.
Yes, too.
All right, sounds fair. We'll move on.
I thought it was cool.
Yeah, let me scroll through here. Bergeron and Marchand autos. Yeah, we talked about that one.
I have nothing from either.
Yep. Counterpoint. Most kids don't care about hockey cards. Most kids don't. My kids don't want base cards. Yeah, that's fair. Yep.
Well, wait, hold on. Most kids don't care about hockey cards. He lives in Canada.
Doesn't matter.
Most kids don't care about them anymore.
Not now.
No, not now.
If
you try to pull that stunt in a lot of places. I'm like, thanks.
No, they do. I think, but it's not base cards, and I'm sure Jeremy gives out. It's not like
RPGs?
90-91 Upper Deck hockey singles.
Like I said, unless it's 90s Jordans, I don't even hear you, man.
But we give out kids. Yeah, but at the shop every day, we give cards, free cards out all the time.
No, I'm with you. But you're at a card shop though. To be fair, you can't have the proper. Yeah. We've already pre-vetted the audience. You have physically walked into the space.
The cards will not. Kids will not have zero interest in base cards whatsoever. Yeah. If you put a Sidney Crosby base card in a top loader and put it in plastic and give it to them, absolutely right. And I'm sure he does that.
I also want to point out that if Halloween's being done properly, these aren't high school kids who would just put a quick mask on to go get free candy. We're talking little kids that this might be the first time that they get their hands on this, and I think that's kind of cool. I guess I'm bringing it down to really young kids that, especially in Canada, that would be like, hey, this is kind of cool, and this is going to start their hobby collecting. I'm not talking about the 8th grader or the high school kid who's already like, oh no, man, if it's not McDavid rookies, go F yourself. No, I'm like little kids.
That'd be kind of awesome if they were like, yeah, what else you got? Can I see pack number 2? Pack number 3? What else you got on the other one? All right, let me read through a couple of these.
I'll send you the cards to the Snickers. Yeah.
I'm Marxist Leninist times 2. Yeah, exactly. I hope it included some SCL sticker floating head stickers. Ooh, in the true theme of Halloween. Yeah, that'd be pretty frightening. It's kind of scary. Yep. Red Party is liberal everywhere outside of the U.S. Red is conservative thanks to 2000 election. It was before that. Come on, Red was. Let me see. Red is conservative thanks to 2000 election. Oh yeah. Now I read it. Got it. Now I got you. Floating head randomly inserts some of his better stuff. 90s Jordan inserts. Brad wants to give out beers at Halloween. That'd be amazing. I'll come over. Better heading out junk food with his junk cards. There you go. That's the spirit. So here, give out cards at Halloween too. Yep, fair enough.
Good.
I fill team bags with 40 or so cards and make sure there's some Yankees, Mets, or Giants in there, mixed in with some neighborhood lending libraries. Did 10,000 cards in 2021. Good for you, dude.
Awesome.
Good for you.
Awesome. Good. That's awesome.
Yep. Never see kids get excited about a box of Smarties. I got excited about a box of Smarties. Smarties are awesome.
No,
Smarties suck.
they do. M&Ms are better,
Way better.
and I don't like American chocolate. Go figure.
Yeah, got to be handing out those PMGs and those trick or treat bags to make it worth the kids' time. There you go. Eric brings up a valid point. Ooh, Bob's on your side again. Once kids reach a certain age, it turns to trick or begging them candy.
Bob, what's up, buddy? The last like 3 weeks, I don't, I haven't done one hashtag Bob suck it. I don't understand. What's wrong with you?
I don't know what to tell you, man.
I
I'm
don't
reluctant
know.
to give my kids 990s Michael Jordan. Yep. Already made their picks on which PC they want. Yeah. Ozzy Card Dad actually has some very nice Jordans on his Instagram. So it might be, his stuff might not be stuff you want to give the kids necessarily until they're ready for it. You want to knock on the door when his friend is handing out the candy so you get some of the good stuff. There you go. Exactly. That's fair enough. Got caught up on the comments. Thank you all. Okay, let me put this one out here. This one is actually, I would have had this one last week, but we actually did such a good job with the topics. Like there were some good discussions and everything, so didn't get around to it. But it did touch on one of the things I brought up where I said with a lot of the vintage, because it's thinner in terms of volume of cards available, you can find little finds and stuff that actually can be kind of fun. So I'll actually share this with you and I'll show you an Instagram post with it. So it's, like I said, it's from, this was from the 12th, but it's from Sports Collectors Daily. So I'll include that in there. So this is from a family that actually had a hoard of 30s Goudey cards. They had one previously, but apparently they found more cards. So they had found a stash, but then there was more because this is the grandchildren of a former Goudey employee. So they had stuff stashed. Originally, they had found more than 20 high-grade Ruth cards from 33 Goudey as part of the batch. But recently they were able to find some more in a different section of the attic, apparently, in the grandfather's Massachusetts home. Eric, you had your chance, man. It's right there. Go get it.
Wow.
So apparently they found it.
Address. I'll go now.
Yeah. The new haul includes 2 33 Nap Lajoies. Very nice for 33 Goudey. Cards that Heritage Auctions is called Spectacular. Also 2 more 33 Goudey Roots and 3 Lou Gehrig's. 2 of the Gehrig cards are for 34, the others from 33, which is great. And I've got a post here from Instagram where they actually go through some of the cards. They're actually pretty nice. They actually look pretty nice from what I saw there. So let me see if I can pull this one up for you. So it's this one here. See if I can get this to show. So bear with me a second. I'll switch over to the other window and I'll show it to you guys. It's a little video where they go through it. So it's actually quite nice. So let me go into this one here.
I used to deal with one of the.
Oh, wow. Look at the colors on that.
Yeah, it's actually pretty clean. So let me see if I can make it a little bigger.
They're perfect.
They're actually pretty nice. They're good, clean cards. Good color. Very nice. There's the Lajoies. Those are good right there. So that's strong. So there's some good ones. They're sending it over to SGC to grade, which is perfectly valid for these ones especially. You got Gehrig, you got Ruth.
Wow.
Some nice ones. For sure.
Decent centering too.
Yep. Good, clean cards. Now, like I said, it's not enough cards to like fundamentally change the market. But they're nice, and they're adding some nice quality ones that are going to be available for some folks that may have missed out on some previous. So, like I said, it's always interesting because you never know. It's one of those things. I wouldn't be shocked if down the road they found, we found another box. And then it could get real interesting because they already had 20 in one find. And now we're adding more to that, right? Yeah. So then they found 2 more roots to go along with some Gehrigs, to go along with some Lajoies to go along with that. So it's like, but because this was from an employee. So it's like, who knows what you were stashing at that time?
That's incredible.
So it's still possible. It's fewer and further between now. It's not as easy as once it was, but it happens.
So I was in contact with one of the family members from Goudey. I think his name was Kevin. Mm-hmm. He had actually passed away. He was about he was a little bit older than I was at that time, but that was 15 years ago. Mm-hmm. And he was always looking for information and buying stuff for the collection. I'm surprised he didn't know about that. But they must just found it in the attic and it was just under something or in a box under.
Yeah, I mean the family might not have even have known about it.
No, he didn't. He didn't because he was looking for stuff and he would buy, Goudey, the Canadian Goudey stuff, which is, the worldwide gum. So
I got a question I want to present for you guys while I get my refill. I want to kind of leave it open for everybody to speculate on. Just a thought based on what I just showed. I'll read a couple of these comments and then I'll present this to you. I got a question for you guys. So scroll through. I also live in New York. That's why I have those 3 teams. Here's Dave just being mean, but I like the comment. So if kids in Toronto get Maple Leaf cards or Halloween or candy, what would they choke on first? Paul liked that one. Just
Dave,
mean-spirited Dave. Mean-spirited Dave.
Awesome job.
But it was well done by you, Dave. It was well constructed. I did appreciate the setup there. I did appreciate the setup with the Halloween theme included. Have we touched on the platinum breaks? Yes, we did, Aussie Card Day. We did touch on that one. We discussed it a little bit. Yep.
Rewind.
You have to go back a little bit, but we did have a little discussion on it for sure. So Dave, nice cards. Absolutely. I agree. They are very nice. Good evening, Josh. Just got home from celebrating Queen Victoria's birthday. Glad you're still going. Absolutely. Sounds good. So here's my question. This is hypothetical. We do like our hypothetical because it leaves it open. Say someone similar to that had found a hoard. Let's use the 33 Goudey Ruth because that's a famous card, right? And it's a popular card. People like it. It's a great card. How many cards would it take to appreciably actually affect the market price? I'm not saying bring it down to nothing because you can't, but I'm saying how many cards could you add to the population available suddenly from a hoard that would appreciably decrease the value because they're simply available. People who want one can get one. Once they got one, they don't necessarily need 2. Assuming that nobody tries to hoard and just grabs them all to do some shenanigans that way. Assuming the people that want one buy one. How many would it take to actually bring that down? I want to leave that open-ended as a thought. And same for you in the chat. How many do you think it would take for a card that's famous, of a good player, a Hall of Famer, a top-tier player? How many would it take to actually appreciably adjust that price? And I'll be right back. I want you guys to think about it. I'm going to leave it. I'm going to leave it as high grade for now because we know those are super high. Let's assume high grade for the sake of this conversation. Okay.
The first number that pops into my head is 100. You know, I don't think in my just quick thinking, unless you guys can convince me otherwise, I just don't think.
I think it'd be quite a few hundred.
Yeah, I just don't.
You're
think
talking about top tier cards here, and you're talking about the collectors come out of the woodwork for those,
right?
So in top grade.
It's
not going to affect the market. If anything, it'll razz.
Well, it's going to excite the market. Definitely, people are gonna. It's going to be the hot topic, and everyone's.
And no one's going to sell 100 right at once, anyways. They'll be slowly, into the market.
So I don't know. That's the first number that popped in my head. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But
there's no right answer.
I agree. Unless you use a specific card with a specific grade. Like let's say there's three PSA 10 52 tops mantles. So if they all say they're worth 30 million, but say if they're worth 30 or 40 million and you add 50 more of those into it, you know what? Do they go to 10 million, 5 million? Maybe. You know what I mean? So how can you...
with the super old vintage of legendary players, it's all supply and demand. Yeah. So I mean, I think even a couple are going to get the attention of buyers and sellers, but I think you need at least, I don't know. I keep saying going to 100. I don't know. I think you need like 100 in the market to really have prices get affected. I don't know.
I think most of them would wash at 100. You'd have to be in the 200 or 300, I think, up at around that time, amount. Because 100 is an easy wash for a top star from the 30s. Brad's writing a number. He's going to put it up. Oh, no, go ahead.
No,
we heard the marker going. It was like, Brad's going to go. 350. 350.
Yeah.
I've done the math.
A guy just sent me money for our golf pool this week, and I just was looking at it. I was just like, I got to make note of that so I don't forget because there's another guy that didn't pay.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, Brad's gonna break his legs.
Yeah, it's a tough question. It's one of those ones that it's really difficult to answer.
Yeah,
and there's no right answer or wrong answer.
Did we already summarily reject Eric's answer?
We did.
Perfect.
He was the first to answer.
Yeah, no, that's why I asked. I just wanted to make sure that we had spent the time appropriately saying he's wrong.
Yes.
Beautiful.
Now, of course, Carlos does not know the number. He just knows that.
You said 100. You said I literally heard it before I walked off.
All right. I just assumed that no matter what I said, you were going to come back and say it was wrong. So.
Well, yes, correct.
Yes.
But I did hear the answer in addition to saying you're wrong.
Okay. In addition.
Yeah, okay. I can do both. So, okay.
Yeah.
There you go. Steve comes on here and there. It's just about timing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, how old? What kind of increase? I was just using I use the Ruth just as an example. We're talking about vintage here, and we use high grade just for simplicity because then it allows you to, because you can use this kind of an answer too. Robert said 30% of the previous population. That's more of a dynamic number. It allows you to play with it a little bit because some cards are a little tougher to come by than others. The Ruth in that issue is a little tricky because there's multiple Ruths, right? So you could have a stack of Ruths, but there's a couple different ones, right? So it could be, if it was evenly distributed, it might have less of an impact than if a specific one that maybe is a little tougher to come by suddenly had a big boost in population. So that could affect it a little bit. The E98s now, there's 70 Wagners that came from the Black Swamp Find. The price initially were based on the belief they were 22. Okay, that's a good example. Take 1990, 91 procent levels to negatively affect that market. That'd be quite a boost.
Wow.
Since the market got flooded, the price dropped down for 8K for a 7 and 8 from about 20K. Yeah, okay, so that would be a good example of a pretty decent amount increasing. So that basically tripled the market of those. Depends on how many hit the market at the same time. That is 100% true.
That is true.
Do we have 100 collectors that much money to spend a card? Now here's the thing though. If we don't, then the price would come down accordingly until potentially we eventually reach 100 people that can afford whatever the going rate is.
So we would be talking not what comes to market, but what the pop report would be.
We could be
More
talking
than anything else, because there's too many avenues to go down on that point. You'd almost have to put it in that pop report. Would the pop report of, let's say, a PSA 8 Babe Ruth card from the 33, would
Sure.
it be at this price if there's 50, or would it be this price at 100 or this price at 200 graded at an 8? Where does the market absorb all that is the question, I guess, more than anything on that, right?
Yeah.
You know what the coolest card I think is? This, not to get off topic, but there's
Sure, go ahead.
one PSA 10 Pete Rose rookie.
That's it.
Pop one.
Hmm.
And I think that's such a cool card. And the guy that has it, he was on with DJ Ski, did an interview with him when he was
The DJ Ski.
Yeah, it's
go.
very, this guy, he's a movie producer. He produced hundreds of movies.
Right.
Huge card collector. Seemed like a super nice guy in the interview. But it's Pop 1, Pete Rose, PSA 10.
Not my favorite card. It's kind of one of four guys. I do like the yellow color. But
You know what I don't like about it? Floating heads.
another thing is
Floating heads is kind of like, I'm a little iffy on that.
4 circles. It's I
It's
guess.
a little.
It's
Who
a
would do
cool-
that? That's you'd have to be a bit of a psychopath to do something like that. It'd be a little weird, you know.
I would bet no.
So, anyways, I was at the shop today and I saw a Raleigh Fingers rookie in a SGC holder. Now it's 2 other guys that are on the card with them. Like there's 3, and the label up top, the SCG label, didn't even mention the 2 other guys. It said Raleigh Fingers rookie.
Yeah,
And
probably,
it's like, well, what about these 2 other guys? Totally
They ain't
left them off.
rookies.
Yep.
No, this was a rookie.
Yeah, like the Pete Rose is all rookies. Yeah.
Yeah. Is that the Raleigh?
Who are
Fingers?
the other 2 guys there, Brett?
Schlubs. There we go.
Yeah, there you go. That's
yeah.
right. That's what I saw today.
Yeah.
And SGC only puts Raleigh Fingers
'Cause
rookie.
the other
up
guys
top.
are worthless.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Bob Floyd and Larry Burchard.
That's probably the
Floyd,
problem,
the
right?
guy
That's
with 2 first names.
that's the problem right there. But you know what the thing is though, with the Nolan Ryan, with the 68 Ryan, at least Jerry Kuzman was a good pitcher for a while. Like he actually played well for a bit. So like for a little while there, he was a legitimate part of that card, you know, until Nolan Ryan obviously took off and became what he became. But like Jared Kuzman was at least a decent pitcher. Like he wasn't just a schlub who had nothing and it ever happened in his
Got
career.
that back today too. Ugh.
No luck on that one.
No.
What was it? What did they come back with?
It's miscut. It's like
It's
borderline miscut. It's
Okay.
the 4th time I've sent it in the last 10 years.
Oh,
And
okay.
I thought it might come through, and I was just
Why
like,
don't you just go KSA, brother?
yeah.
Yes. Oh,
Everything's
did
a
you
10.
guys see the prices the friggin' KSA is charging for on-site grading?
No.
Like I believe I saw like a posting of it. I want to say it's on the Sports Card Expo Instagram.
If it's
Let-
$1, it's too much.
Let me double check. I want to say it's the Sports Card Expo Instagram. Let me take a look. I'll see if I can find it
Oh.
because if it's what I saw, I was like, I was offended just seeing it. Oh, here it is. Yes, it was them. Okay, hold on. Now I haven't looked at I haven't looked at it in a long time, so I didn't know. Like, but like, I can't. $50 per card? Are you on crack? Like, are you out of your goddamn mind?
Brad, you better call PSA because they're in this is competition, direct competition.
5 cards for $200. Really? $40 for KSA on-site grade. Oh my God, it's on-site.
It's on site. That's right.
Wow, super.
$50 per card. Who's
Dear
making
Lord.
money? Third parties in the hobby. Gotta love it.
Man. Good Lord. Look, man, I
And
haven't
the
paid.
line will be long, guys. Honestly, like people do get creative. You know?
People,
Now-
some people just want to get their card slab. They don't care
I
by
get it.
who.
Not
or
to
anything.
be left out. Mint
Mint.
M&T also has a show special.
Oh, wonderful.
$49.
$85.
What?
Same day full grade and slab service, guys.
Oh my-
$85. Yes.
We're seeing the ego here. Nathan, you better pull up your ego.
Heavenly Lord, I don't even know.
50's cheap.
I got nothing. So that's the thing. Now it's a bargain. It has become a bargain now.
It's a bargoon.
Yeah, never heard of DJ Skid until joined the hobby. Yep. He's not even a Hall of Famer. It's because of Pete Rose. Yeah, that's true. DJ Ski's still a thing. In his mind, I guess he is. When is the Ken Golden show coming? No idea.
Never.
They should probably get on with it and put the damn show out. Like the longer you wait, it's like the less anyone would care. Why would anybody want to
I
see
think
it?
we're at that less.
Yeah, like we're there.
right
Like
now.
get
We're
the
there.
damn show out the door.
We're past that point.
Only 24 Ricky Henderson rookies in the PSA 10. Yes, that is very true. That one has a high propensity. A lot of people believe that it's a pop controlled card. Like I mentioned before, a guy did a video on it, and
Yeah, it was interesting.
and did an analysis, so it was kind of very interesting.
But that's not 33 Ruth, right? So
Oh, for sure. But I think we see an impact on people in their 70s and 80s. Collections come to market in the next 3 to 5 years, it puts downward pressure. It could, and that's always been King. Is eventually there are going to be collectors who were collecting stuff a long time, who may have put together excellent collections, and if they have any eye for condition and eye appeal on their cards, if they really did their diligence, there could be some high grade examples that come into market that maybe never got graded or whatever. Like there's collectors out there who put together sets that could be really good, that if they suddenly came on the market, it's like, oh, this is not that rare card in that nice, condition or whatever the case may be. It's like,
there's a lot of collectors out there with raw that you never believe.
that's exactly it. So that's always been kind of the thing that it's like, well, you don't actually know how many survive because some of these collectors might have been hanging on to them for a long time.
30 years, 40 years. Yeah.
Exactly.
Brad, as a store owner, you probably see this too, but here, where I'm working, we see stuff coming in all the time, vintage stuff coming in all the time from families, and sometimes it is absolutely amazing of what does come in and what condition it's in. I don't think we have had anything like the 33 Goudeys with Babe Ruth or anything like that in mint condition, but there is some really nice stuff that comes in that's shocking.
Mhm.
And it happens all the time. So it's either people saying, I want out, I want to cash out, or it's people like, hey, my dad passed and, this is, what we found or had. And some of the stuff is really old and in really good shape.
Yeah.
I don't know if Brad saw any of it on Saturday or Sunday when he was around and didn't tell me,
I bought it.
but he may have seen.
I bought that from Phil.
Yeah,
Oh, nice. Is that the Tops or PG?
Yeah, 68 tops. Just a
Nice.
cool card.
Yep.
I don't know what it is. I can't see.
It's 68 Tops Mickey Mantle.
Oh, all right.
Is that
Which is-
weaved border kind of?
Burlap. It's the burlap sack. Yeah. I'm familiar with the issue. I've got probably 50% of the set. That's one of those ones that I had accumulated for some time. I will eventually, like I said, I've got like a whole line of vintage card projects that I got to get back to. That's one of those ones where I probably have about 55% of the set, including a bunch of Hall of Famers and stuff. I will get back to it, but it's like right now it's lower on the priority scale. It's like I got to get to some of these 50s ones because those ones are getting pricey. I got to take care of that business. I can come back to the late 60s ones.
Yeah.
But cards like Brad just showed you in the 50s constantly coming.
Didn't exist.
Okay.
68 Tops didn't exist in the 50s.
No, cards. Well, whatever. Cards
Yeah, yeah.
in the 50s, 60s.
Yes.
It isn't
yes.
just 70s and up. I mean, the stuff
Sure.
that's coming in is crazy.
Oh, for
Now,
sure.
Brad, you said you got a helmet also.
I bought a Tom Brady signed helmet. I bought that mantle card. I bought a box for Sherry's Pokemon cards that she was buying at all the shows.
Nice. Okay.
And what else did I buy? There was something. I bought one other thing. 4 things total when I left.
Did you buy the contract from Satan that Tom Brady signed for success up until this point?
Yeah, exactly.
You could get a bundle for that one. Frame that thing.
You know, I bought a card actually for Carlos that he might probably already has,
Okay.
but it was a buck, and I was so excited when I seen it.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Dean's List, numbered out of 1,000.
I like the card. I am familiar with them. I think I do have it, but I think the holder might be worth more than the card these days.
It was a buck. I was like,
I think you did fine, especially for a buck. I think you did fine.
Wait, what? Do you have the helmet handy?
You know what? It's actually in the back of the van.
Oh,
No,
all right.
yeah, it's a New England. It's a New England. It's a Pat signed helmet.
Sure.
Straight signature.
Like a full helmet or mini helmet?
Don't full helmet.
Oh,
No,
nice.
we have a lot of full and game used
believe
helmets
it.
that have been signed by a lot of Hall of Famers.
It was TriStar or
Oh yeah.
I think it's
Yeah.
TriStar.
They're one of the ones that did that for sure.
It wasn't that crazy, like all blue one, was it? That was signed.
No, it's a straight Pat's helmet,
All right.
silver, like
All right.
blue signature. It's gorgeous.
Yep. So here, John. Good evening, John. BGS is a bargain again. Aussie Card Dad knows how to poke people on the screen. Dave here. $85. You can buy a VG 50s Hall of Famer for about that. Yeah, you can. You really can. Like I said, for $85, again, Canadian versus American. But if I had a budget of $85, I could probably finagle a deal for the 53 Bowman color Yogi. I could probably get a decent copy of that. Again, still lower condition, but you could still get you can get one decent
But
IPO.
you couldn't get a Yager autograph.
I can live. I've had younger autographs. I'll manage. So John here's one of those collectors who's put together, ungraded collections of vintage. So for sure, 90% of these collectors have never graded. Yep, absolutely. They'll be available. The thing is, the grading is, and I've always said it repeatedly, and I've tried to be very consistent on this point. Grading is a feature, and if it has its uses for you and its purposes, then it makes sense. If it does not make sense, I'm never going to tell anybody, oh, you have to grade it. No, you don't have to. There are times and places where it makes sense and it would be useful. Oh, you want to move that card? Well, how are you going to sell it? Oh, I'd like to put up a movie. Then I would get it graded, especially for a lot of the vintage and stuff, because a lot of it's been messed with. So you want to make sure you take that out of the equation. If you've got a 50s mantle and you want to sell it on one of these platforms, go put it in the piece of plastic. Not MNT, not KSA. No, go use one of the third-party graders that have a longer track
I'll
record.
film the lineups there, guys.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
But the thing is that then it makes sense for you, because if you intend to move it, it makes it easier to move. It just makes life easier. There was a time where I would buy late 60s mantles on eBay early. We're talking 1990s. I would buy them because they were still good ones that were available, especially if you stuck in lower conditions. Most people didn't mess with those. You got the card back and they were fine. Today, you would be a lot more careful. I would be supreme, especially even if it looks half decent, even if it's mid-grade. It's like, let's be really careful. Who are you buying from? How long have they been around? Do they deal in these vintage cards? Maybe it'll be a little more comfortable. It depends.
Yeah.
So Brad, the Ryan may be bowed cut, not a straight cut. Had same issue with some 68 Ryans. Laid on an edge, flat on the table. It won't lay flat.
Yeah.
Boat cut is it's not boat cut actually. What happens is the way the paper was formed before it went to the press. So they press it and it goes, but it still bows because of the way the paper was made and sometimes stored or stacked.
Mm-hmm.
You ever see those 84s like that? Like they'll just bow right on you.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems pretty flat.
All right, fair enough. As a mostly basketball collector, I get jealous of the amount of vintage options. Yeah, in vintage basketball, you are limited because they have these gaps. I think I want to say, correct me if I'm wrong, I want to say it's 57 tops. So you've got your, your Bill Russell rookie, and I think Kuzi as well. I could be mistaken on that. And then you've got a gap, I think, to 61 Fleer.
Fleer, yeah.
Yeah. And then you got your Will Chamberlain and some other ones there. Those are the famous cards there. But you got these gaps that happen of a variety of different times. Just because
10
of the way
years after that.
Yeah. And Jordan's the most famous one because in his real rookie year, quote unquote, You can get the star, you can get some other stuff, but you have to go to 86 Fleer. And by that point, he had been playing a couple of years. So, and Jordan was pretty famous, and you had cards prior to him. But again, we've got gaps. We've got gaps all over the place. Can you get a Palfy PSA 10 for 85 Canadian? I don't know what a Palfy would go for at this point. I'd be curious. I'm not sure. I like the callback, but I actually have no idea what a PSA 10 Palfy would go for these days.
It'd probably be around that. I mean,
Think so?
Yeah, I think so.
All right.
$85, or you can get it graded for $85 at the show.
Probably. Let's see here. I just want to see something.
You know, it is funny. If you did watch the internet and seen eBay and seen how much respect KSA and Mint were getting on their grades because of the supply and demand, and everybody was really high on the on acquiring. They were getting some respectable money on their graded cards going forward. I don't know, but maybe about a year ago.
All right.
Because I would see KS8s, 7s, Lemieux, Gretzky's, they were hitting some pretty high numbers that I wouldn't think they would, but they did.
And there's so many good cards in KSA holders.
Yep.
Like there's a tremendous amount of them that are out there.
Oh no, I agree with that. And that's here's the thing. If I go live at a show and a dealer has a card in a KSA holder, I'm not necessarily going to turn it down. I got to look at the card.
Absolutely.
If there's a good, if the price is right, why not?
Yeah.
Like under the right circumstances, absolutely. There are legitimately good cards in that holder, but I will negotiate a discount down because of the holder it's in. Like,
Yep.
You're not getting a premium from me. So this is the card that Brad was showing, the Jerry Kuzman rookie.
Yeah.
Like it's I mean, it is a little bit miscut, but I still feel like it should be. I don't know.
All right. Does it measure up okay with other 68s you might have lying around?
Yeah,
All good in that?
I got 3 of them, and I've actually tried the other 2 as well. All 3 of them keep coming. And
All 3 of them, really? Okay.
The reason why I'm doing it is because I have my O-Pee-Chee baseball collection consists of 65 O-Pee-Chee set and 68. So they're all graded, and I just need the Nolan Ryan graded, right? So
yeah.
So the 65, do you have the wrong back third series?
No.
Do you know about
I
the wrong
didn't-
back third series?
No, I don't know. I didn't even know there was a wrong back third series.
I wrote an article on it. It was
Is it
Expo
literally
magazine.
is it literally wrong backs, or was there something specific about it?
No, players are wrong back.
Okay.
Error back. It was only on the third sheet. Well, there was 4 sheets made, but there's 3 sheets only in the set.
Yeah.
and
Is the error that it's the wrong player, or is the error on the back of the card?
Well, you can choose whichever one.
No. But what I'm saying is, so it's the player on the front is not the player on the back.
Yeah.
That's okay. That's what I was referring to. Gotcha.
Well, actually, it's the player on the back is not the player in the front.
Regardless, they don't match. Regardless, they don't match.
Yeah. So the whole set's not graded, but like I
You
grade
should
the
check
key
the
cards.
back. Check the back of the third series, and you'll see. Because some
Okay.
people don't realize, because you're looking and then you don't turn it over.
Well,
sometimes.
exactly. Something like that. It's a simpler to identify version of what I said about that hologram. The little hologram variation I told you about. It's like, yes, you can find it, but you got to look. You actually got to look at it and go, oh, that's what we're looking for.
Yeah,
Yeah.
some of these are gorgeous. That's a PSA, that's a 9 of card number 1.
Yeah,
Wow.
you got Combani, and I think that's one of the Alou, Felipe, or one of the brother Alous.
Yeah, Matty Alou.
Matt
Felipe,
Alou. Gotcha.
But I think I said there's an 8
Yeah, Seaver. Yep.
Seaver. I got a 6 Carew,
Yep.
Really?
Fellow Panamanian road crew.
8 Mays,
Yep. Nice.
7 Clemente.
Solid. Like it.
But yeah, those are just 2 sets because I love Nolan Ryan. But my 65 O-Pee-Chee baseball set is, I've got a lot of 9s and a lot of 10s. Or sorry, a lot of 9s. I got a couple 10s, which is pretty cool.
Yep. I'll read a couple of these. You always got to love the stash of Brad's stuff there when the boxes come out. I'll read a couple of these here. So John's just saying here, I think all of you appreciate this. Purchase a wax box from Dimitri Young. So we talked about the Dimitri Young collection and stuff he compiled and put together. 284 Tops seller boxes, 382 Fleer, 82 Tops, 82 Donruss, all sealed mint. From his collection, is probably good at this point in time. He's a pretty good collector. Yeah, 68 is love-hate for sure. I oddly like it. There you go. I'm just going to leave this here.
Nice.
Basketball vintage. I decided to start on a 20 card. I didn't read any comments, Eric. Did you want to acknowledge anything? Did you want to say anything?
I disagree.
With
That's
what?
all.
With what, Eric? What do you disagree with?
I don't think.
I only put this back on the screen because Eric disagreed.
I don't think handing out Halloween hockey cards is a bad idea. I think it's kind of cool.
Moving on. Basketball vintage. I decided to start on a 20 card Ice Bear set. Oh, interesting. Okay. Let's see here. And his son sent all-star ballots from 84 and 86, a PSA 10 Dimitri Young 92 Upper Deck, and Delman Young's cleats from the 2010 season. Pretty good haul. Pretty good haul. Nice variety of stuff. Nice expedition to Boat Cut Bobby. Hashtag scholarship. Love the hashtag scholarship. 48 Bowman, George Mikan. Basically 10-year gaps until the late 80s. Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
And that was always a problem with basketball. Like, you had these gigantic gaps. Great players in between who would, like, have 1 or 2 cards just because of these gaps. Yep.
Yeah. Sad.
Okay, here we go. Yeah. Well, in fairness, a lot of it comes down to I'll ask certain specific folks that I want to talk to. If they ask to come on under the right circumstances, I'll hear them out. But I am kind of picky. It's one of those things where, like, if they ask me to come on within reason, I'm happy to. It's flattering
You're not
less.
that picky.
Well, like I said, floating heads aren't the only ones who do charitable things. My charitable things I don't get appreciated for.
That's true.
I bring on the unfortunate. I didn't say less fortunate. I said unfortunate.
My
I was very clear with what I said.
My mother appreciates you.
Thank
She
you.
says this is good for my self-esteem.
Thank you, Eric's mom. And I agree. You are a very smart woman. So let's see. Your favorite is the 69 Tall Boys. Nice. Here. Beautiful cards, Brad from CC. Very nice, Brad. Love that Eric has a defense for everyone.
No, I don't.
Not everyone. He still hasn't defended Beckett. He has not defended Beckett nearly as well as I would have hoped.
And Brad's in his bad books today.
Yep. I read that as bold cut. Yeah. Dallas is up by 19 at one point. Dallas is only up 5 now. All right. It's getting closer. O-Pee-Chee released basketball cards in the 70s in conjunction with Topps. Did O-Pee-Chee release basketball cards? Not that I'm aware of.
No.
Not at all.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Nada. And I'm
72
surprised that they didn't. Well, no, if they didn't do Topps, they wouldn't have done O-Pee-Chee for sure.
Okay, so 72-3. Oh, so it's icy, like ices. Okay, gotcha. Icy Bear. Oversized Will Kareem West, Maravich. Okay, good. That is a lot of star power.
I had a quizzical look. Okay.
Apparently.
I give it. I was thinking the Coca-Cola cards. I don't know.
Why does 68 sometimes have a thicker grid? Yes, that is true. There is a variation in the burlap. Like there are, there's like the darker burlap, I'll say, that looks like the threads are tighter together. And then there's ones where it looks like the thread is a little bit wider. There is a reason for it. I don't remember what it is, but I know what you're talking about, Will. I'm just not sure what the
It's
rationale is.
probably taken from a great big pattern and then it's just stuck on and then whatever's there is there, right?
Yeah, but there was a variation. Maybe it's series specific. I wonder if there's certain series that maybe have it because I don't think it's across the board. I think certain specific cards happen to have that pattern. Anyone PC a player on a different team than teams you root for? That's a good question.
Always.
Sure.
Yeah,
Who doesn't like Bobby Orr? I hate Boston. Who doesn't like Bobby Orr? I hate Boston.
that's true. But do you PC Bobby Orr? Do you specifically go out of your way to collect any Bobby Orr stuff?
No,
I would say stuff in this case.
In general, for most people. You know.
Sure.
Yeah, we all like Bobby Orr stuff. We all like some like Gretzky stuff.
Yeah.
Depends on the era you were born in, and you know you can't.
Yeah,
you
for
can't
baseball,
not like great
for baseball,
players.
I definitely do because I'm not a Nationals fan. I like Juan Soto. I like that player, but I'm not a Nationals fan. But I did enjoy when they won that World Series. I watched it. It was fun. But yeah, definitely, I would say there's definitely hockey. I collect Dallas Star guys, so I still follow the team. So I'm still on that board. I don't collect any other hockey players because it would take too much time. I will pick up a card or two here or there. I've gotten better about putting together little mini PCs of certain players, though, that I appreciate and like for a variety of different reasons. So that's fun. So it kind of depends, I guess, on your collecting style as well. Brad, you do sets and various things. Do you do any player collecting at all? Like specifically? I know you like Tiger. That's
Yeah.
a thing. That's
I'm
what you
done.
like.
Yeah, I've got every top. Well, I'm a rookie card guy. Like
Okay.
that's my big thing. But
Sure.
I've got every Tiger rookie card.
Okay.
I got every Brad Marchand minus. I'm working on my list. I took that to Boston.
Oh, nice.
I need 12 more Brad Marchand cards, and I'll have every card from his rookie season.
Oh, really? Okay.
Wow.
Nice.
But
I like that.
Not including one of like I don't do the 101s or
Yeah, yeah. I would never count. It's funny is this. I talked to some folks about this, and they're like, "Oh, you don't put 101s in the checklist. What's the point? I either have it or I don't."
Yeah.
This is binary. Like you only got two options. You either possess it or you
have it
don't.
or
You
you
don't
don't.
need a checklist. If it's in front of you, then you need it.
Yeah. So
Brad,
yeah,
Brad, how many Marchand cards are there his rookie year? How many were?
let me
You
see.
have the list right. Where is it?
All right, I'll read a couple of these real quick. O-Pee-Chee cards, I think from '95 that look like tops. Just there's O-Pee-Chee. Oh, that could be a variation. I know they did some stuff like that for sure. I
Yeah,
want
I
to read
don't know,
Bob's. I want to read
95,
Bob's
right?
comment though because Bob gets it. Bob gets it. Carlos is an Angels fan, but he's a fan of that fish guy. The really good one. You know, Tim Salmon. Agreed. There's another one. Never heard of him. Bonds, but he left my favorite team. Fair enough, Dave. I chose players not on the list because I like the player. I don't need the team attachment. That's fair, Josh. And I think Josh, you do some Ovechkin and I think some other players, right? Correct me if I'm mistaken, but I believe you've got some Ovechkin cards if I remember right from Instagram. Luca's unbelievable. Good. I'll have to check out some of the highlights. Curious what your Brad considers Tiger's rookie. Oh, that's a good question. I like that question. Okay, so this is the Brad Marchand, right?
Yeah.
Pretty good
That's-
stack there. That's an impressive stack.
And so I just want to first of all, that's really cool. I'm glad
Yeah.
that you were able to do that. That's the number one reason why I stopped collecting, up until a certain year, because the 90s hit and then 2000 hit, and you had 15 rookie cards for each player, and then you had this parallel, and then this one's green and red and yellow and pink and blue. And I said, I can't keep up with this. I cannot afford it. I cannot chase this stuff. It actually really upset me and took a little bit of the love of the hobby away. And that's when I said, I am only going to focus on, from 1924 up till 1990, and then a little bit of the 90s here and there. But the fact that there's that many rookie cards of one player, in my opinion, I think is obnoxious.
Yeah.
It
And
is.
that is what killed me.
How about I'm curious. I've got a comparable because it's kind of funny. Not the same caliber player, but I'm kind of curious.
I
How
think
many rookie cards do you have on the checklist then for him?
I'm going to say there's 75.
Okay.
Like, and so again, that would be 3. Like theirs is exclusive, regular, and high gloss.
Sure.
Right. So you get all 3.
Gotcha.
And that's a funny story. I just got one back from PSA.
So what year is this rookie?
09-10.
See, the reason I'm wondering, actually, then it's a better comparable than I thought. Jamie Benn
Oh, wait,
has
no.
100.
Yeah.
Has 100 cards.
His
from
rookie
his rookie.
year?
Yeah, and I have 65 of them.
Oh, that's utterly ridiculous. That's why I quit.
But
That's
honestly,
stupid.
Eric, it's not too bad. Like honestly, when you look at it, like I've been
Compared
doing
to today, it's actually today's worse.
No, and I think that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I just think it's wrong, and I don't mind. I don't get upset that there's, like back in the day, you had one rookie card. I don't mind maybe if you had 5. Okay, 100 rookie cards?
Yep, 100.
No,
And there was one that was like a pre-rookie card that came the year before.
No,
So technically it's 101.
no, I that's why I quit.
But
No.
take this out of the equation, Eric. They're not all rookie. I collect all the cards from his rookie year.
Yeah.
Rookie, if you actually
No, that's what I said. I said rookie year. I didn't say rookie card.
But I mean, if they're from his rookie year, I don't know.
But there's
I
a
just think
start.
it's ridiculous.
You know what, Eric? There's a start and an end, which is, as a collector, I like that. I can't, my Gretzky collection goes from 79-80
To 2000
to
plus.
no, I go to 89-90, all graded PSA 9s besides the rookie or some 10s in there. But I love those 80s Gretzky cards. But there's a start and a finish. But in 1990, I just said I have to stop. Like you can't. I don't know how anyone can collect Gretzky cards. Like,
No.
It's
I
just
try,
it's,
and
it's
they're all
crazy.
raw, and
Yeah.
and I can't get all the serial numbers and the autographs and the patches and you just can't. They're thousands and thousands of dollars.
Well, that's the thing. And also, just not even in the $1,000 thing. Don't forget Gretzky's last year when he was still active.
Yeah, 99.
They had that set that was a Gretzky only set. I don't know if you guys remember that. It was a Gretzky set. So you had a base set and you had parallels and you had inserts and you had all kinds of, and it was just Gretzky, every card, every set, Gretzky.
Yeah. And I grabbed as many as I could, and then I finally gave up.
Yeah, like it would be a miserable experience to try to do that. In my opinion, it would be just terrible. And that's for one set.
Yeah.
It's like, oh no.
Yeah, and that's what killed my love for modern, because at the time it was modern.
Yeah.
You know, when I quit and said, I'm done with this. They oversaturated the hobby in the 90s. We all know about the junk wax. And then they started just inundating with all this stuff and the parallels and the serial numbers and the blue and the pink and I was like, I am done. And I am only going to focus on this because I cannot keep up anymore. So
we interrupt Eric's rant for a couple of questions from the chat.
Oh,
So curious what Brad considers, since we talked about it. What do you consider to be Tiger's rookie card? What is Tiger's rookie card to you?
come on.
There's a couple of options that some people discussed back when Upper Deck came back in the game. There were a couple of different options that were discussed that predated that, and then you've got the Upper Deck product. Where do you stand on this one?
Yeah, so to me, Tiger Woods' rookie is the 2001 SP Authentic Auto.
Okay. So you're going with the first year Upper Deck product when they
Correct.
came out and reintroduced golf. You're not touching that 1997 Masters set, the black card with.
So I have that in an SGC 8 or something, but then that one confused me because then there was reprints and there's fakes. I've got the 96 SI for kids. Is that?
That's another one that some people threw out. Yeah, that's
I
another
had
one.
that in a PSA 8.
That used to be big money.
Yeah, I got a PSA.
I'm pretty sure it still is, at least pretty decent.
Decent,
So I got
not
a
as big as
BGS
the
9.5 of the SP Authentic out of 900, and then I've got the gold out of 100. I think that's in a BGS 8.
Okay. Do you collect any of them? So separate from that, side question. Are you going to collect any of the Tiger cards from the newer Upper Deck product, the new one they're coming out with?
No,
or they've come out with?
I think I actually opened up a box and I was pretty happy. I got a Tiger Woods auto there.
Oh, did you really? Okay, hold on.
Yeah, out of a box.
Oh, nice. That's really good, actually. Very impressive.
So the boxes sat there forever, and we had 3 boxes left, and I don't open too much. And I said, I'm going to treat myself to a box. And when I opened it, probably that's my second best pull I can ever remember pulling myself.
I was going to say, for considering you actually collect the guy, that's pretty darn good.
Now that's a D. Did that come off his caddy's back?
No,
those are all manufactured. Those are manufactured patches.
And it's cheesy looking.
Yeah, Medano has one like that. That's why I say, like, I'm not going to pay a super premium for that. It's a neat looking card, but it's a manufactured patch. It's not like whatever. You could make as many of those as you wanted, really.
You know what's funny too when you are a collector. Like I got different boxes of stuff, which I love. My highlight of my Friday night is when I see something, I dig it out, and I got it. But like just the Sutter brothers, all 5 autos. It's like I wanted to have one auto. Like that's something that will probably.
I hate Brian Sutter.
But it will probably never happen again. 5 brothers playing in the NHL at one time.
Never.
Right?
No, their story was amazing. They were all very good players. Most of them were good coaches. I cannot stand Brian Sutter. He killed the Bruins.
I had a push that, Bobby. This might be up your alley.
Yeah, that's from me. That's from me, Brad.
Oh,
so you can check that in a minute.
So that's the Swirl, the 72 set.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That was put out in 1991 by, I think Zellers sold a lot of them.
Zellers, yeah.
But anyways, that's the complete set with the cards look different. They got a swirl on them, or the fingerprint, whatever they call it.
Fingerprint, yeah.
That was a super, super tough. I was super happy to get that.
Yep.
And those are all autographed or not?
Yeah.
They're all signed, yeah.
They're autographed.
That's what I thought. Yeah. Well, I can't really see.
Yeah, sorry.
I sold a set of those, I don't know, about 5 years ago.
You got it. There you go. Now you got it. Tony Esposito.
Right.
Yep.
Tony Esposito. All right. Yep.
But there's something that took off. Like the last Dryden, the Ken Dryden that just sold the last one on eBay was $1,800.
Well,
I believe it because Dryden does not like signing.
No.
Right?
Look, he threatened, because I think Brian Gray did this in one of his discussions, interviews, whatever. Ken Dryden was trying to get him to drop him from using the stickers or his name or image And this is on stuff he had already bought. So he goes, I can use your name or a basic image if I pay for the image or whatever. And he goes, I don't want you to put me on your cards. So it's like he's very particular. Like if he doesn't like it, and he doesn't want it, he'll fight it. And he certainly doesn't like
people
signing
making
it.
money off his
He
name.
fought Upper Deck years ago
Exactly.
on their 50 greatest players of all time, and they were numbered, 1 through 50, and there's only 49 cards.
Yeah.
Because the Dryden refused to be a part of it.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. Like that's kind of his deal. I'll get caught up on a couple of these. I want to read a few here. So Dave says, I also collected Huey Jennings at one point, and he was not on team I root for. Fair enough. Thank you for that, Dave. Ovechkin and Nathan Horton. Yes, Josh. Nathan Horton's the other one. No, respect. I like it.
Lost and Bruin.
Yep. Starting a new player collection now is sheer insanity. I agree. Some players have more cards in their rookie year than from the 90s had their entire career. That's true.
It's crazy. I hate it.
I made the statement. I'm actually 100% serious. Like I said, if you guys were listening earlier in the show, I talked about the stupid amount of money that I offered for that stupid card because it has eluded me for 20 years. But even I'm reaching my limit with a lot of that stuff. Like I am getting very frustrated with a lot of those things. I'm only willing to go to a certain point. If I was going to start over again, I would still probably collect Medano, but I would pick and choose select pieces, and that would be the end of it. I would not be picking up 99% of the stuff that I've picked up. I'm already 27 years in on that collection. So it's like, all right, let's roll with it. We'll do what we can.
Oh,
But
Brad,
it
the
is
Expo's-
frustrating.
The Expo's coming up, Brad, and don't forget that gum on the back.
Oh yes.
Put that in your pocket right
You need
now.
to put that in a place of honor. Tape it to your body.
I actually got a spot. I'm going to put that at.
There you go. Tiger rookie card is similar to the 86 Fleer 84 Star. Yeah, there's a lot of speculation on that one. Beckett would create all those rookie parallels for you. Yep. I simply ignore a number to whatever, all parallels. Yep. DR, what do you think of inducting a player in the Hall of Fame in the sport while they're still playing?
No.
I don't really think it's necessary. I wouldn't care if they shortened the timeline between the end of their career and when you put them in, especially if it's a guy who's a no-doubter. Albert Pujols is going in.
Right
Miguel Cabrera's going in. Just let him in.
Yep.
Unless you've got a really compelling reason, like if it's a debate, then so be it. But like, no, if it's pretty straightforward, just let them get in. It's fine.
There should never be a debate for the Hall of Fame. Either you're a Hall of Famer or you're not.
Yeah. But I think those guys are in. They've got everything that you require. They're good.
Thanks, Brad.
Done.
Thank you, Brad.
Thank you.
I enjoy picking up serial number Hall of Famers and find them at the right price. It's a side PC. Yeah, I think it's fair. Don't tell her about LaMelo Ball rookie cards. Yeah, that's a different problem entirely. I only have paid attention the last 20 years. When Harold Baines got in, that was the end. The Harold Baines was the last straw for a lot of baseball folks. I agree. Off topic. Andre the Giant just jumped off the top rope. I think there was an Andre the Giant card. I think that sold for a high amount. I don't remember exactly what it was, but I thought something like that. I might have heard about that. 96 SI for kids. Yep. Tigers always had a good-looking auto. Agree 100%. For a moment, I thought you guys were talking about Tiger Williams. Not that guy. Almost. Not quite.
I would rather.
All Panini rookie cards are fake manufactured patches nowadays. Yeah, they really are. There we go. Perfect. Got caught up on it.
Nice.
This is I just have a PSA DNA. Some of the guys that
Nice.
that I know are in the chat. Ink, paper, wax.
Yeah.
But anyways, that's a big Steve Pettipaw. He was in our local Grand Prix wrestling circuit.
Oh, wow. Okay. Gotcha.
And Leo Burke, which I got them encapsulated because these were like my childhood favorite wrestlers. So then you can see we all make mistakes because I sent this one in, which was the Cuban Assassin, one of the guys, and the auto was really faded. It was down here.
Oh, okay.
It said best wishes on it. Anyways, I sent it in to get it encapsulated. It came back N4. And then they actually had this stuck on it, which said facsimile.
Facsimile. Okay.
So we all make mistakes. I sent in a photograph to get authenticated. That was a facsimile. And when I looked at it now, it's so clear as day. But I was like,
okay.
Even with best wishes, huh?
Yeah, that's what they did. That's what I thought. I think I kind of looked at it. I was like, yeah, that's got to be real. It's just kind of faded. So I sent it in, and now I look at it. I'm like, oh.
Well, especially from that time period, you just have to look. This is usually pen, and there's always a pressure mark. With markers, you can't tell nowadays. But
oh yeah, right.
So I'm doing all the things that I got personalized from friends, getting them encapsulated. So that's from Marshy when he won the cup.
There you go.
And this is a cool one. This is my parents got this for me in 1985.
Okay.
It's a full Oilers team signed photo.
Okay.
So there's the
Oh,
photo.
beauties.
Yeah, and they sat
There
with, at the dinner they were at. It was done in Halifax. They sat with Don Jackson. He was their guy. So signed by the whole team. So
Nice. Very good.
that was my order this week that came back. I was pretty excited with
Oh,
stuff for
okay.
me. Right?
Well played, sir. So just as a side note, Brad. So the reason I texted you is because if you guys do have it in store,
Yeah.
bring one for me and I'll buy it for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. I'm making sales here tonight. I like it. This is good.
Oh,
I have a very specific idea with that, and the reason why, because that's what I say. Like, if you guys have it, I'll buy it from you. We'll work something out.
Yep.
Okay, so let's take a look here. So as a card net says, Brad has cards for every genre. Yeah, no, it's an eclectic collect. That's what makes it fun, though. It makes it fun when Brad goes into the shelves and grabs something. You never know what's coming out. You never know. They look great encapsulated. Yeah, those holders at least make sense for the thing in the encapsulated holder. Unlike a lot of the Beckett ones that Eric has shared previously, where it's like, why is there that much space around it? Why is this ridiculous?
I know.
It's a large item. It needs a large encapsulated thing in order to make sense. It's the only way.
So it's
So
$30 US to encapsulate it.
That's not bad.
And when you see how they look in there, like it's just, they're incredible, right?
I like this. I like Will with no hyperbole. Dude, the Baines thing is the worst thing in the history of history and prehistory.
And prehistory. Wow.
Will, I appreciate your passion on this. I actually appreciate your passion on this.
2016 YouTube. So yeah.
It's strong. It's strong. No, like the Harold Baines thing really messed with a lot of people because Harold Baines was a stat compiler. Not a bad player. To be clear, he had his moments, but he was a stat compiler. He basically just played a really long time. He was consistent, and he just added up enough stats. But eventually, because I think it was the Veterans Committee who put him in, because the Veterans Committee is like, oh yeah, Harold's my buddy, vote. So it's like eventually. But that happened over the course of baseball. The funny thing is, prior to Harold Baines, there were a bunch of other guys who got in because of their buddies that they were friends with, who, if you look at them, it's like, are you really a Hall of Famer, though? But they're already in. So now but now what happens is like, well, so-and-so's a Hall of Famer. Yeah, that's true. They're better than that guy. So if that guy's in the Hall of Fame, and he's better than that guy, uh-oh. By that logic, we're stuck.
I say that about Gillies.
I said it once tonight. I've said it in other shows. If you have to have a conversation about someone, they're not a Hall of Famer.
That's fair enough. Actually, let me pose kind of a side question. Josh has here a good one. What about post history? It's always important to have post history. Let me ask a side question. And this will play a little bit into... I didn't have a big pickup video. Obviously, I had that Mantle card, so that's the centerpiece of the video. I already showed it to you guys. Do you guys ever collect any cards? And I leave this in the chat as well. Do you guys collect any cards, either not your team or your team, maybe to commemorate a specific, like a playoff run or a specific thing that was kind of enjoyable for you? I did that when the Dallas Stars had their little run where they went to the Stanley Cup. There were a couple of playoff heroes along the way. I grabbed one or two cards of a couple of the key players that had a nice little run there. And for the most recent one, even though they didn't advance, they were woefully underpowered compared to a Calgary team that was really good. The Calgary team was really good. But the goaltender stood on his head. He made over 60 saves in an overtime Game 7. He did everything in his power short of scoring a goal to try to win that series for that team that had no business. That team rolled into Edmonton, put up a ton of shots, and scored 9 goals. And they went to overtime with the Dallas team that couldn't buy a goal. So I picked up a couple of Jake Ottingers just to kind of commemorate it. I'm not a goalie collector. I'm not going to necessarily start another PC, but Jake Ottinger stood on his head. I was supremely impressed.
Yeah.
Great job by a very young goaltender. Very impressive. So I thought, you know what? I'll grab a couple. Why not?
Did you see what happened today? So Rick Bowness stepped down and the whole coaching staff.
I didn't know about that. Yeah.
Is there any explanation of why? I mean, were they gonna fire him and he just decided to beat him to the punch, or is he just doesn't want to deal with these kids anymore?
I think it was I haven't monitored the team too closely the last couple of years, but I do believe it was a little bit in jeopardy because that team had kind of underperformed. But the problem is their underperformance is mostly due to a bunch of very talented young guys who are doing extremely well. Very impressive. That young core, some of those players are, even Jake Ottinger, like amazing standout performance. Some of those young guys, Jason Robertson, a lot of those, very impressive. The problem is you're Jamie Benz. I collect the guy, but like he hasn't been good in a long time. And Tyler Sagan, who has the pedigree, who has playoff experience, they're being paid like superstars. They're not playing like superstars.
No.
They're very expensive scrubs right now. Very expensive scrubs. And we were looking at it like, we're paying you a lot of money to suck right now. And then we got these young guys who are paying like pennies because they're rookies, and they're playing great, and they're trying really hard. So it's like,
They're hungry.
yeah, they're trying. These other guys are well fed at this point. And Tyler Sagan's still, I think, in his early 30s or his late 20s. Like, he has no business dropping off.
He came in at 19 for the Bruins. He was 19 years old.
Yeah. But Sagan has no business being dropping off that badly. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. He's 30. Yeah. He's just 30 now. Like, I'm sorry, you shouldn't be over the hill at 30.
No.
Ben's taken a lot of hits. Like, he had a very physical playing style. I could see him getting worn down. I can understand that more. Because at one point, he had a little bit of scoring touch. He could score goals. But he was also physical. He would go in there and bang with people. And that's going to wear you down. It's going to run you down. But Sagan's style isn't like that. Like, I don't understand why he's having any trouble now. He should still be a pretty good scorer right now. I believe. I don't know.
Slumps.
Yeah, it's right now been like almost a couple of years slump. It's like it's not. Maybe it's just a matter of not caring enough right now. Just because at this point it feels like it's an effort thing with him as much as it is anything else. So yeah, cool history too. Yeah, buying relics and autographs of every player in the 2005 White Sox World Series team. Yeah, that's fair enough. My dad passed away early in 2005, and the Sox championship run really helped our family find joy. Well, sorry to hear that about your dad, but glad that you're able to attribute it to a memory. That's why I kind of posed the question. I left it open. I was kind of curious. Any of you guys have anything similar to that? Anything that maybe a collection that falls under kind of a theme of that sort?
I do, and it's kind of funny that you asked because I just grabbed a bunch of stuff recently. So, the most exciting NHL All-Star game as a Bruins fan would be the one that was held here in Boston, and Bork had the game winner. Mm-hmm. And it was awesome. So that season, the Bruins wore a special patch, okay, on their jerseys. Here's a Neely puck. So there's a picture of it. So that's a Neely autographed. So that's the symbol, okay?
Yep.
And it got a little Pat Patriot, almost a little thing up there. All right. So I collect any card of the Bruins that has the symbol on their jersey. Like there's Joey Mullen, Hall of Famer. There's a bunch of others. And then all these Neelys are all from 96.
All right. Gotcha.
And they all have the patch on the All-Star patch right there.
Okay. Gotcha.
So any Bruins card that has the patch on the uniform, I tend to grab.
Nice. I like that.
And I'm not going to dig it out, but there was a ton of Bork stuff from commemorating that All-Star game and cards and whatnot. So that was kind of because how exciting is All-Star games? I mean, they're not all that great. So,
No.
But that one was exciting for us because Bork
They used
had the
to be
game winner.
years ago. They were more exciting. Now
I kind of like the pomp and circumstance around the All-Star game. I have fond memories of the 2000 All-Star game when they did it in Toronto. Because I went to like some of the fan stuff that they did around it. I didn't go to the game, but I went to the fan stuff around it. That's where I got the Frank Mahovlich auto where he signed my next card and ran away. That was fun. I like that. It's a good memory. It was fun. I didn't realize Frank Mahovlich could run that fast. I was legitimately impressed. It's like, good job, old man. You're moving. You're motoring, man. Good job by you. Yeah, he was. Hey, good on him. I bought a Medano 2000 All-Star jersey. I still have it. That's probably one of the few Medano jerseys I have that I haven't had him sign. So maybe if they do another signing, I'll have him sign that one to go along with the other ones. Like I wouldn't wear it at this point, but yeah, I'd have him sign the number on the back. Why not? I've got a couple other signed ones. It'd be just another one to add to the PC, and why not? Have a little fun with that. So for me, that'd be kind of fun. But I bought that at the 2000 All-Star game. I bought that at the 2000. So I've had it since 2000, right around that time. So I've had it for a long, and I wore it to school for years. So I had that jersey. It's been worn by me. So that works from that perspective.
School worn.
Hey, look, that's more legit than a lot of the stuff than any of these other guys. At least somebody wore the damn thing.
Gosh.
I bought a Jason Tatum jersey when I was in Boston to wear to the game.
Oh, did you?
The crowd. So
is it a Brad Warren, Jason Tatum jersey now?
it's a Brad Warren, Jason.
I was holding a gamer today from Jason Tatum, and he even had the black commemorative band for I think it's JoJo White. I think that they were all wearing this season.
Mm-hmm.
Feathers tried to sell that to me.
What?
Feathers tried to sell that to me. I think.
Why didn't you buy it?
$5,000.
Well, don't be a baby.
Like, come on.
Either you're a fan or hey, well, if you called
I'm
me,
not a fan of this company.
Hey, if you called me,
Not a
I would have
sucker.
come down and I would have got it down to like 4,999.
There you go. I think I got it.
But yeah, I had a Tatum gamer today in my hand. I was moving around.
Nice. I like that. But yeah, it's one of those things where at least if it has some value, like I said, I think the pomp and circumstance around it, that was fun because in 2000, again, in the dead era of the hobby, they had a little card show to go along with it. And I went and bought some cards at some of the dealers and stuff. Like it was fun. We had a good time. Like, why not?
I don't know what I'm going to do with it now, but
Well, at least you got it for your visit. So that's
I wanted number 33 Larry Bird, but they were sold out of Larry Bird jerseys.
Oh, too bad. I'd have got Bird too.
Yeah, Bird would be good choice.
And off that too, watching that basketball game, which the Celtics end up blowing them out, but it was the first time I ever seen Giannis, and like that guy is in a whole other realm of physicality and ability, and like he ended up missing like a bunch of shots in the second half, didn't play that well, but when he wants to, like it's like a man playing with schoolyard kids. Like he is dominant. Like he blew me away how big and physical he was.
Yeah. Well, the thing with him has always been that he is an athletic specimen. Like he is truly gifted. Now, the only thing for him is going to be he is great and he's doing a fantastic job. If he can develop a signature shot, a guy with that much athletic talent, if he develops a signature shot, he becomes deadly. Yeah. And he's already an MVP caliber player. He's already won multiple MVP, but add a shot. This is what a lot of these young guys in basketball do. Again, I don't watch a ton of basketball, but when I watch, I'll see these talented players and I'll see, like, I can see you're talented. Like, obviously, I can see right from watching what you're doing. But I keep thinking, wouldn't it be something if you had a go-to move? I don't understand why you don't have a go-to move. You should have something that in the moment, you need this basket, you need this shot. Have a sky hook, have a fadeaway. I don't care what the damn move is. Have a move. And then you go to that move and nobody can stop it because you perfected it. And that's what you need. So here's what it is. You'll see these things here and there, and sometimes you'll be like, dude, I want to see that move from you. Whatever it is, figure it out. Train it. Work on it. Then you'll have it. So Eric here, do you have any sets from when the Bruins won the cup? Day with the cup, championship rings, etc.
Yeah, in 2011, no, I don't. I don't have anything. I really stuck to my guns because there was so much, and it would have cost. I mean, I would have just gone crazy. I do regret it a little bit now, but if for some reason I get bored, it'd be interesting to go chase that stuff from 2011 now. And like I said, I don't own a Marchand card. I don't own a Bergeron card. I don't have a Chara card. I don't have any of that stuff. But
so Brad, maybe what we should do is we should go around the expo and find the best dollar bin Marchand cards and like throw a crap ton of them at.
The next time that I talk to Marshy, that I would get something nice for Eric, but he doesn't like me anymore. So I
no,
the tables have turned.
I'm sticking to my guns. You suck.
I don't know, man. You're the biggest heel out here. At this point, it's good to be self-serving. There's a time and a place. There's time and a place. You're picking the wrong friends here is what you're doing. You're picking the wrong ones. Currently trying to pick the nicest card I can of NBA top 75 players, the players I don't have already. Very nice. I like that theme. Fan warm coming next from Upper Deck, probably. Brad, can you sell team jersey to Panini and they can put in their upcoming products? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Exactly.
Granny shot free throw is my go-to shot. It works and never was a cool kid anyway. At least you got a go-to shot, man. At least you got one.
The fact that professional basketball players who get paid millions of dollars to shoot baskets every single day, like Giannis, cannot hit a free. It's free. He cannot hit a free throw. Still boggles my mind. I don't understand it.
Well, that's why I say, like, there are certain guys who have these weird flaws in their game. And they're flaws in their game that are very fixable. where if you do fix it, you take your dominance up another level. To your point, if he was a 90% free throw shooter, oh yeah, foul him, go ahead.
Right.
He's just going to get free points. Have a good time.
Like
How
did
negates
Shaq,
it.
How did
negates it.
Shaq not? I mean, the whole hack of Shaq thing. There you go.
You're on the same vein with Bob here.
Yeah. So again, Bob, you're pissing me off, Bob.
Now,
3 weeks in a row, you are
you're-
pissing me off.
what's pissing him off is that he cannot have a good reason to get angry with you, other than he has no reason to get angry with you.
This is correct. So, yeah, I don't understand how in the world Shaq played for 1,000 years and couldn't hit those things. I mean, it was like watching Charles Barkley hit a golf ball. It was awkward, but then he'd get the ball back, hit some kind of spin move, fade away, and hit a jumper, and it was nothing but net.
You know what's
And
funny
it
though?
rolled right off his fingers.
I saw a video recently where Barkley actually finally improved his swing. It doesn't look nearly as he can actually sort of hit the ball consistently now.
No, it's impossible.
The
You're lying.
video doesn't lie, man. I watched a swing that it actually looked viable. I watched him actually execute a swing that looked viable. Apparently, he finally found somebody who could help him fix the thing that was wrong with him.
I call shenanigans.
Yeah, you should go like Rick Barry. If Shaq could hit free throws, he would have been on top. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like a guy like Shaq, as dominant as he was, if he could hit free throws, the hack of Shaq strategy doesn't work. Immediately, it's pointless. Like, okay, you want to give him free baskets? Go ahead. That'd be stupid.
And imagine what his point totals would be.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
He'd be past Kareem if he was 90%.
Yeah, Barkley can swing now. Thank you, Bob. Exactly.
All right, now finally.
Yeah, Rick Barry taught Shaq the granny shot, and Shaq said it worked, but he wanted to look cool, so he didn't stick with it. That's a terrible idea. I don't think Shaq should care about that. So it's like terrible. Did Barkley get rid of the hitch? It looks a lot better now. I wouldn't say like it's brilliant, but it's 100,000 times better. 100,000 times better. I actually saw some clips of it. It's like, all right, that's viable. You can actually get around the course with that. You'll live. Yep, absolutely. Thank you, Ozzy Card Dad. Yep, without a question. All right, guys. So here's what I propose. We've actually had a pretty good, a good series of discussions, a good series of questions. I'm going to entertain a couple of questions here. I want to start winding her down because I want to take advantage of the earlier start, so we can do that. But if you got anything in particular you guys want to chat about, we did talk about the platinum thing already. So just to be clear, if any of you didn't catch it and you're here later, scroll back earlier in the show. We did talk about the platinum thing. We discussed it. We talked about it a little bit. I don't want to talk about the expo too much yet. I want to save that for next week. Next week is the pre-expo show. So we actually have an opportunity to discuss it more. So we can definitely talk about that more. So I want to save some of that. But other than that, yeah, if there's anything else you guys want to throw in there last minute, feel free to do so. And then we'll wind her down and call her an evening. It's been good. For those of you who've been hanging around, appreciate you. Appreciate your questions. Appreciate you checking out and watching. If you can hit the like button, that's always appreciated as well. It is free. And that's my second ask of the night, and that's it for me on that one. Yep, Barkley doesn't look like he's having involuntary spasm anymore. Yes. Much better. Barkley won the Black Masters on TNT this week. He's a golfer now. There you go. Tim Bunkin shot off the backboard was awesome. There you go. Oh, speaking of a quick athletic thing, like I said, I don't watch a ton of hockey anymore. I really don't. But in the playoffs, I'll watch more. I did watch a little bit, and then I watched some of the highlights from the Edmonton game. And I saw one of the goals that was scored by, I think it was McDavid, either scored the goal or he set up the goal. I don't forget what it was. He literally did like this crazy spin move, though. Like he literally did it on a dime. He just stopped and just boom. He went quickly. It was like faster than I would have thought in a video game. And I was like, what the heck did you do? And he said, it's fun for me to kind of tease and make fun of, but McDavid will have those moments where he'll show off this ridiculous skill. It'll be a matter though if he can do it. Like Calgary's actually quite good, so like they're in tough.
Score is? You want to know what the score is? Anybody?
It was 2-1. What is the score now?
It is 2-1.
Okay, I was kind of keeping an eye on it peripherally.
3:37 left in the first.
All right, cool. Well, at least they've calmed down in scoring a little bit. So
oh God, that game the other night was amazing.
Yeah, I was checking it out. I was like 15 goals. Good Lord.
Yeah. As a fan, what more could you ask for?
Did you see Sutter's interview after the game?
Yeah.
No. Well, what do you say?
Oh my God, it was good. I don't want to. More or less, it was like, yeah, they said we were boring, so I told the boys to go out and put on a show for the fans. So they went out and scored 9. Hope you guys are happy.
Yeah.
I'll be happy if you can do it every game.
Yeah.
You slackers.
They call us boring.
I was joking with a buddy of mine. I said basically, because I said basically it looked like a lot of the Dallas series, except the goals went in. because like I said, I'm not joking. Ottinger was standing on his head basically the entire series to even keep it competitive. Because Dallas, in the last game, if you guys check out the shot discrepancy, I think Calgary had like 67 shots or something like that. So Ottinger had 64 saves. And Dallas barely generated like 20 shots. Like they were getting blown out of the building. They should have lost 10-1. But they went overtime. They had no business going overtime in a game 7. Calgary was trying to blow them out of the building, and they finally were able to get one more by him. Great effort. Over under in the zero cool box. Oh yes, PWCC apparently has a zero cool box.
Oh, that's too bad.
Ooh.
Okay, hold on. I want to see what it's at now. Now I'm curious. Hold on. See if I can find it. I will see if I can pull it up.
So there's on a website. I seen the boxes were 11,000, and they offered them today for 4,600.
Okay.
Still too much.
Yeah.
$46, maybe.
Okay, so here we go. So right now, the current
I will sell this 1 of 1 for 4,600 right now.
Gosh.
4,600 what?
Doll hair.
4,600 yen? 4,600 Doge?
I'll take anything.
If 4,600 Doge, I think we can swing that. I might get you look, I'll give you 4,600 Doge if you can figure out how to take it.
I'll take the Boston Bruins keychains.
There you go. All right, so the current here, hold on, I'll bring it up on screen. So it is a V Friends Zero Cool. It's a factory sealed box, and it's on PWCC right now. And here it is, and it is currently $360. That is the current. So the extended bidding starts tomorrow. Sorry, it starts Sunday. Sorry, Sunday. So the extended bidding will start on Sunday. It's about a day and change. So that is so most of the bidding activity usually happens at that stage.
Yeah,
so
sure.
so we'll have to see what happens with that one. Because a lot of folks realize, the thing is they should, because most of the people at the PWCC realize there's no benefit to bidding early. Other than to get into the extended bidding, just to be in there. There's no reason to bid the bare minimum. The minimum you can, because there's no reason to playing your hand until the extended bidding.
Yeah, I did like $1 or something. And
Yeah, but I'm saying for PWCC, for their extended bidding format, you have zero advantage bidding early.
right.
That's basically begging for people to nickel and dime you all the way up to your max. No, don't do that.
Any predictions on that box?
That was the question that was posed. So 3,300. Okay, what are you thinking? Go ahead, Eric. Take a step. Like serious. It's 360 now,
okay.
but obviously we're gonna get, when you get closer to extended bidding, that's when the real bidding will begin.
I think if I remember correctly, when they first came out in the Dutch auction, they were somewhere between 2,000 and 3,000.
I think it was 2,000 and change. I think was the final on that one for the boxes initially. Yes.
All right. I don't think they're gonna. So I'm thinking 2,000.
All right.
And I think that's utterly ridiculous.
All right, Bobby, what do you think?
I hope it goes for 370.
370. You know, it's one of those
I
things.
think it's a worthless product. I think it was stupidly done. I don't think there's any following. Like I said,
Look, at 370, I will buy that shit just on the hopes that I can pull positive porcupine for Eric. I'll do it for the channel. At 370, I will buy that shit.
The sacrifices you make.
I do it for the content gods, Eric. Let my fealty to the content gods never be questioned.
Never.
Brad, I said this on the last show. I said, if you brought that Zero Cool in and released it at a show without any internet, how good would that go over?
Like it wouldn't. No one. Yeah, it wouldn't go for $1.
But you bring anything else that's of a player or something, it's going to go for something.
Yeah.
This exactly. So why is this so important? It's not. It's insignificant, inconsequential. It's silly. It's just a silly product, and it has if without Gary's V's name on it, Poopy Pony has enough respect as that.
Yeah.
Honestly. So, are we kidding ourselves here? Really? Like, are you guys all sitting here going, "Oh, well, it's gonna go," like, don't bid on it.
All right, bad news. It's going to go for at least 380. 370 didn't get done.
Damn it.
Just so y'all know. I'm not that I would know from experience.
But no, the lesser that goes for, then they'll stop doing this silly stuff.
Hey, look, I tried. Look, like the Medano, I tried. I bid 370. Like, what do you want from me? Jesus. Don't forget, there's also buyer's premium. It's actually 444.
Ooh.
Don't forget 20%. You got to add 20%.
Oh, good Lord.
So it's actually 380 plus 20% if you actually want the real number.
Yeah. That's okay. You know, it's fun to have fun in the hobby, and there's a lot of bad products that were made out there. This one was just a following. Nothing more. Nothing more.
Yep. And I think PWCC auction had a lot of moderate prices. Can you be more specific? I have found some good deals in PWCC auctions, but again, it depends on what you're referring to. I've been able to buy some decent vintage baseball. I've had some good luck with that. I bought a couple of Favres, but I've been very selective of which ones. I'm very picky about which ones I'm looking at. Some stuff goes for a bit, and some stuff is like, I've also been outbid on some stuff where people went a little too crazy. That's fine, no problem. I bid what I'm comfortable with. Again, I have to take into account the buyer's premium, so I have to factor that into the math. But I've gotten stuff where I think was fair price, where on eBay it would have cost me as much or more. So if that's the case, in that situation, it's fine. So if you've got anything specific, though, I'd like to hear it, Dave. Yep, Sutter goes quote GOAT. There you go. His V friends written in Comic Sans to relive the dream. Oscar Dad, Poopy Pony to the Moon. Yes. At $370, we will do a GoFundMe for Carlos to open on the channel. Yes. That's what I'm saying. And look, if nothing else, I'm in extended bidding. I will be curious what it goes for. Because I placed my token bid, so I am eligible for the extended bidding. So we shall see where it goes for science. In REA and Heritage, I put in bids real early. I want another serious bidder, and then you shut all the bargain seekers. So if you do a bid where it goes up to your number and you can actually push people out, then it works. But on an auction format where all it does is one increment higher and nobody knows what your max is, you lose the advantage. So strategically, you gain nothing by overplaying your hand. You got to put in the bare minimum that allows it. You're in extended bidding, and then you can push the action if you want to.
Yeah.
Just from a strategy perspective. For this one, it doesn't work. Shaq's free throws look like yips. I agree with that. Yep. Is it as expensive for kids to play hockey in the leagues up in Canada as it is in the States? It's very expensive. Sure. Yeah. It's very expensive. Especially if you're a goalie, heaven forbid.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Good Lord.
The equipment, good luck with that. That's the larger hobby user general. The overblown box prices that keep on buying. All right, cool. Let me ask one more general open question because I like these. They leave a little opening for it. For science, scholarship, or both? Yes. Very yes. Much of PWCC auction that ended last night was very moderate on YouTube. One rookie Brady went for a couple $100,000. Yeah, but it's rookie. It's Brady. Which shocked people. The PWCC guy from the company was the space. Okay, so that's the one you're talking about. Okay. So then this must have been on Jeremy's stream. Apparently, because they had the PWCC guy on there. So apparently they had a Brady rookie, one of one, that apparently went for, I guess, a disappointing amount. Yeah. So I had a look on it. Yeah. Well, it's a Brady one of one, right? So that, that in theory should be pretty big one.
Imagine the collection you could have in your room there, Eric, for a couple $100,000.
Oh, just imagine.
Yeah. For a couple $100,000, he'd own the Boston Bruins. For a couple of $100,000, Bobby Orr would be living in his house. Carlos is going to ask, we get Sailor money? Facts.
What did you put in on PWCC to find that box?
I just put in V-Friends. If you put in V-Friends all together, it's in the Sunday auction. It's in the weekly Sunday auction. So if you do V-Friends.
Stupid cards or something.
Yeah, V-Friends. Put in V-Friends. You'll be fine. Yep, Jeremy's stream. Gotcha. That one of one had 2 copies. Yes, that's true. They did have a second one.
One of one had 2 copies.
Yeah. There was a specific quirk though. There was something specific about it. I think there was somebody at the company got one. I forget what the specific it was, but there was a reason for it. It's not. It wasn't
one of one.
Exactly. But it's still like, look, you call it a 2 of 2. It doesn't matter. Like it's Brady. The Brady contenders goes for $1 million plus, and there's 100 of those. So like 2 or 1, it should go for more. Like realistically, if we're just being honest about it. Yeah, goalie equipment and ghost spirits are expensive, very much so. It's the only Brady one of one. Yeah. I once put in the name of who I collect in PWCC, and the results were who. Nice, Bob. Nice. Has Eric launched a too cool line yet with a pony? Soon.
Too cool. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That was, by the way, last week, that great episode on Star Basketball. Like when you guys were talking, that was I was driving between New Jersey and Boston, I think, and I listened to the whole thing, and it was
Shut up, Brad.
sorry. It was great. It was very
No, hold on. I'll resolve this problem. Keep talking, Brad. Keep talking.
yeah. There was,
Go ahead, Eric. What would you want to say? Go ahead.
what's that, Eric?
He's muted.
I can't hear you. Keep talking. Yeah, go ahead, Brad. Go ahead, Brad.
But it was very informative. There was a lot of stuff that I didn't know.
Yeah, it was our most hashtag scholarly episode ever.
Yeah.
Easily.
I like that bags. And hopefully,
Yes.
PSA starts to do it. I love that one. That was one I've had that for 20 years. But
Yep.
Wow.
Yep. Here we go. I think Dave's got the answer. Second card was after the company went bankrupt. Yeah, an employee had a second one. So they made an extra as a backup in case the
Backup.
first one got damaged. Because at that time, Brady was not a big deal. At that point, like Brady was just another player. So if it got damaged, they needed to be able to replace the card, ideally. But it was still in existence. It was physically in the building. And when they went bankrupt, they had another card available. So that's the reason why there was a second one. So it was for a legitimate reason. Not a huge fan of the current big collectors influencers selling card at PWCC auctions and doing a video on IG. Fair enough. Yep. Carlos earned his badge. We try. And thank you for the hashtag. Let me just see real quick here. I had a question that I wanted to bring up to everybody, and now I forget what it was.
You almost got to it.
Yeah, I actually had one. It was one of the open-ended questions. I love the open-ended because it leaves room for everybody to chat on it. But now I forget what it was.
when you're on PWCC next, Tuca, take a look at the 51 Bowman mantle they have. That's a PSA 3.
51 Bowman mantle. I've got the window open so I can check.
It's the nicest looking card from an eye appeals. Like they got a whole bunch. I think they might have 10 of them listed on there.
Is this in the weekly auction or a different one?
No, it's just fixed price.
Oh, fixed price. Gotcha. Okay, now I got you.
And anyone that's out, like anyone that's listening to or in the chat, or take a look at this 51 Bowman, and like it will blow your mind away when you see it. It looks like it could be a PSA. It's got a crease in the back, but it's really hard to see.
Okay.
Brad, did you consign that?
Disclosure. Hashtag disclosure.
100% I did.
Okay.
Why not?
Hold on here. I got it. PWCC needs to fix this little search thing because I just
I
tried
can't get
searching
the
for it.
V friends. I don't know what I'm doing wrong.
Yeah. I'll show you. We'll find it in a second. Okay, so sorry. Which grade was it?
It's a PSA 3.
PSA 3. Gotcha.
And they gave it a superior rating, obviously, because of the eye appeal.
Is this the $45,000 one?
I think it's 40,000.
PSA 3 superior. Yeah. Okay. Now I got you. Okay, hold on.
Just how that card pops, like the color on it and everything. It's just.
Yeah, I'm just grabbing the big image so we can look at it.
Brad, you can't find VFriends on the site because you have the filter on your computer that doesn't allow you to look up dumb shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's the mantle, which, by the way, for eye appeal on the front, really good.
Wow.
That's a good clean. That's a really good clean. Centering is a bit of an issue with this card. So, like, if you can get a nice, that was so. To be
That's
clear,
bang on. Almost.
yeah, exactly. So when I picked the 53, this one, it is a 1.5, but I actually have borders on all sides. There tends to be a problem with a lot of the Bowman issues in the 50s where they struggled having the centering. It was an issue. So you could actually find some stuff. But this one's good and clean. Pretty sharp image, good registration.
What's
Looks
wrong
good.
with the back?
Yeah, let's take a look.
There is a crease. I think you can see it.
So let me see if I can shrink it back down and go to the back here.
That one's worth a lot. Just if there's a crease on the back, but not through the front.
Yeah. So here we go. Here's the back. From the scan, I can't see anything crazy. Whereabouts is the crease?
I can't remember. I thought I zoomed in and I seen it. Maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can't see anything.
Yeah, it looks pretty good on this picture. I guess I can try zooming in later, but it looks fine from this far, as far as I can tell.
When you go onto it, and if you flip through all the, just put in 51 mantles,
Yeah.
and when you flip through all of them, you look at the different grades, and you look at this thing, and it just it's crazy.
Yeah, it looks clean. It certainly looks clean, especially for a 3, like for the 3 grade. That looks good.
Oh, yeah. So I think that there is a crease that goes through. I think it goes right down from where it's just above the 1951 series to the left of that.
Oh, yeah. I see a thing
I think
here.
it goes down through there.
Okay, so hold on. I see it. Let me see here. Can I? Okay, can you see my cursor?
Right there, yeah.
So right about here.
Yeah.
Like right through the text.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to make out, but it is. I do see it. I see a little white.
That would push that to a 4, you would think.
Yeah, there's a couple of folks here who think it could be
So
a
it must
4.
be something else. Oh yeah, for sure, it's a 4 because that's a
Yeah.
mild. It's not on the front, is it? Go back
No,
to the front.
this is on the back. So here's what I'll say. You know what I would say? This is one of those situations where the sticker that everybody hates so damn much, I do consider that for a 3. I consider this to be a superior example of a 3.
Yeah.
So I agree with that assessment. I believe that is a 3.
Graded, actually.
Yeah, but that's where that superior thing qualifies. Is if it is something where like it is the best you can do, if you want to call it a 3, you can argue it should be a higher grade.
Oh yeah.
Then to me that's sticker worthy if you want to do that.
How do you think? And I'm being serious. How do you think PSA feels that PWCC puts their sticker over theirs and not off to the left?
I honestly over that. I think it's on a team bag. I don't think they actually put it on the slab. I don't know for sure though.
I don't see
I
don't see a bag. That looks like
No
it's
bag.
on the slab to me. I don't
Yeah,
see
it's
a
on the
bag.
slab.
If I was PSA, I'd be pissed.
Why would you care? You've done your business. You made your money.
'Cause
whatever.
We got to get Nat on there.
It's
You think they need
advertising.
the advertisement?
Yeah, I don't know. It's like don't cover up our logo.
Yeah,
That's why we have Brad here.
I never noticed that before, but yeah, it is on them. They do cover it up for
Yeah.
sure.
It's on the back. So
Yeah. Okay, so I'm
Yeah.
just scanning here. WWE
On the
Prism
front?
dropping. WWE Prism dropping in price. No, that's a good guess, Josh. I completely lost the train of thought. Unfortunately, it was a good discussion, but I completely lost the train of thought. Last comment before I said was larger hobbies in general overblown box prices that people keep buying.
You
Actually,
just like to
that's
say it, and then you just like
that feels
went
like it's
into
close.
something else.
We had a couple of comments. What was it? Okay, let me think about it for another minute. I
No
think
big
that's
deal.
right. I think Bob's right, but let me think about that one for a minute. If it comes to me in the next couple of minutes, then I'll say it. Otherwise, we'll move on. PWCC has an autographed Ty Cobb rookie and less than 10 autographed for graded 52 Manos. Nice. Why was Eric Myers not on Jeremy's show? No idea. That's not me. They did have the big cheese guy though. They had the main guy at PWCC. So
Well,
That's
then there's your answer.
yeah, they said the 51 Bowman Man was out of focus, which
That
pulled down the
really
grade.
is.
Otherwise, grade. Okay, gotcha. So in the description, fair enough.
You know,
Okay.
Jesse Craig will be at Toronto too. I was talking to him at Fenway.
Oh, okay.
I think PWCC is bringing up their full team to the Toronto Expo.
Oh, really?
Come on,
Okay.
Brad. You're just
So you were talking to him when you were in Boston. Okay.
But yeah,
So you do talk to people when you're in Boston.
Oh, he talks to literally everybody who's
not
not you.
you.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Just want to make sure I
Everybody-
understand.
He was talking to like the homeless bag man over in the side. Like he spent like an hour with the guy. Yeah, you're making some solid points. Yeah. How much for the mantle? It was 40,000 is what they said. I think it should be PSA 4. I think that'd be reasonable. So here's a question from John. I think this was mostly for you, Bobby. I think this will be a good one for you. Purchase a 79 hockey wax box in the next few months. What's a fair price for the tops and an Opeachy? What's the going rate these days?
no idea.
Yeah, no clue. It's moved
No,
around quite a
because
bit.
then we're graded, right? And then I don't know. I don't follow the grading part of things.
Yeah.
don't
I
even
feel like
follow
200,000.
wax.
Wouldn't an Opeachy box be 250,000?
Yeah, that's where it should be. I think a 9 is around 200,000, so I think it's equal to the one box. I'm pretty sure the last one sold for. There's been some fluctuation, but I haven't been following it lately in the last maybe 6 months.
I mean,
You
what
know,
do you get, like 3 Gretzky's?
And boxes are all over the place. You look at a 78 tops box is going for equal value. Last one for a 78 Opeachy. It's just insanity.
Yeah.
And it's way past like a 78 tops. How much did I go for? It was like I can't even remember. It was just unbelievable. You can't pull enough cards out of that in tens to get your money back from it. It's just impossible.
Yeah, but no boxes make sense when it comes to that now. I mean, you look at Upper Deck hockey boxes, like even
Oh yeah, the new
2015-16 Upper Deck Series 1 hobby boxes sell for $1,500 now. Like if you get potentially one McDavid in every 8 or 9 boxes, like so you're paying $15,000 for a raw McDavid.
Why?
Crazy.
It's not worth the value of opening.
Yeah.
And people have to understand that, and that will actually bring it down. I guess once the investors kind of subside a little bit, I think it'll bring it down to somewhat a reasonable price. But it's so far from reasonable. It's not even.
I can't remember the last time I don't think I've ever seen Carlos this stumped right now.
Yeah, I
You
was really
think
trying to think about it because I was actually scanning through a lot of the comments and stuff, and I was no, I lost it. I have to give it up.
How much?
PWCC
Go ahead.
stickers are on the slabs. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's that. I would put it on a holder. I wouldn't put it on the slab. But mind you, I've talked about how in the coin side of things, the stickers thing has become pretty common. I know a lot of the hobby guys. That's why I said because grading is a spectrum. Because each grading level you can have a higher end version of a 3. You can have a higher end version of a 4. This borderline 5. That's a real thing. Eye appeal. Eye appeal is the thing we're talking about, really. But if you do that, it's like, yeah, that would be a superior example for the grade. That's what they did that's what the CAC guys did in coins. They said, yes, you can make the argument this technical grade is fine, but this is an exemplary example for this. On a good day, you could easily get it bumped a level, and it would not be unjustifiable. And that was always the point. And if you got somebody with an experienced eye, they can make that assessment, and I think that's fair.
So, Brad, a quick question: 78 tops set. If you had one, what would you sell it for in your mint?
78 top set?
Yeah.
Couple $100, I'd say.
Yeah.
Has the bossy moved at all since he passed away? I don't think anything happened with it, right?
No.
I
It was a little hype for a couple seconds, and yeah, it just dropped off. It's just that card has no desirability. Yeah. So you're talking a couple $100. Most of that is bossy anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
for sure.
You know, how does a box go for
That year was very unexceptional.
$3,200?
That year's unexceptional. Yeah.
See, I
Like,
like
your
the
past-
card though. I love the 78 cards.
I think the design is fine. I didn't mind the design.
I
have a
love the
bunch of them.
autograph in
I
the
don't like
back.
the stock. I don't. Yeah, and I don't like the colors used on the back.
Orange.
The orange doesn't work for you?
I do.
It's kind of a paisley orange. It's not even an orange.
Yeah.
It's like,
Fair enough.
Yeah.
you know, you look at 76 tops or Peachy, the green is beautiful and it's bright and it kind of adds to the card. 80, 81, yellow backs, beautiful, you know, but that is just, it just looks so cheap. I don't know why.
I forgot that you like this. Do you like 75, 76, 76, 77? No? Is that you? I hate these.
Oh, I love the greenbacks on them.
Oh,
Really nice.
I just
Not
think
a
the
fan.
I don't think the
78s are
design's
good.
very
I don't-
good, but I mean,
It's very much a beauty is in the eye of the beholder thing, though.
Yeah.
Like you got to be honest, it's a beauty in the eye of the beholder
I
thing.
just thought it was really cool.
I
that
like the
you got an
backs.
opportunity to see their autograph. You know, because I wasn't going. You know, especially when I first started collecting, I wasn't going to get autographs from any of these guys back in the '80s. I mean, I was just a kid without. I wasn't going anywhere to meet them or anything. But so you got an opportunity to see their autographs. I thought that was kind of cool.
There you go.
there's something about those autographs. I don't know. I was looking into it one day. I think there's a few key guys who don't have autographs. It's really interesting.
Well, what Topps used to do is it used to be based on what they had on the contract. They used to actually borrow some of that in baseball anyway. I can't speak for hockey, but in baseball they used to borrow some of the autographs based on what they had on the contract.
No, there's some that missed, or maybe one.
No, I understand, but I'm saying what they used to do. For in a lot of the cases, they were able to borrow that, and that's where they were able to get it from. But some guys didn't have it because they just wasn't working.
Yep.
Was it the video by the Sports Card Radio guy about the guy being gangster? That was a good video. You can check that out on Sports Card Radio. It was fun. Like that's why I said, for the most part, I stayed out of it just because, look, the information's out there. Go check it out yourself. Go formulate your own opinion. But it is entertaining. If you like the drama side of it, then it is entertaining.
Go watch the Big G.
Yep.
I'll tell you this though, just so we back up just a second.
Go ahead.
So here's Bossy's rookie, right? And that's his, and it signs Michael. Okay. Here is another Bossy auto. They look nothing alike.
Oh yeah. But remember, I'm saying from their contract. In their contract, it would have been early on in their career.
Right.
So they would have probably signed it more formally than later on. Like,
Yo,
I've signed 1,000, 10,000
Right.
autographs, 100,000 autographs. Shorten it up. Get to the point.
Get to the squiggle.
Yeah. A lot of times they'll use their given name in the original contract as opposed to later on where they'll shorten it or whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's
they'll
what
do
he
all
has here is Michael on that one.
that. You got it. With the price of modern cars for the most having dipped so much, why is it not correlated with box prices coming down also? Not exactly the same market. Some people put a different value on the idea. The potential of the box overwhelms the reality of contents that you can actually get.
Well, in vintage, it's desire on rarity, and there is a lot of sense of rarity in there, so that drives the other extra sense of the box prices. But too many people are stocking and holding right now, and you try to go out and buy wax, you can't get a good deal. You're going to pay market price or a little bit above. But there's that's why actually the wax has slowed down a lot because of that. And people don't want to see it fall back. Like wax is kind of different. It's like, yeah, but it's still rare. But yeah, but it's still 80 of them out there. It's like not that rare.
But if you follow the big three, like follow Blowout, Dave and Adams, Steel City, you watch the prices on, just pick a flagship product and they're all down. I bet you they're all down 25%. Right now. You watch Top Series 1 from 2021, you'll see it was 129, now it's 99. Or it was 99,
more, 79. You're right. More from modern cards, it would come down because those cards have come down. So, but with vintage, I don't think the vintage has really dropped. Has it? Much? Very little.
Yeah, probably not. I don't think anything in vintage has gone down.
No, for the most part, it's been fine. I can tell you that some cards have gone down, but it's marginal, and it's for stuff that inflated really high. Basically, the metric you're looking for is if it shot up really high, unjustifiably, then yes, it comes down just because it's like, well, the next person doesn't need it as badly. No, it doesn't matter what era it is. If the card was going for $10,000, if I don't care if it's from the 40s, if it went for $10,000 forever and it suddenly goes for 1.5 million, that's not going to work. No, the next person is going to pay 500,000, which is still way higher than what we started, but it drops 900,000 from the previous because it makes no sense. The sudden jump made no sense.
Yeah.
If it just went from 10,000 to 12,000, well, then you're probably fine. It's probably right about the same spot. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, it's hard comparing the two, vintage and modern, two different animals.
Yeah. And just to eliminate that section last year, take out 2021, take out February, March, April, a 3-month segment, because that's where everything went crazy. Then you can still see your graph going. But I sold 52 tops, Willie Mays, PSA 4 for 15 or 16,000 US back in that 3-month period. I had 3 of them. I bought 3 from a guy, and one went for 15 or 16 grand. I think they're like 8 now. So those cards, which are still super popular, but they've dropped in half since that crazy 3-month period.
I never would have predicted this.
Moving on.
Moving
swiftly along.
Prediction. This happened 6 months ago.
Moving swiftly along. He's trying to pronounce. You don't have enough syllables in there. I need more syllables for this. But I appreciate the thought. I'll zip through a couple of these here. Those PWCC stickers are a bit redundant in the 86 Fleer BGS since they came with subgrades already. Yeah, for BGS, you could get it with subgrades. Eye appeal is up to the collector. Why play for someone to say something looks nice? Eye appeal is up to the collector. Yes, but you're not paying extra unless you want to. That's the thing.
Centering. I like centering. Some people like corners.
That's the thing. It's like, to the point is that it's an opinion, just like the grading itself is an opinion. But the reality is you're not paying extra for the sticker unless you want to. And there are some people who are kind of lazy and barely look at the damn card, to be blunt. And some of those people have a lot of money and they throw it at it. Yeah. No, not only that. I think I'm going to remember the question literally as I'm about to fall asleep. Just as I'm about to fall asleep, I'll be like, damn it! That's what it was.
Everybody, let's go back online.
With the summer coming up, how will change your weather impact your collecting? The change in weather does not change my collecting at all. Economic conditions can adjust it and tweak it. No, I spend exactly the same in the summer for the last 25 years.
I'm thinking a lot of other people.
Oh yeah, whatever. Go to the cottage and spend money on barbecue.
And that's why you're gonna have a reduction of people going there, is because a lot of people go to the cottage around holidays.
Yeah.
Bradley.
Yeah. I'm going to need to make more money on cards if I'm going to buy a cottage, an extra house that I don't need. How's the recovery going for you? How's it gotten at this stage?
Thank you very much for asking. I appreciate it. I'm doing better every day. I'm using 1 crutch instead of 2. Yeah, things are going in the right direction.
Hip surgery is a horrible disease, I know, and we're support you.
Thank you, buddy.
Right. We're there for you.
That was emotional. I like it.
I think you would push me down a flight of stairs, but either way.
In a jack second, yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
If it helps at all, I would kick you. Does that help?
While you're going down the stairs.
Yeah. Oh no, I put the boots to you after you get down there. I will chase after you so I can put the boots to you after you get down there.
Just to finish it up.
Yeah, I will not. I leave no loose ends. I leave no loose ends, sir.
Well, the gentleman that we were talking about earlier that I do some work for was shooting me in my bad hip today with elastic bands relentlessly, and just laughing.
It's your good hip now, isn't it?
Laughing his ass off. He thought that was just so funny.
It's probably better in your other hip.
Yeah, maybe, but the other one does have arthritis in it. I don't need it replaced yet, but it is a problem.
So you're the bionic man on the one side, so it's actually your good hip.
Just falling apart. Just falling apart. Look
Steve
forward
Austin, $6 million man. Get
Look
those
forward-
cards.
Look forward to the show and tell video.
I'll
of the
even be
Christmas.
Jamie
Yeah.
Summers. I don't care. She can kick some butt
She
too.
was hot.
She was.
A lot of the vintage guys just
hot.
got excited by the drop. Modern guys have brown pants. Yep. Just a box. I collect cards. Okay. So
I like empty boxes anyway, so I love those.
yeah,
I
you do
picked
like
up
the
a
display
couple
boxes. You do like display boxes.
I picked some
You
up really good. And
got any Stanley Cup predictions there, Brad?
Maple
Colorado.
Leafs in 4.
You like Colorado? Okay. Eric, what do you got
I
from
picked,
what's left?
well, I picked Boston, Calgary. Now I'm going to go with Tampa Bay in Calgary.
Really?
And in a 7-game series, if Calgary continues playing the way they're playing, I think they might get it. I'm
I'd
rooting
like
for
to
Tampa
see them.
Bay.
I'm rooting for. I would like to see Calgary get it, but I mean,
Yeah.
I think Carolina's going to run the roost.
I will say they're playing well. I've gotten a chance to watch a little bit for the Dallas series. I got to watch Calgary. They're aggressive. They can put a ton of shots on that. So
Yep.
from that perspective, very impressive. Their goaltending is a little suspect. They did give up 6 goals in that same game.
A lot, yeah.
So it's like, but they can score in bunches. They can definitely score in bunches if they're given the opportunity. So
I always said that about the Leafs. We outscore everybody.
Yeah.
That's the only way we win.
yeah, I'll go with the Colorado pick. I know that from little
That's
I've gotten
safe.
to watch, they're pretty solid.
Yeah,
So-
they're awesome.
We'll have to see. So 357's got Avs. Calgary just went up 3-1. Okay.
No,
Uh,
it's 3-2.
Is it 3-2 now? Perfect.
Yep.
All right. So here, notice the same thing, Brad, going to the 52 Mays at the Dallas show. It's going to look for one. Nice. Good luck. Hopefully you get it. There we go.
Are we allowed to sell stuff? Are we allowed to sell stuff? Do business on the because I'm Carlos? So
Hey, you've indirectly sold a box. I took care of most of the work, but go ahead. Knock yourself out. Have fun.
I've got a Mays 2.5 coming back from PSA next week. Just got
Is this a 52 tops?
52 tops. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Remember that I bought that collection from the old
Yes.
guy.
Yes. Yes.
So I sent those in last week. They got graded yesterday.
How'd you do, Brett?
I got the Bobby Hull. I
Yeah.
nailed. I was perfect on this one. Bobby Hull, I said would probably be a 4, and it was a 4. The 53 tops mantle was a 4. I said
Nice.
would
That's
be a
good.
4.
Nice.
And the Maze, I said would be a 2. I thought it was a 2.5. So that was nice.
Now, this is the 52 tops we said. I can't remember. Did you have a 53 tops maze there as well or no?
No, I bought a 50. Well, I got the 53 tops partial set with pretty much everybody.
Yes, that's right.
But
That's
it doesn't have Maze.
Gotcha.
So
Gotcha.
yeah.
Gotcha.
So- But I bought that whole set from that guy. Like I allowed, what did I allow? I said I paid $5,000 for the mantle, and then I allowed $2,000 for the rest of the set, which was like low on that. So it was good.
Yeah, in volume, I think you did okay. I
Yeah.
think you did quite well. Thank you, Dave, for your contributions. Have a great evening. Enjoy your weekend as well. Edmonton goal review. Looks like it's a no goal. Gotcha.
Goalie interference.
Gotcha. All right. So-
McDavid hit the goalie, and Draisaitl poked it in. So goalie interference.
Gotcha.
No goal.
So here's the thing. I was actually about to shut it down, but I noticed the time on there. I can kill 2.5 minutes.
I think so.
For the hell of it. All right, Brad. Showcase. Anything you want to talk about or show? 2.5 minutes.
Oh my
Floor is
God.
yours, sir. What do you think? What are you liking right now? You got a lot of fun stuff back there, man. You got a lot of
know.
interesting things.
What did I just pick up new?
I picked up keychains of NFL.
Oh wow.
I like that they're embossed, though. I do appreciate that
I
at
know
least
that.
there's at least some depth to them.
They're actually, yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm finished.
Are those?
Go ahead. Go ahead,
This
Brad.
is I bought this at the Fenway show.
Jeez, with the eyes.
Oh my God, it's almost on where my eyes are.
Yeah, like it's got a. Jeez. Okay.
So this is a 1995 German Grand Prix
Oh my God, F1! It happened!
No,
Oh no!
It's Michael Schumacher's first home win ticket.
Okay.
Anyway,
Wow.
it was the girl had $200 on it. She was super nice. I said, "Do you know much about these tickets?" And they had all kinds.
There's one person on this planet who's happy right now. This guy right here. And I was like, no, Brad, you Trojan horsed us on F1. We've avoided. We've done so well.
Yeah.
What do you got there? What is that? Topps Chrome?
Yeah, this year's one. I got that. That's all the F1 I really have.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Well,
yes.
Paul is thrilled. Paul is thrilled off in the distance.
Sherry just texted me my favorite thing I bought, and I bought this
Okay.
at the Probstein show in New Jersey.
Okay. So how long were you actually at the Probstein show? Just out of curiosity.
We got in Thursday night. We were doing great driving. We
Okay.
did it all in one day until we got.
Well, I chatted with you during part of that drive, so.
Yeah, so we got to the George Washington Bridge, and we were 15 minutes. 15 miles, 20 minutes from our hotel. At around 10 o'clock, we got to the hotel at 1:45. It took us 3 hours and 45 minutes to get across the George Washington Bridge when it should have been 20 minutes.
Right.
So we were one day at the Probstein show, and then we left Saturday morning, drove to Boston, did the Fenway show till 5 o'clock, went out to eat, had a stroll. It was awesome. Woke up in the morning, drove around, did a whole bunch of little things, and then I drove to Eric's shop. He wasn't there. He doesn't work on Sundays. And then we went back to the Celtics. Then we went to the Celtics game and had an absolute blast. So,
Yeah. All right. Gotcha.
so this isn't cards, but I like comics.
Garfield. Okay.
So this is
Wow.
Garfield #1, signed by Jim Davies.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Right.
Is Garfield flipping me off?
he is.
Deservedly so.
He flips everybody off.
Deservedly so.
Yeah.
I do have more keychains.
Oh my
You literally
goodness.
have more keychains. Yes.
They're all
These
from
are
the
facts.
70s.
These are facts. These are
They're
facts.
all NFL. I got a few hockey and one basketball. The Blazers?
Yeah. So here's Paul's comment. Schumacher is a total gateway drug to F1. Yes, Paul. Bask in the glory of your moment. Bask in the glory. I'll give it to you. Bask in the glory of your moment. So was this? I think Probstein's been
Yes.
doing a show for a little bit, or is this the first one?
First
I
one.
think this is
The
first
first one,
one,
okay,
and I had nothing but negative things to say about the whole thing.
The-
Obviously,
But the autograph guest in particular. But
the
yes.
autograph guests mostly, but just the fact that I just don't particularly like the guy and won't buy from him. But yeah, the autograph guests, I think every single person's been in prison at some point. I mean, it's a who's who of criminals that he had in. I mean, Michael Vick, Mike Tyson. I mean, this went on and on of people that have had legal issues, and it's like, come on, and he's promoting it. And the thing that really pissed me off about it is he was promoting this as this super family friendly show. And then we're going to have things for the kids, and we want like the guys to bring.
You can have dog fighting for the kids. Yes,
Yeah.
go on.
We want you to bring your kids, and we want you to bring your spouses, and this.
And they can bite each other's ears. Good.
And it's going to be a family atmosphere. And he had nothing but criminals there. Every single person. The last time I looked at the list, every single person I knew of some type of legal problem that they've had.
Oh.
I think
So yes, Aussie Card Dad Autograph Fest was, I believe, part of the show. I believe he was doing like a co-sponsoring thing.
They had,
Yeah.
I think, Latrell Sprewell, who choked his coach.
Yeah.
I mean, it just went on and on and on of just complete scumbags.
Hmm.
The best part is I got the advertisements.
To go on with the keychains.
I like
Oh,
it.
very
Yeah,
nice.
That's tough
Where are the
to find.
advertisements from?
Well, this is a really rare. This is like a Casey's magazine. It's from the 70s from a big store that used to be a chain,
Yes.
and they would supply a lot of different things. So they have the basketball, the hockey, and all of the ones in here, and all the other stuff that they offer too. So there's the hockey,
Aussie Card Dad, don't forget to put hashtag allegedly. We always got to put in the allegedly.
So all this stuff is very difficult to find. This kind of stuff, and the keychains. A hockey will sell for 3 times what a football one will sell for.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Good stuff. Well, thank you, Brad. You got us over the line. Thank you, Bobby. That's for the keychains as well. And thank you, Eric, for the random ranting and grumpiness. we got here. We did it again. Another slow news week, and somehow we managed. So anyway, thank you to the chat and everybody for hanging out. It's been really good. And Paul got his dream. His dream at the end. Somehow F1 made it into the Dame Show. How? I don't know. What happened? I don't know. These things, they occur. But last word here will go to Aussie Card Dad. My bad. Allegedly show. Thank you, sir. That is all I ask. All I ask is that we acknowledge the allegedly. That is all I want. Thank you to Aussie Card Dad. Thank you to all the commenters, everybody, all the regulars, Paul, both Pauls. We got Alberta Paul and Wisconsin Paul, who got his F1 moment. Anyway, so next week, 8 o'clock again. 8 o'clock has been working really well for us. It's actually been kind of nice. We can still have a pretty good length show, talk about a lot of stuff, and get offline a little earlier. For the card show, we'll figure something out. I will let everybody know in advance so that there's no surprises. And then I'll do my best to make sure we keep in line with whatever time we decide. Cool. All right, everybody. Have yourselves a good weekend. Enjoy. Take it easy. On the Canadian side, enjoy your long weekend. I actually had the Friday off too, so 4-day weekend for me, 3-day weekend for the rest of you in Canada. Have yourselves a good one, and we'll catch you in the next one.